Hello and welcome to the Reviews Brothers, where we have collated 10 PlayStation 2 games for every letter of the alphabet that you might not have tried. We're not saying these are the best games out there, but I'm willing to bet that you haven't played them all. Here is the complete A to Z in one bite-sized video for you to enjoy. As always, don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. And now, I'll shut up and let's take a look at 270 PS2 games that you might not know about. First up is Nano Breaker from Konami. This is a third-person action-adventure set in the distant future of 2021, where nanotechnology is being pushed really hard, so much so that the US dedicates an entire island to its research. As always, the experiments take a turn for the worst, and nanotech becomes dangerous and wipes out loads of people. Fast forward a few years and you play as Jake the Genocide Hero, and yep, that's actually what they call him in the game. He's a super tough chap who uses nanotech for good and is on a mission to eliminate all the evil nanotech stuff that is in the world, so humanity can sort its shit out. It's all very serious. So as Jake, you explore the island where all the shiz went down, fighting the evil Org Mechs, which are basically people and wildlife from around the island that nanotechnology has fused itself with, creating some abominations that need a killing. Actually, I kinda like that premise. The game is very linear, so gameplay is a simple case of running into an area where the obligatory force field will appear and stay there until you've killed all the enemies in the area, and this is your main focus, killing stuff. There's a good enough variety, and they can actually be pretty hard to fight when you get used to the controls and combos, which are good, but definitely not as smooth as you'd like. You have a cool plasma sword thing, which is your main weapon, but using the nanotech you can unlock various forms for it, like a scythe or an axe, which are more powerful and allow different combos. You've got a weak and strong attack button as well as a grapple button, which is very handy as it's basically Scorpion's get over here move and lets you whip enemies that are far away and bring them to you, so you don't have to wade through large groups of enemies. You can also block and dodge, but it's one of those games where you've got to finish your animations before doing anything else, so I found that I didn't bother blocking all that often, which is probably why I kinda suck at this game. Enemies you kill bleed, and they bleed a lot, and this is kind of like your points, and for every 2,000 gallons of blood that you spill, you get a power-up, which might be extra health or energy for your special attacks or something like that. Enemies also drop crystals, which can also be found in hidden places in the levels. These can be used in the pause menu to upgrade your combo chains, and you need certain coloured or powered crystals to unlock certain branches, which is pretty cool. But remembering a lot of them is quite tough, as you need combinations of the face buttons, and at times you need to hold L or R at the same time. It can get kind of confusing, but they will do massive damage when you pull them off. Sometimes you'll even sprout wings. These let you glide, as well as do a few different combos. There's a surprising amount of combos here, and you will want to learn most of them and not just the basic 3-hit combo, as enemies can take a fair few hits. Graphically, the game looks good. It's typical PS2 Konami. The animation is smooth and the characters look like a combination of Castlevania and Metal Gear Solid to me. The environments can be a bit boring though, and this is the era of grey and browns, and there's a hell of a lot of that here. In fact, that's probably my main complaint, is that the levels are just a little bit boring. There's also a fair bit of platforming in here, and I have to say I didn't really like these parts all that much, mainly because the jumping is kind of strange here, and you go up more than you do forward, making it hard to judge distances, and I often fell off something that isn't instant death, and the checkpoints here are few and far between. But still, this was a fun game with lots of blood, and a pretty in-depth combo system, and some really fun boss fights, and I would recommend playing it. Nicktoons Battle for Volcano Island is one of a few Nicktoons games that see characters from your favourite Nickelodeon cartoons team up for an adventure. Some funky crabs from an island world called Volcano Island have summoned the Nicktoons to help them fight a new menace called the Morgue, who have appeared and are causing all sorts of problems. Being the good guys and gals that you are, you do everything you can to help, but first you'll need to find your friends as the summoning spell went wrong, so everyone ended up at different parts of the island. You start the game as SpongeBob and Danny Phantom, and the game is always more fun with a friend. As you play, you'll find Patrick, whoever the girl from Danny Phantom is, as well as the Fairly Odd Parents characters. They are all playable and have their own movesets and special attacks, but they're pretty much the same really, so you can just choose your favourite character. You never need a specific character for a specific part of the level, which is a bit of a shame. There's also a few other characters too, but these are just for the cutscenes and story, and you never get to play as them, like Jimmy Neutron. It's a 3D platform game that plays like a watered down version of those Lego games. You'll need to explore the environment and fight a ton of enemies until you reach the end of the levels. There's also a load of stuff for you to collect. There's items that represent each of the characters all over the place, like shells or cogs or feathers, and collecting these unlocks new costumes for the characters, which is cool. As well as this, each level has a number of larger hidden items that have been teleported from your character's worlds. Collecting these unlocks bonus levels that are specific to a character, which is pretty cool, and you'll need to do a bit more exploring to find these. Thankfully, you can also go back to older levels whenever you want to find any that you might have missed before. As mentioned, there's loads of enemies all over the levels. Each character has a few attacks. You can hammer the circle button for a never-ending combo that sorts out most of the smaller enemies. And you've also got a jump attack, which is a ground pound, as well as a projectile attack, though this does use ammo, so you can't just spam it. Most enemies drop either health or projectile power-ups though, so you're never waiting too long to get some more. There's also boss battles here, as well as enemies that have certain weak spots, like needing to hit them from behind, just like your mother. Yeah, sorry, I've been watching G-Man videos. There's also usually enemy spawns around the levels as well, which you'll want to destroy if you want to stop enemies from constantly appearing. There's basic puzzle and platform elements as well, but rarely anything more than finding an item or throwing an object into another one. But that's fine, as it keeps the gameplay going and it's clearly aimed at a younger audience. In terms of graphics, I actually really like how it looks. It's bright and colourful and the characters all look fine. They're all voiced by their actual voice actors as well, I believe anyway, which is always good. Overall, this is just a simple, mindless game that I actually enjoyed playing. It's a good one to chill out with, especially with a mate, if you're looking for something that's fun, responsive, and you don't have to worry about overly complex mechanics and serious plots. Fighting game time now with Neo Geo Battle Coliseum. This is a great fighting game from SNK featuring 40 characters from across a wide range of Neo Geo games, including the likes of Fatal Fury, King of Fighters, or are they the same thing? I can never tell. Samurai Showdown, and even non-fighting games like Metal Slug and Athena, which is cool. There is a plot, but it's a fighting game, so it's largely irrelevant, and it's the fighting that matters. And being an SNK fighting game, it's done very well. You've got a few modes here, your standard arcade mode where you choose 2 characters and then you battle your way through all the opponents until you get to the boss. But what's kind of strange here, and might be something that I'm totally missing, is that you only use the characters that you choose for the first fight. After that, you just switch to a random pair of fighters for each of the subsequent battles. This was kind of strange at first, but I actually like it, as I always want to try out new characters anyway, and this made recording footage of different characters way easier. Something else that's different is that you've got a 300-second timer. When that runs out, the final boss will appear. So you basically have to win as many fights as you can in 300 seconds. It's all very strange, but I guess it started as an arcade game and that's probably got something to do with it. If you lose a fight though, it's back to the start for you. And you have to beat both your opponent characters, whereas they only have to beat one of yours. So make sure to switch characters regularly to keep their health as topped up as possible, as it will recharge when they're not fighting. Also, between some fights you get to choose a little battle bonus for the next one, like a bit more time or replenish some of your health and things like that, which is pretty cool. There's also other modes like a tag battle, which is more traditional, another arcade mode and a survival mode, and of course a 2-player option, which is always fun. The actual fighting is solid and responsive. You've got your usual set of Street Fighter style button inputs and combinations, and it's very smooth and responsive. Characters often play wildly different from one another, staying true to their own game styles, which can make learning some of them pretty tricky. Thankfully there is a move list in the pause menu, so you'll want to use that. Until you get to the final boss that is, at which point you might as well just give up, because it's one of the hardest boss fights I've ever played. I could barely touch him as he spams attacks at a ridiculous rate. Yeah, I know I need to get good, but SNK does have a bit of a reputation for taking the piss with their bosses, and this is definitely no exception. Thankfully the fights are fair and the graphics and animation here are excellent, which really kept me wanting to play. So yeah, if you like fighting games, this is one to check out.
The game is Neo Contra on the PS2. It is a lot of fun and you should play it too. That's right, Belt Buckle Bill is back by popular demand after getting knocked out of the semi-finals of Eurovision, and I'm here to talk to you about a video game. Neo Contra is the 10th in the Contra lineage, released in 2004 on the PS2 by Konami. You are Bill Riser, a badass marine dressed in blue armour with short spiky blonde hair, Or maybe you play as Jaguar, a different badass marine dressed in red armour, with long black hair and a bionic eye. If you are Jaguar, get used to having no storyline. As Bill Riser, you fight your way through 7 missions against human, robot and alien scum to save the Earth from the Elite Four Contra, and a 5th one you find out about a little bit later. Spoiler alert, the 5th one is you, or you are him. It's a clone thing. The Elite Four consist of a fat general guy, sexy lady, who Bill knew before this game, plant-human hybrid dude, and a talking dog. I'm not joking. There is a plot, but it's mainly baddies trying to be bad and goodies trying to be good. The voice acting is terribly wonderful. Think Resident Evil 1 and you're there. Initially, I was perplexed by the offering of only 4 missions, especially as they aren't super long, with mission 1 taking about 6 minutes once you've tried it a few times. However, when I realised you have to complete them all in one go to unlock a 5th, my appetite was whet. And then, if your ranking isn't high enough, it's game over at the end of mission 5, so you need to put on your big boy pants, up your game, kill more, and die less in order to complete everything. It's an isometric shooter in the main, switching to side and top down in between sections of levels, which mixes things up nicely. The majority of enemies exist on the same level as you, so primary and secondary weapons take care of them. However, you do encounter some flying, hovering and higher level enemies. You can't jump, but you have tertiary attacks to destroy those suckers. Press X to dodge on the spot, or X in a direction to quickly phase out of the way. Handy in a tight spot. You start with 3 weapon set types, A, B and C. With each type you have a primary attack, machine gun, spread shot and charged shot, a secondary attack, grenade, fire whip and flame balls, and a tertiary attack, missiles, lightning, and another one I've forgotten. I'm too lazy to look it up, sorry. As you progress in the game, you can unlock other 3 types. Annoyingly, you can't actually change in between once you've selected one, so choose wisely. Spread shot seems to be the natural choice. It was always pretty destructive in the early Contra games. But the fire rate is quite slow, so you might prefer the machine gun with rapid fire. Lightning is weaker than missiles, but once locked on you can attack 8 times in one go with lightning, whereas missiles only 4 times, so it's worth experimenting. Enemies range from melee, soldiers, bots and bugs to those that fire projectiles, and plenty of bosses to go around. It's one hit kill, so you need your wits about you, but it never feels like bullet hell. Some of the bosses are disgusting creations, and I love them. The first mini-boss is a Venus flytrap crossed with a zombie baby that sends out bees to attack you and also spits out gas and liquid. It looks great. As you can probably tell, I really enjoyed this game. It is hard but not impossible, and when you die, it's your fault. The enemies, including bosses, all have simple AI and patterns, so as long as you learn them and stay disciplined, you'll do alright. Shooting can be a ball ache, as you only shoot in one direction, and that is the one you are facing. You have to constantly dodge in different directions to avoid enemies and projectiles, so it can become a bit frustrating. You can, however, hold down L2, which locks the direction you are facing, so you can strafe, but keep firing forwards, or backwards, or wherever you locked it to. You can also hold R2, which keeps you still, but this is only good until you have to dodge out of the way, so I used it sparingly. My only main frustration with the game is 1 pixel death. I've never liked that mechanic in a game, feeling that only significant impact should kill you, and only accepting you should die from minimal contact if you have a run-in with a poisonous enemy. But that frustration isn't enough to stop the overall enjoyment of the game. I played a little on my own, but it really opens up when you have a wingman. I'm lucky enough to have an 11-year-old son who loves video games, and we had a brilliant time playing this together. We haven't managed to get to the 6th mission yet, but it's one we will return to until we do, whilst getting better each time we play through. This is a must play. Don't delay. Buy or download today. Thanks for listening. On to the next one. Game over, man! Game over!
Thanks, Belt Buckle Bill. Nice to have you back. If crossovers are your thing, then you might want to investigate Namco Cross Capcom, which apparently is how you pronounce it. A really cool RPG that mashes all your favourite Namco and Capcom characters and villains, which I guess are characters still. The story goes that someone has been opening portals between the 2 gaming developers' dimensions, sucking various characters into one another's worlds. Conveniently, there are the same amount of good guys as there are bad ones. The good guys all decide to team up and take down the bad guys and to find out what the hell is going on. Of course it gets a lot more complex than that, but that's the basics. This game was actually only released in Japan, so I'm playing a fan translated version here, which you can easily find on the World Wide Web. The translation is definitely not perfect, but it's more than enough for you to know what the hell's going on. And there is a lot of text here. Thankfully, you can skip most of it. Gameplay wise, I believe it's what you kids would call a strategy RPG, but I think it plays a little differently to some of them, though don't quote me on that, as I rarely play games like this. It's divided up into levels, which is a little bit odd, but works for simpletons like me. You get a bit of story, and then you see what characters you're going to play as. Each character can have different stats in terms of movement, attacks, specials and so on, and you'll need to move your character around the environment so they're in range of enemies and then battle them. Some characters are melee only, so have to be up close. Some are ranged only, so have to be further away from bad guys, and others are a mixture of both. You'll take it in turns to move your characters, and you can do a few actions per turn. Once you go into attack mode, the game gives you a cool side view of your characters, and you've got a load of moves that you can pull off. On your turn, you press the circle button to attack. Holding a direction while pressing it does a different attack, and you'll soon learn that there's different combos that do more damage and so on. It's great fun figuring it all out. You'll build up a special bar as you fight as well, and when that's full you can press the triangle button during a fight to do a massive special move. And on top of that, certain characters have mixed combos, where they'll both attack at the same time for a really cool cutscene. On the enemy's turn, you'll need to defend, and you get a few options here. You can either just act tough and take the hit, or you can do a normal block, which uses some of your ability points but reduces the damage you take. Or you can do a super block thingy, which uses more points but means you'll take a lot less damage, and some characters even have a counter move that you can do. These of course use loads of points, but you'll reverse an enemy attack doing damage of your own. As you play each level, more and more characters will teleport in, and it's really cool seeing all your favourite heroes from Street Fighter, Tekken, Ghouls and Ghosts, Klonoa, Resident Evil, Dino Crisis, and a bunch of JRPGs that I've never heard of, all come together for a fight. The levels are all themed around various characters, as you'd expect, and I really like how it all looks, with a more cartoony design for the characters. Some people might complain that it doesn't look detailed enough, but I dig this style personally. I did find it a bit of a shame that you only ever have predetermined characters for each of the levels, as I was hoping to be able to choose from my favourites, but that doesn't seem to be the case, and I think I'm probably about halfway through the game, believe it or not. Instead, it's all dictated by the story. But the story is interesting, if a little convoluted, but that might be the translation. And there's a lot more mechanics to the game that I'm not explaining, or even particularly sure of how they actually work. But even with my limited knowledge of it all, I'm still having a blast with this one, mainly for the fan service, and I would recommend checking this out if you can, and I am actually going to carry on playing it all the way through to the end. Here is Neopets, the Darkest Fairy, an action-adventure game based on the Neopets things that I honestly have no idea about, so don't bother asking. I'm assuming they're sort of a Pokemon rip-off thing situation, but not quite. Anyway, the story here is that you are Tor, a wolf bloke thingy who conveniently wants to be a knight. You start off doing some jobs around your town, helping out your family, which are nicely disguised tutorials. Soon enough though, you have your sword and are off to deliver a package to a nearby town. You're attacked by bandits and fight them off, and then are given more jobs from the other townsfolk, until you find out that an evil fairy was sealed in an underground cavern by a good fairy and is now on the loose, so you end up on a quest to take the bitch down. So the game sees you going from towns and other environments where you'll be given quests by a bunch of the many characters in the game. These range from usual fetch quests, killing everything quests, and so on. Doing these quests, I've said quest a lot there, earns you items and money. Money can be used to buy new armour, weapons and shields, as well as things like health items and so on. You'll also find elemental wispy things in various places. These can be used and equipped to your weapons and armour to give them new properties, like having a sword, or just making your attacks stronger. You'll also need certain wisps in order to open certain chests that you'll find in the game. Not all of them need one, but the ones with the best loot definitely will. You'll find enemies all over the place here, and I've got to say that the combat isn't the best here, but it is manageable. You've got a basic combo that you can do, but attacking enemies without taking damage yourself is a lot harder than it should be, and I did find that I would need to cheese it and do the old hit and run method a lot of the time. Now there are more weapons in the game, so it's likely that it will get easier as you play, but I'm only a couple of hours in and would always be nervous when fighting groups of enemies. There's also a fair bit of platforming to do here, and actually getting around the environment is easy and fun to do. Tor controls surprisingly well and doesn't have any overly complicated moves or combos that you need to worry about. Keeping track of your progress is easy with your handy quest logbook, and you have a proper map. And I'll be honest, I was surprised at how well it was all presented. It's another game that you can tell was made for kids, but it does have an appeal to people that like these type of games, like me. It's by no means a great game though, and it does feel a bit of a budget title and a bit rough around the edges, especially in the combat. But the story's good, the graphics are actually surprisingly good with some really good animation and loads of different character models. Obviously they must be based on the actual Neopets characters, whoever the hell they are. And the variety in quests that you'll be doing is actually quite impressive, and it made me want to keep playing. So yeah, give it a go if you can handle it. Here's Nightshade from Sega, a spin-off from the Shinobi series if my memory is correct. Here you play as Copa Hibana, a funky ninja woman who actually works for the government, and if governments had more ninjas and less money-grabbing lying thieves, maybe we'd like them a bit more. Anyway, Hibana is on a one-woman mission to recover a legendary cursed sword that's popped up and is unleashing a bunch of army hellspawn people. Don't you hate it when that happens? The game is set in futuristic Japan and sees you going from such exciting environments as inside an office building to outside an office building to some sewers and even some streets. So yeah, while the levels aren't exactly brimming with creativity and are mostly just greys and browns, they are still fun to play. It's a very linear game and actually plays almost identically to Nano Breaker, which we looked at about 10 minutes ago. You run from point A to point B, at which point barriers will appear and you'll have to kill everything you see to get rid of the barriers and progress. Eventually you'll find a boss, kill it, and then it's on to the next level. But it's all done pretty well and is good fun to play. Combat is the main focus and you've got some pretty cool stuff you can do. You have a standard combo and it's a hack and slash formula that we all know and love. Enemies will spawn in out of nowhere for you to deal with, but the fun part is the lock-on mechanics that you have. You can lock on to the nearest enemy and then you can jump or dash, and preferably a combination of the two. If you get to the enemy with your jump and dash and kill it, you automatically lock onto the next enemy where you again have one jump and one dash in order to reach it and kill them. This goes on as long as you can possibly do it while you're still killing enemies. And what's cool is that when you do kill them all, they'll stay still until your combo is done, and then you get a cool cutscene that shows them all dying at the same time, just like you get in anime. This is super satisfying, and when you manage to get a kill of 7 or 8 enemies, it just looks awesome. You also have ninja dart things that you can throw. These are good for stunning or killing weaker enemies and help you keep your combos when they're used properly. It's really fun to learn and play around with. There's also a lot of platforming in this game. You can wall jump and wall run, being able to stick to pretty much any surface you can land your sexy legs on. You'll need to do combos of wall running and lock-on attacks to reach some of the higher areas, often ones that contain secret things for you to collect. And while I'm still not very good at it, it's always fun to try and do. Then there's the bosses, which are all massive and good fun. They have patterns and weak spots that you'll need to go figure out, much like any good old boss. The game looks decent, the environments aren't very exciting, but they look good enough, and the characters and enemies all look great with some cool animations here and there. It's not a particularly complex game, but it is a solid one, and it's a lot of fun flipping all over the place killing hellspawn, and you might just enjoy it. If you prefer your ninjas to shoot stuff in the face, then you'll like Ninja Assault. This one here is a light gun game, and back in the good old days I actually used to collect light gun games, and this is one of the ones I'd go back to time and time again, along with Vampire Knights. Spoiler for when we get to V there. So yeah, it's a light gun game, so there's not really a whole lot you need to know. There's a flimsy story that sees ninjas in a war with demons, as you'd expect, so you set out with your ninja gun to kill all the bad guys. The whole thing is on rails, so you'll go through various feudal Japan looking locations, from towns, forests, caves and so on, fighting the hundreds of monsters that are in the way. At the end of each level you get a boss. Usually these bosses are pretty tough and have a weak spot that you'll need to find. Enemies come in a few flavours, mostly Shogun warrior things, and they look pretty cool. They will have the undead feel to them and take a few hits to put down. Thankfully your gun has unlimited ammo, but does need to be reloaded after every few shots. Normally you do this by shooting outside the screen, but if you're using a controller like I am, you just press triangle. Easy. There aren't any other weapons to collect, but you do have a bit of ninja magic. This kills pretty much everything on the screen, but supplies are very limited of these, as you can imagine. Shooting scenery lets you find hidden power-ups or sometimes extra magic scrolls, but things move pretty fast so you likely won't get them on your first playthrough. But if you're like me and love light gun games, the chances are you'll be coming back to this to play it through time and time again anyway, so you can just get them the next time round. I do like that the enemies have a life bar and not just bosses, and almost all enemy projectiles can be shot out of the air, giving you a proper chance. If you're a scumbag like me and playing this on an emulator, it's still good fun to play, and the crosshair is responsive, but never as fast as you'd quite like. Though it does have a lock-on which really helps as most enemies are pretty fast. I would like to see if I can use a mouse here for light gun games. If anyone knows how to do that, let me know. It all looks good as well. The graphics are pretty much what you'd expect from a game like this, and other than maybe wanting a few more enemy types, there's not really anything to complain about. And really, that's all I need to say about this one. It's a light gun game, so you know exactly what you're getting. It's a really fun one to play. I do recommend playing it properly with a light gun if you can, and I know good old Belt Buckle Bill is in the process of collecting PS1 and 2 light gun games, so add this to your collection for next time I'm round, please. Nitro Bike here is a cool arcade-style racing game from Ubisoft. You can choose from a variety of tood-filled idiots and a selection of nitro bikes, which are basically like regular motorbikes but with a massive turbo boost on the back, kind of like the Batmobile. Then you choose from a bunch of races and events which you have to compete in order to unlock even more events, as well as new characters and bikes to ride. At first I wasn't sure about this one, as it's got strange loose handling and almost feels like one of those comedy physics based games, you know the ones I mean. But after a couple of races and seeing how it all worked, I've got to say I was kinda hooked to it. Your bike can turn on a dime and you have full control even when you're in the air, and this is clearly done on purpose as you'll be using your nitro a hell of a lot to get some crazy speed almost constantly, and you'll end up doing some massive jumps, so being able to position yourself correctly when you land is very important. There's a few game modes as you play. There's races, which are exactly that, a few laps around various courses. Then you've got lap challenges, where you have to complete one lap of a course in under a certain time. There's elimination mode, where every lap, whoever is in last position is eliminated from the race, and there's also a sort of time trial thing when you're on a timer and have to hit checkpoints in order to have enough time to make it to the end. And finally, there's a championship. Normally, when you've completed all the other events in a cup, you then have to race against all the other racers on the tracks, earning points and eventually a medal. You need a certain amount of points to unlock the upper levels. Gold medals on an event give 3 points, if you get silver you get 2 points, and bronze for 1 point. So you might need to replay some of the events a few times to get the full point quota. Thankfully, you can go back to any event you've unlocked whenever you like. Often this is worth doing with some of the harder levels when you've got a new bike or something like that with better stats, especially the one lap ones. I didn't find the races all that tough, and actually noticed that I was often almost a full half a lap ahead of the computer races at most times, though that did just make me feel like a cool driver man, and I didn't mind. The game looks decent enough, and it has a variety of tracks to race on, and I really like how the view changes slightly when you boost, getting all stretched and blurry. It really helps with the sense of speed, which is already pretty damn good. I'm also a big fan of the presentation here. Might sound a bit daft, but I find a lot of modern racing games very confusing to navigate. Even just getting into a normal race can be a chore, but this is from the time where you just choose your racer and then choose the event that you want to take part in. It's just what it needs to be. I can imagine this would be great fun to play with a friend. I don't play a lot of racing games these days, but when I do, it tends to be against a few mates, and this one would be crazy blast for an evening. If you like racing games, definitely don't overlook it. And finally for today, here's a random one. It's NRA Gun Club. This is clearly a budget game for people that love guns, which as far as the stereotypes go, is all Americans. Is that right, Toby, Keaton and company? You love guns? It's a simple shooting gallery game that honestly had me playing for way longer than I expected. You choose from a selection of real-life guns, including pistols, rifles, shotguns and even Uzis. Then you choose from a few different game modes, all of which are variations on a shooting gallery, and you have either a certain amount of time or shots to reach a score quota. If you reach the quota, then you'll unlock more guns to use, and it's kind of fun. The galleries are all fine. You've got one that's just plates and bottles, another that is more proper targets. Then there's a skeet shooting mode where you've got to shoot the clay pigeons, and you even have some pretty fun bonus modes, like bowling, where you have 2 shots per turn to knock down 10 cans. There's darts, which give you a ton of options, all of which are normal rules for darts, but you've got to shoot the dartboard instead of throwing a dart. There's even a carnival-style game where the ducks and targets are all moving across the screen for you to shoot down. And finally, there's even an action-style mode where you have to shoot all the targets in an assault course and move around it. I thought this would play like a proper FPS game, but it doesn't. You're always locked in one position, but when you're done in one area, you press a direction on the D-pad to choose what position you want to move to next. It actually works fine, and I kind of enjoy it. Now, I don't know a lot about guns, but I'm going to assume that as it's a licensed game, that all of these look as accurate as they can for the PS2, and I presume they have the real-life sound effects as well. Actually, shooting the guns, I couldn't tell too much of a difference between most of them. They all seemed to be incredibly accurate, but there were noticeable differences in recoil and things like that. Being a budget title, there isn't much in the way of bells and whistles, and this is really just a high-score game where you want to unlock all the new guns, but it was addictive to play. There's no music at all, which I found kind of strange, but it probably would have been shite anyway, and the game does feel a bit empty because of it, but I just put on some Daft Punk and had a good enough time with it all. The graphics are fine, pretty standard budget affair, and the controls are responsive, and I did find myself taking the time with some of the harder targets, and even going back to the game a few times after recording to have another go. And that's all there is to it. It's a gallery shooting game. It would actually be a pretty good game to get someone who hasn't played a first-person shoot before to learn the basics. And also, those minigames would be great fun against a few friends, and there is a multiplayer option. So yeah, believe it or not, this actually isn't a bad game. It's not going to be for everyone, and it does exactly what it sets out to do, and I think it does it quite well. You don't have to like the NRA, but everyone likes shooting targets, don't they? Give it a go. We're going to start underwater with Ocean Commander, a very budget title that looks like it could be a free Flash game rather than a PS2 title, kind of like the games that PopCap released on the Xbox 360. Remember them? Heavy Barrel was great. Anyway, in Ocean Commander you take control of a submarine with a face that is on a mission to kill all the evil submarines and robots that are being dickheads in the ocean. You've got 21 levels to play through that take you through various parts of the ocean, though they all play basically the same. The screen automatically scrolls to the right and enemies will constantly appear, bombarding you with lasers, rockets, torpedoes and more. But of course you aren't helpless and have plenty of weapons of your own. You control the ship's movement with the left analog stick and a crosshair with the right one, meaning you can attack in any direction that you want. You get a ton of weapons, from lasers of your own, rockets, missiles, homing missiles, torpedoes, bombs and more. Most of these will need to be bought before you can use them. Killing enemies gives you money, and between levels you can visit a shop where you can buy these new weapons, as well as upgrade the ones that you have, making them more powerful or increasing their speed or the number of shots fired, etc. You also get a few other things you can buy, like permanent speed ups or an increase to your health. It's nice having so much to choose from, and sometimes it's worth not buying anything for a couple of levels so you can save up for the more powerful stuff. As the levels progress you get more and more enemy types, most of which are based on fish or other sea creatures but in a robot form, and you'll need a variety of weapons to make sure you can take them all out easily enough. At the end of each stage there's always a massive boss, and these take up most of the screen, but they don't have any weak points or anything like that. It's just a case of shooting them and hoping that they die before you do. Though it's not a very hard game, so the chances are you'll be winning most of the time. The graphics are very basic. As I said, it looks like a Flash game, so it's not impressive at all really. Same with the sound and music. This definitely didn't cost much to make. But the controls are solid and the gameplay does exactly what it sets out to do. If you play this over a few sessions, you'll probably find that it's more fun than it should be. Another 2D sprite-based game, but one that is definitely not a budget game, is Odin Sphere from Vanillaware. There's a lot of plot for this game, which is divided up into a few books that are being read by a girl, telling the stories of a number of wizards, warriors, kings, queens and evildoers. Each one tells the tale of various characters that are in the middle of various wars, and you play the part of the main character of each book, fighting through the battles. Luckily, they all tend to be sexy women. It's all set in a 2D world where you only need to worry about moving left and right. After a whole lot of story, you eventually go into a battlefield where various enemies will teleport in, and your one job is to kill all the enemies. Simple, right? Each character plays slightly differently in terms of their attacks, but the basics here are the same. You've got your standard combos, as well as attacks that launch enemies into the air, and crouching attacks that are usually used to attack an enemy that has a shield and blocks anything that attacks their body. You do have to be careful, as the attacks have to play out their animations before you can start a new one, or even block, which is done by holding down the attack button. And some of the animations do go on for quite a while, making it easy to take damage while you get used to it. But that's when you realise that you aren't meant to play this game as a button masher. Instead, you've got to be careful with your attacks. There is a map on the screen that shows you where enemies are, and you'll want to watch this carefully. The devils loop continuously, so you can never get to the end of one. They're like one big circle, letting you attack enemies from behind if you're fast enough. Killing things will make them drop various items or chests containing stuff that you need, like money, health, power-ups, and even magic. You get a few magic spells, and enemies will also drop orbs when they die, which you need to hold L1 to attract to you. This will level up your character and makes your attack stronger. Most items need to be used via a menu system, which is a little clunky at first, but when it's used to it, it works fine. Thankfully, the action also pauses when you're in this menu. You do have to be careful when you're fighting though, as you do have a power meter. This is actually a stamina meter really, as when it runs out you'll be exhausted and you can't move for a few seconds while it recharges, and to get it to recharge you have to be standing still. So sometimes you'll want to do a few combos, run away and recover, and then get back to the action. It sounds like it would be annoying, but I actually never found it to be a problem. When you finish a level, you're given a choice of exits represented by dots on the circle in the bottom right of the corner. These are all connected to different parts of the level, and you'll need to choose your exits carefully so you can level up and find enough items before taking on the bosses. You'll find a map soon enough, or you can buy one from the various merchants you come across, which will show you what to expect on each of the stages. So if there's tough enemies or an item you need, you'll be able to find out. Graphically, the game is awesome, with Vanillaware's classic look and sprite designs. Most of the characters have strange proportions, but I really like their style and animation. It is a single player game, which is a bit of a shame, as it would be good fun with a friend. But even so, as a single player action beat 'em up, it's great fun with a lot of story, great gameplay and a fantastic look. It's also a hell of a lot cheaper than I expected it to be, and I feel like it's one of those games that I can see going for crazy prices in the future, so I would definitely recommend grabbing a copy while you can. Okage Shadow King is a really cool RPG that got me totally hooked pretty much as soon as I started playing it. You play as a kid that you get to name, and you live in a sleepy town with your cute family. Some boring stuff happens and you find out that the monsters have appeared. Shock. Thankfully, your granddad has a strange bottle that he says can help. You open this bottle and an evil Shadow King hell-bent on conquering the world appears, but being a shadow he has to affix himself to a host, which of course turns out to be you. After helping save your sister from a curse to prove that he really does have powers, you then find out that a load of other evil spirit kings have appeared, and that's where all these monsters are coming from. So you set off to kill them all so you can take over the world by yourself and prove that you're the strongest Shadow King. But as you can imagine, it doesn't all plan out. In terms of gameplay, it plays like your fairly standard RPG. You'll explore towns where you can buy items, weapons and get various tasks from the townsfolk to complete, earning you even more money, items and stuff. Then you have an overworld where you explore to find new towns and locations where the other evil spirits are. This is where you get your random battles against various monsters and ghosts, and it turns out that your evil ghost king spirit thing Blokey wasn't joking when he said he was tough. He can kill most monsters pretty easily, but as you're his subordinate, he forces you to do most of the fighting, which is done in a turn-based fashion. You choose who you want to attack and how you want to attack them, and then you press a few buttons, usual RPG stuff. As you play, you'll level up, getting stronger, and you'll meet new people along the way that will join you on your quest, each with their own powers. There's really nothing out of the ordinary in terms of gameplay, but what makes the game so damn charming is its sense of humour and writing. Stan, which is the evil Shadow King's name by the way, does his best to be evil and terrifying, but absolutely no one believes that he's an evil ruler and just laugh and jokes with him, but it's done really well, and every time you do something to show your evil power, it always ends up accidentally benefiting whoever he's trying to scare, making them really like him and not fear him. Like early on, you're in a town that has one of the evil ghosts, and it cuts the town's water supply off, and is the most terrifying thing the villagers have seen. So, to prove that you're more powerful, you go and kick the shit out of this monster. But instead of the villagers being scared of you, you're now their hero, and it makes him furious. Now, I'm pretty sure we can all see where this is going story-wise a mile away, but I still like the way it's done. The game looks really decent with a cartoony style, and it works very well for a game like this, and I really like all the wacky designs for the characters. It was actually never released in the UK, which is probably why I'd never heard of it until this video, so if you do want to play it, you'll probably have to sail the 7 seas like I did, but I reckon it's well worth it. Booby time now with Wanchanbara Bikini Samurai Squad. Now this is a series of games that is still being made to this day, and you can see why. Here you get to take control of one of 2 bikini samurai zombie hunters, and the story is really nothing more complex than there are zombies and monsters being brought to life by an evil magician, so you gotta go and stop them. This is part of the Simple series on the PS2, which is a budget line of titles that has a few surprisingly enjoyable ones, and this is one of them, not just for the obvious reasons. I should really look at this whole series really. It doesn't really matter which character you choose, as they basically play the same, but what I do like is that you can change characters between levels, so you're never stuck with the same one for too long. Gameplay is simple. You're put in a fairly large maze-like level which is packed with enemies, and often a bunch of locked doors, so you've got to fight your way through the level until you get to the boss and defeat it. There's always dozens of enemies on screen for you to take out, but thankfully you don't actually always have to kill them, and often there's really not much benefit in doing so, as you don't level up or anything. But if there's a locked door or magic barrier that you can't get past, then chances are you just need to kill everything to proceed, or at least kill everything until you find the enemy that was carrying the key that you needed, though they're never highlighted. Doing the killing is of course your main thing here. You've got a few combos you can do, and you always have a sword. It's mostly a case of button mashing. The sword will chop enemies to pieces, with a nice amount of blood splattering all over the place. You also have a kick button. This is very weak but pushes enemies away, so it's actually pretty handy. If there's a large group of enemies, you'll want to start in there with a running kick, as it sends most of them flying out of the way. You can focus on just 1 or 2 at a time. You can block and also lock onto a single enemy if you need to be focused, but I never really bothered with that, to be honest. There's a few strange things that happen in the game though that can take a minute to get used to. Firstly, your sword has a blood meter showing how much blood is on it. If it gets too high, you'll do a lot less damage, and it will basically become blunt. Thankfully, you've got a handy dandy button that lets you shake the blood off your sword, so you just need to press that every few minutes to make sure you're doing maximum damage. Secondly, your character also gets covered in blood, which you can't really help. This builds up another meter, and when this is maxed out, you'll go into a blood rage mode, where the little squid dude attaches himself to your head for some reason, making you faster and do more damage, but your health will be constantly draining. To get rid of the blood on you, you either need to find an angel statue that are located around the levels, or you can find a smaller one that you can carry with you. You'll need to use this from your inventory to get back to normal. Just don't ask me where she's keeping this stuff. Also, I'm pretty sure the squid is the final boss from Demolition Girl that you'll remember from the Letter D episode of this series. Now, while this is about as complex as the gameplay gets, it is still fun to run around killing stuff. I will say the levels do drag on way longer than they need to, with you needing to go back and forth between the same few rooms over and over. Some took me nearly half an hour to complete, even though they were quite small. You'll do a lot of running around empty streets, but when you do find the boss, they're usually fun to fight, and the game has a real campy B-movie budget game charm to it. It looks decent enough, and they've clearly focused on the right areas, and if you're a fan of hack and slash gameplay and knockers, then this might just be the game for you. More women that kick ass now with Oni, a game from Rockstar and Bungie. Yep, the people that made GTA and the Halo games work together on this one. And it's good, but really could do with a modern update. In Oni, you play as Konoko, not as Oni as I've assumed for my whole life, despite owning this game from the PC when it first came out. The story is worryingly realistic, being set in 2032, where the Earth has been devastated and there's very few hospitable places left. All nations have come together into a single entity with a totalitarian government. Shockingly, there are crime syndicates and the government are actually trying to help the world. That's probably the most unrealistic bit about the plot. But yeah, Konoko is a badass agent sent on various missions to take down the criminal scum. The gameplay is all set up and level based and pretty much old school in its presentation. You're given a briefing at the start of each level giving you a vague idea of what it is you need to do, then it's up to you to explore the levels to find your objectives and complete them. These range from killing people, destroying things, hacking terminals, collecting data, and so on. Your usual spy stuff, but it's done well. It's pretty damn tough though, thanks to a few things. Firstly, it is very old school, so there's little hand-holding and you'll need to explore every inch of the levels to look for keycards or computer terminals you'll need to use. There's no arrows pointing the way and no glowing items letting you know that you can interact with them. When I first started playing, I will admit that I was stuck a few times because I didn't realise a terminal that I'd run past a dozen times was actually something I needed to interact with to open a nearby door. You will need to get used to it all. Secondly are the controls, which definitely take some time to get used to. There are loads of moves you can do in the game. Kanoko has a decent amount of punches, kicks, throws, dodges, jumps and more that you can do, with new moves being learned all the time. You can also be stealthy, which is often worth doing as enemies are tough. There is a training section of the game and I do highly recommend playing through this properly and really paying attention, or you could struggle as the game is definitely challenging, but I do really like it. The combat is surprisingly in-depth and you'll want to learn it all. You do also have a range of guns and explosives that you'll get throughout the game as well, but ammo is very limited, so you'll want to save these for emergencies. When you're fighting enemies, you can tell how damaged they are not only by their record collection, but also the colour of the blob that appears whenever you attack them, going from green down to red when they're nearly defeated. This is a nice way to do things. Enemies don't tend to respawn, which is good, as it makes it easy to know where you've been, and some of the level layouts will really need you to explore as they are large and can often look a bit samey, even from level to level. Not a huge amount changes, but there's enough. I do really like the graphics here. You've got some really cool anime cutscenes which help with the story, and you can tell this was inspired by Ghost in the Shell, Akira, and things like that. It's great. The animation is excellent too, and it's one of those games that's begging for a remake or even a sequel, but let's face it, that'll never happen. So yeah, if you like challenging but fair games with some surprisingly deep mechanics, then this is definitely one you'll want to try. Time for a couple of games based on animated movies now, which I have to say are popping up a lot in these videos. I'm surprised at how many quite enjoyable licensed games there are on the PS2. Anyway, this one here is Open Season. I've never seen the film because it looks awful, but the game here is a half-decent platform adventure. You play as Boog, a tame bear who lives a peaceful life with his park ranger human buddy. Soon you meet Elliot, a deer who's been captured by a hunter, and he's your typical dickhead annoying side character that old people seem to think are appealing to kids, as he's a crazy wild animal and he'll get you into all sorts of trouble and you end up stuck in the wilderness with him trying to survive. The game has a few different styles of play and isn't a standard platform game, instead being more puzzle based where you have to complete various tasks to find your way home. You switch between Boog and Elliot depending on what's going on, and they each have their own level styles and abilities. Boog's levels are generally more open 3D levels where you need to explore to find items or food to give to other animals. Basically, as you're new, all of the animals hate you, so you've got to do stuff to win them over and be friends with them. You can use Elliot to help though, usually by throwing him at things to knock stuff down or onto ledges where you can't normally get to, so he can grab an item or something. Once you've done whatever task it is to make the animals like you, you can then actually use any of that creature that you find in future levels to help you out. So if you make friends with skunks, you can then use their stink to scare off hunters, squirrels will throw nuts, and so on. I actually really like this mechanic and think it would work really well in an open world style game. Come on Zelda, do that in the next one. If you're playing as Elliot, your levels pretty much always are speed based, with you running around like a madman completing various races and time trials. These are fine and a nice change of pace. Not long into the game, your main troubles come from hunters, and here is where the game turns more into a puzzler, as you've got to basically figure out how to scare them out of the wilderness. This is where you need your animal buddies, as you can set up traps for the hunters, as well as sneaking around your stealth quite stealthily to get close to them and give them a big bear roar. It was actually surprisingly fun to do. Hunters won't always run away immediately though, so you kind of want to make combos, where you set up squirrels and skunks around the level and then go and roar at the hunters to make them run into the path of the squirrel, who will then pelt them with nuts, much like Toby Von Doom on a Friday night, and then that will scare them into the path of a skunk, who will finally chase away the bad guys with their arses. Also kind of like Toby on a Friday night. Listen to the Secret Levels podcast for more information on that. Anyway, the game is surprisingly fun. Combine that with some pretty good graphics that look just out of the movie, some tight control, and overall, you've got a kind of fun game. It is still aimed at kids, so don't expect a massive epic challenge, but if you take it for what it is, then you'll probably actually have a good time. Over the Hedge is based on a DreamWorks film that I did actually watch years ago, and I'm sure it's fine. Can't really remember it though. And the video game adaptation is another one that is surprisingly fun, being that it's based on a kids' movie. The plot here is that you're a bunch of animals that steal food from humans, they get kind of fed up with it and start sending out pest control, and some of your mates get captured. This means you've got to set out on a bunch of levels with various gameplay styles in order to rescue your friends, find food, and more importantly, find somewhere that you can live in peace. Surprisingly, most of the game is basically a 3D brawler. There's always 2 playable characters on screen, and about 10 or so that you can unlock as the game progresses. Sometimes you're forced to be certain characters if the levels require it. Each character does basically play the same though. You've got a variety of weapons that you can collect, and you'll be fighting them off evil vermin like rats, as well as various exterminators and their contraptions. This means you'll be a raccoon, skunk, tortoise or squirrel armed with a golf club going around smashing the shit out of other creatures. It's great. You can cave their skulls in with your club of choice and also have a ranged attack by holding down the button. You'll need to use this to hit various switches or break objects to progress. And of course, everyone can double jump. Characters all basically play identically, with the only real difference being their special attack, which is always essentially a screen clearing attack, but with a different animation. And you get this by collecting the weird stuff that enemies drop. You can also smash most of the scenery, where you'll find DVDs to unlock secret movies or music tracks that you'll never watch or listen to, or you'll find power-ups that permanently increase your health or special meters. Now these are useful. There's also hats in the levels which give you various temporary stat boosts. When you're not bashing animals' heads in, you have a few mini-games you can play as well, like golf, as well as quick time events and even some racing stages. It's all actually done pretty well and is quite good fun, especially as the whole thing can be played in 2-player. But if you haven't got another friend, you can always just switch between the 2 characters as often as you want. The game looks really good, again thanks to its cartoony roots. They already had a lot to work with here, and I really like how it's all put together. None of the actual cast from the film do their voices, so the likes of Bruce Willis, Steve Carell and Avril Lavigne all have sound-alikes which aren't great, but they do the job. Overall though, this really is a surprisingly fun, if simple, action platform game that would be perfect to play with your kids, and it kind of reminds me of the Lego games in terms of how it plays. If you prefer your stealth to involve guns, then you might like Operation Winback, a third-person action game that is actually a port of an N64 one. That's something you don't see every day. It's your typical covert ops story here, with a bunch of terrorists from a fictional land turning up and causing all sorts of problems, so you and your team set out to shoot them all in the face, known here in the West as Justice. Each mission is fairly large but quite linear. You've got to clear out dozens of terrorists on each level and often have to find some sort of massive weapon to destroy or disarm it to stop it from being used for evil. Although quite how you use something that's sole purpose is for murder for good, I'll never know. Justice. It's all played in third person, and it's one of the earliest examples of a cover shooter that I can remember, at least the N64 one was. You'll need to get grips with quite a few controls here, and it did take me a while to get used to the cover mechanics, but really it's simple enough and I'm just stupid. You can snap to any cover, but be aware that if it's lower than you, you will need to manually crouch. This is the bit that took me a while to get used to it, as I'm not very smart. You can then lean out a number of ways in order to shoot enemies in the face. The game is very arcade-like, and you'll run into an area where a bunch of people will also be present, so you'll race to find the cover, and you have a good old-fashioned shootout. You can't shoot from the hip, but there is a fairly generous lock-on system, which aims for the body, but you can adjust it if you want to make headshots or limb shots, where you can for instant kills. And you really have to be careful, as you're no Superman, and you will die quite quickly if you're out in the open. Headshots even count against you, so you really need to change your position and how often you pop out of cover quite regularly. You do get a few weapons. There's your standard pistol, which is weak but still pretty damn accurate, a shotgun which is powerful with a wide spread, and your machine gun which is somewhere in between. More weapons come available as you play, of course. Your pistol is the only one with unlimited ammo though, but you will find more on the corpses of your vanquished foes, as well as the crates that you can smash. You'll also find health kits, which is handy. I really like how the game looks. It does look like an upscaled N64 game and really gives off Dreamcast vibes, and you know me, I love Dreamcast graphics. It's just clean with some nice details and some very straight edges. The controls are a little stiff and definitely the part that you'll really need to get used to when playing this one, but they work and it's a fun game to play. You'll need to remember that it's not a run and gun, and you do have to take this one a lot slower. Take your time and take cover and make your attacks work if you really want to survive. It actually took me a few tries to even beat the first level, as I went in trying to play it like Doom Eternal. That definitely doesn't work. So yeah, if you like this sort of thing or are a fan of the N64 original, then this will be one that you'll want to enjoy. Another RPG now with Orphan, Scion of Sorcery. You play as a kid called Orphan. Stupid name, but well. He has some magic powers and is a tough nut, so is asked to get some treasure for some easy money. You set sail on a boat only to be attacked by giant sea monsters, but it seems like the whole thing was a setup, so you set off with some other survivors in order to find out what the hell's going on and who's trying to kill you. Now this is an RPG, but it doesn't really play like many, or in fact any, that I've played before, but that's not saying much because I haven't played many RPGs. And it's all in 3D and you get to explore a bunch of locations. You'll see enemies all over the place, and for the smaller ones you can just attack them like you would in an action RPG, pressing the circle button with your sword or whatever weapon you have equipped to slash them. But if it's a bigger enemy or groups of enemies, then the game goes more like a traditional RPG with sort of turn-based battles, but not really. Basically, if it's a big enemy, the screen will freeze and you will go into a battle scenario. From here you'll see yourself and any enemies and objects that you can interact with. Then each button on the controller is assigned to either an attack or defensive move. You choose what you want to attack and then press the button of whichever attack that you want to do. For example, you might want to select one of the monsters, and then X might be a flame attack, triangle might be thunder, circle could be your sword, and square might be to block. What's cool is that it actually all kind of takes place in real time, so enemies will constantly come at you and do various attacks, and you need to time your attacks so they hit enemies while dodging their attacks. That's a lot of attacks. You can also block most things enemies throw at you, but this takes a few seconds to actually activate, which is deliberate and you really have to time everything perfectly. It takes a while to get used to, and you'll often switch between characters who each have different attacks and powers. Enemies also have weaknesses, so you'll want to use lightning against water enemies and so on. There's a fair bit to get used to. You'll level up and get more powerful and have more health. You even learn new spells and attacks, and can assign any that you want to any of the face buttons on the controller. Bosses especially look cool, and you'll need to learn their animations as they play out like cutscenes, except you can still control your character and attack and defend. They aren't quite quick-time events, but kinda similar. When you're not battling, you'll be exploring your usual array of RPG levels and locations, looking for treasure, as well as towns where you'll meet people to get quests or to visit shops and inns. There's even some platforming you'll need to do to get around the levels, so be on the lookout for traps, spikes and bottomless pits. Thankfully, you can save fairly often, and I wasn't ever sent back too far when I died. The game looks decent enough with nice graphics and effects, and I like a lot of the enemy designs here. The voice acting is of course terrible, kinda like you'd expect, and actually Orphan himself is a bit of a dick and not a very likeable character, but hey, he's the cool, edgy protagonist, so what do you expect? I enjoyed what I've played with this game. I'm a few hours in. It does have some control issues, even when exploring, but it was nice to have a totally different style of gameplay to what I've played before. It definitely takes some time to get used to, but it's unique and fun if you're up for the challenge. And finally for today, here is Autostaz, a very odd puzzle game that I hadn't heard of until making this video. And it's a strange but very addictive game, even though I'm not entirely sure what I'm still doing most of the time. I'll be honest, I'm not really sure how to describe this game. I guess it's kind of like checkers, or that one where you place pieces of a different colour in diagonal fashion that take your opponent pieces. What is that one called? I can't remember. Anyway, in Autostaz you have 3 types of piece. You have ground, water and tree. You can switch between them all as often as you like. Then you have a board with a bunch of squares on it. What you have to do, I think, is to put down a combination of ground, water and tree. So what you want is a ground tile to have a water one and a tree one touching it. This will make a house appear. Once a house has appeared, you're welcome to get rid of the tree and water in order to put down more suitable tiles. It's kind of confusing but makes sense when you're playing. If you've got a few houses together and put a ground tile next to them, they'll become 2-story houses, and this goes on for a while, basically placing different combinations of tile, and it will let you build huge housing estates all over the board, which is essentially the aim of the game. The screen will eventually start scrolling on its own, and you've got to make sure you've made enough houses by the time you get to the end of the level. And that's all there is to it, really. Thankfully, there is a very in-depth tutorial which you will absolutely want to complete. This game was only released in Japan, but it does have a full English text option here, something that I didn't know until after I'd played it for a few hours, as the option is written in Japanese, and I didn't know it was telling me that I could change the language. Bugger. I really love the graphics here. It all looks like it's made out of paper, and it really does look super charming, and it's got a really nice chilled out soundtrack as well. The controls, well, it's a puzzle game, so they work fine. It's just a case of selecting squares and pressing a couple of buttons. I'd never heard anyone talk about this game, but I do highly recommend giving it a go. I know my explanation's been pretty shite, but once you start playing, you will get used to how it plays. Definitely worth checking out. We are starting with Pilot Down Behind Enemy Lines. This is a budget title where you play as a pilot who's been shot down, shockingly, behind enemy lines. So, as you'd expect, your mission is to get to friendly lines and take out as many evil Nazis as you can along the way. The game is a third-person action game with a big emphasis on stealth, and even a bit of survival, but no horror. You have to make your way through various locations, starting out at a little farm close to where you crashed, and you'll visit towns, enemy bases, barracks, warehouses, docks, and other real-life locations that you'd kind of expect during World War II era. Your mission throughout the game is just to escape whatever area you're in, but as you play each level, more and more missions do get added. Not all of them are compulsory, but most of them are things that you'll need to do, like finding a crank to lower a bridge, or some keys to open a door. What I like is that your character is actually quite a smart guy and will explain what he needs to do, but in a realistic kind of way. Some of the later levels get pretty tough too, thanks to some harder objectives and a very limited inventory. This is where the survival bits come in. You can only carry a certain amount of items, and there's quite a few things that you might need throughout the levels. You'll find weapons, ammo, health, matches, health kits, food, keys, and other things that might only have a one-off use, and sometimes you'll need to combine items. But there's no way you can take them all, so you're often having to drop something, or sometimes even multiple items, in order to make room for just one more thing that you need. This can often mean dropping ammo, which is pretty rare as it is, or even health packs. It can be a tough choice. Thankfully, whatever you do drop stays where you left it, so you can always go back and get it later if you want to, though levels can be quite large, so that would involve a lot of backtracking. You also have to watch out for your stamina, which is constantly depleting, and goes faster depending on conditions, so if you're out in the cold or rain it will drain faster. You can eat food to replenish it, or find barrels to light fires in. Doing this, or finding any other source of fire, lets you refill as much stamina as you need, and then you can go back to them whenever you want. There's also quite a lot of enemies here, and this is probably the game's main problem a lot of the time. The shooting is definitely not the best. Now the game really does have an emphasis on stealth, and ammo is very scarce and you'll die quickly, but enemies do also die fast and easy as well, but the shooting is pretty inaccurate even with some of the rifles. Thankfully, the stealth is your main thing here, and you're really encouraged to sneak around and take out most enemies just by strangling them. Then you can drag their bodies away so other people don't spot them. What's cool is that after each mission you can actually upgrade your stats. This includes accuracy with various weapons, health, stamina, carrying capacity, stealth, and so on, so you can play the game the best way for you. Graphically, it's not the best. It's a budget title, but it's not awful. Your character looks decent enough, but the enemies can be a bit ropey, and they're also dumb as hell. If you're spotted, you can just go slightly out of their eye line, and they'll soon forget that you even exist, even if the other enemies are still shooting at you. But actually, I found you could use this to your advantage quite often. So yeah, this is definitely not a polished game, or one that will win any awards, but it's one of those games that can be fun because of its jank. But to be fair, it just feels budget, not bad. Give it a go if you like stealth adventures. PK Out of the Shadows is a 3D platform game starring Donald Duck as PK, or something along those lines. Basically, Donald is working as a security guard in a high-tech place. He falls asleep and dreams about being a superhero, and the advanced AI in the building makes him one and sends him out on an adventure as aliens conveniently turn up and start attacking. Doesn't make much sense, but it's a game about a duck, so who cares? It's a 3D platformer set out in a similar vein to games like Crash Bandicoot, where the game isn't open world with large 3D levels. Instead, it's very linear and you basically make your way down just a single path where you've got to defeat any enemies, collect coins, rescue scientists and do various platforming things. So yeah, it's very simple, but it's fun. The levels are quite large and you'll often need to go the opposite way to what the camera is clearly trying to force you to go if you want to find the secrets. Enemies will appear all the time, and you've been given a thingy that you wear on your wrist, which is basically your all-in-one killing device and platforming mate. You can shoot lasers, and these are decent enough. There's a lock-on that helps you attack, letting you strafe and dodge enemy bullets. There's various weapon power-ups you can collect as well, which give you more powerful shots. As you progress, you'll also find upgrades for the arm cannon thing that do a variety of things. You get a charged shot. This can be used to kill enemies quicker, as well as overload enemy shields temporarily, and you'll need to use it a fair bit. You also get a booster add-on, which basically lets you hover for a little bit, so you can get over some of the many bottomless pits that you wouldn't otherwise be able to. As you explore the levels, you find green coins. These are used to activate checkpoints. You'll need 15 per checkpoint, but any extra that you have you get to keep, so make sure you do pick up any that you see. It's an odd way of doing the checkpoints, but I never seem to not have enough coins. As well as this, you also get to rescue scientists that have been captured by the aliens. This can be tricky though. You'll hear them mumbling, so you know when they're nearby, and when you're very close to them, the bad guys start to teleport them away, so you only have a limited time in which to get them. There's an on-screen countdown, and you get a bit of text saying PK, which indicates where they're shouting from, so you'll often have less than a minute to find 3 or 4, and as you'd expect, they're always hidden behind things or in hard-to-reach areas. There's no real penalty for not collecting them though, other than not getting 100% at the end as far as I can see. Thankfully though, you can replay levels, so if you do miss any, you can just go back again. Though the levels can be surprisingly long, meaning that I often couldn't be bothered. Controlling PK is good, but a bit stiff. You learn new abilities as you play, and these are always easy enough to do, and it's all responsive. Having said that though, I did often have problems with some of the platforming where you need to grab onto the edges of platforms, and PK just wouldn't hold on. There were times where I thought I was doing something wrong or had gone the wrong way, but no, he was just being a dick and not grabbing the ledges. The graphics here are excellent, which kind of surprised me. It's got a really nice cel-shaded game look to it, and I do love me some cel shading. This isn't the most challenging game, clearly being aimed at a young audience, but if you like platform games, I do recommend giving it a go. As I couldn't find a fighting game starting with P, let's look at a racing game for this third spot. Here is Pac-Man World Rally. It's a kart racer featuring a cast of Pac-Man characters. So, yep, you get Pac-Man, Pac-Woman, Pac-Boy, Devil Pac, Clyde, Sniffles, Jazzpill and Nalasco. Some of those might not be correct. There's even a few characters that I have no clue about, like the evil scientist. I assume he's from the 3D platform games, but I haven't played those properly, so don't know for sure. Don't worry though, they're on my to-do list. So the racing here is pretty much what you expect from a kart racer, but thankfully in a good way. This is a solid game. You choose from a couple of cups and select your character, and then you race through a series of races, with the aim of coming first obviously. Completing these and coming first unlocks new tracks, cups and characters for you to use. The tracks themselves are all well designed, and again I presume based on worlds from the 3D platform games, but haven't really played them, so don't quote me on that. You get plenty of weapons to use. There's the equivalent of the red and green shells, a boost and so on. None of it is anything you haven't seen before, but again, that's not really a bad thing when it's done well. However, there definitely are a few things that stand out that I really like. Firstly, the tracks all have fruit in them. Collecting this fruit opens shortcuts in the track for you to take. You do have to be careful though, as if you take a hit or fall off the track, you'll lose the fruit and you'll have to find it again before these doors will open again for you. They're always well signposted though. And then there's the shield mechanic. As with most kart races, you've got a power slide that helps you take tight corners. Using this builds up a green bar at the bottom of the screen. When it's full, you can then activate a shield that stops you taking hits for a few seconds. You can build it up a few times and use multiple times quickly in succession, which comes in handy. And then there's the power pellets. Scattered around the tracks are the classic Pac-Man power pellets. Collecting these builds up a power meter, and when it's full you can press triangle to become a munching machine. Your vehicle changes to a giant Pac-Man on wheels, and everyone else turns into the classic blue ghosts, and anyone you touch gets eaten. The game keeps track of how many people you've eaten, and while so far I haven't actually seen what this does, I'm guessing you'll unlock more stuff by eating a certain amount of other characters. The graphics here are excellent, with some really nice colours and cartoony designs, and all the tracks are very unique with plenty of twists, turns and obstacles. Thankfully, the controls are very good as well, and I never really had any issues. Each character controls slightly differently, as is the norm with these games, but you won't struggle no matter who you are. The game can be played in 2-player, sadly there's no 4-player support, but that wasn't all that common on the PS2 anyway I suppose. If you like a good kart racer, this is definitely one to add to the list. Here is Pirates, The Legend of Black Cat by Westwood Studios, the lot that did Command & Conquer. In this 3D action adventure, you are Cat, a sexy lady pirate. You're on quite a nice little voyage to find your mother's grave. Your family is basically a whole lineage of pirates, and no one really knows where she's buried, but you're determined to find out. What's cool is that this game is sort of open world. You've got a bunch of islands and locations that you can explore, and you'll need to unlock as you play. As you're doing this, you'll meet various characters who you will either need to stab in the face, or if they're friendly, they might offer you some advice or are giving you a quest to do in exchange for information on where your mother might be buried. Any quests you're given are added to your handy logbook, and some you can beat quite quickly, whereas others you might need to wait till much later in the game, so you have access to some of the other islands or have a bigger ship, etc. That's right, this game is split into 2 gameplay types. You've got the on-foot sections where you do the island exploring. The various islands are home to lots of evil gits. You get regular other pirates that need killing, and then there's local wildlife that wants a fight, including gorillas, and you even have skeletons and other mystical beasts. Also, as you're exploring the islands, you'll find treasure chests. Some you can always open, but often you'll need to find a key. What I like is that once you've found the key, for example the gold key, this can be used to open all chests of that sort. It's not a one-off use. It's just that you might need to go back to a bunch of previous islands to find the chests that you missed before. Thankfully, they are all added to your map when you do. Also, there's buried treasure. When you're close to something, Cat's pirate intuition will kick in, and the controller will start to vibrate. The more violent it gets, the more close you are to the chest. When you're near enough, an icon appears on the screen and you can press L2 to dig it up, often finding the best loot. And you'll need to get a lot of loot as well, as you can buy a ton of stuff here. You can get the usual health upgrades, but you can also upgrade your ship, as well as buying entirely new, more powerful ones that have more cannons. You'll also want to get repair kits as well. When you're fighting on land, you'll use swords, and this is easy enough. If you just block an enemy's first attack, you basically leave them open to kill them instantly afterwards, which is nice, and they'll even drop more money. You also get secondary weapons like throwing knives and stun potions, and you've got a special attack that's really powerful and can be used once you've killed enough people and build up your bar. When you're not on land, you'll be sailing the 7 seas between the various islands. And yes, you'll engage in sea fights against other ships. Defeating these drops good rewards, and also most islands don't want you there stealing their ship, so they will attack you from the forts that are on the beaches even before you get to them. You can destroy these forts, and you often need to do that before you can land your ship. This can be really tough at times, and you'll want to do a bit of grinding to make sure you have enough money to buy the best kit, the best ships, more cannons, and even enough repair kits for your boat. This is another game that feels like a budget title, and it definitely needed a bit more polish, but I still found it really good fun to play. There's lots of wacky characters here, including mermaids and crazy tribesmen, and the story actually had me pretty intrigued, and I don't really care about stories. The graphics are fine, but below average, and the controls are good, but a bit slippery. However, this is one of those games that still manages to have just enough charm to be worth playing, and I do really like how it's all set up. Police 24/7 is an interesting light gun game for the system. You play as a cop, and yep, you have to take down criminals. It seems to have a lot of inspiration from the virtual cop games, and while it's a bit janky, I kinda like it, you know. Oh, also, thanks to Curlja, and yeah, I probably said that wrong, sorry, who told me in the PS2 Hidden Gems N video how to use the mouse for light gun games. It came in very useful here. So yeah, this is a light gun game, which means you don't really need me to tell you much, as they're all pretty self-explanatory. You go through a bunch of on-rails locations where enemies will conveniently pop out and try to shoot you, so you got to shoot them before they do. The whole game is on a timer, so you just have a few minutes to beat the whole game. But by killing people efficiently and not shooting civilians, you go up through various police ranks. Each of these ranks gives you various bonuses, most importantly more time, with the higher ones giving you a few extra minutes, but it's not easy to get these. It also means that you never actually die. Well, technically every time you get shot that officer dies, but there's always loads of officers on the scene, so really what happens is you lose time while you watch them fall down to the floor and you switch to the next policeman. Also, shooting civilians costs you time, and I would know, I shot most of them. But actually this game does add a few new exciting mechanics never seen before in video games, maybe. This is actually a cover-based shooter, and interestingly it works best if you have both the camera and a light gun, as you'll need to physically duck and dodge bullets from every angle. This is a really cool mechanic, and while we all know that it won't work very well in reality, it's a great idea. If you're playing with a mouse like I am, then you can either have a controller in one hand and use the analog stick to duck, dodge, dip, dive and disembowel, or you can hold the right mouse button and move the mouse. I actually prefer using the controller. But of course if you have got a camera you can still use that. You're hunting down crime bosses and they have to be shot in the head, and are pretty hard to hit as they won't stop moving around, but with some practice you'll learn their patterns and blow their brains out. Graphically the game is terrible, it looks like a PS1 game with slightly smoother edges, and yeah, it's definitely not going to win any awards there. But it's probably a good thing if you have the camera, as it will probably keep the frame rate higher. The controls are fine with the mouse, very hard with a controller, and I expect they're pretty good with a gun. You can still use the controller to move if you don't have the camera, and just a gun. I do love light gun games, and ones like this that try something new are always fun to try out, so do it, especially if you've got the proper equipment. Alright, onto the good stuff now. Here is Party Girls, one of those simple series games that have made their way onto most of these videos. Lord knows why. Party Girls is an exciting party game where the selection of sexy women wearing very little have to take part in a variety of exciting sexy games to see who is the best. As far as I can tell, there's no difference between how any of these characters play, so who you choose is basically down to which one you want to see jiggling the most. Once you've chosen your hopefully legal lady, you're thrust into a selection of games, of which there are a whopping 15 in total, each one lasting around a minute or so, something I can relate to. All of the games are verses, and you also have a few varieties of a theme. You've got a butt bashing game where you have to use your arse to knock the other girl off a platform and into a swimming pool. Then there's a game where you have to swing and land on a target, closest to the centre wins. There's a swimming game to see who can get to the closest to the wall without touching it, a balloon bursting game, a platform jumping game, Janken, and something where you have to do the splits, and more. Basically, they're all deliberately daft games that are designed to make girls jiggle and make it look like they're wanking stuff off. It's kind of funny. Before each game you do get an explanation of the controls and rules, and none of them are particularly complicated. Then you basically just play the game until you win. If you do lose, you can retry as often as you want until you do win, so you'll always get enough practice. Really, this is a game that's meant to be played with a friend, and I actually imagine that it would be quite good fun. It's not a game that you take seriously, and having a few people over to compete in these games would be a good laugh. It keeps the score, and whoever has the most points at the end wins the series, and then that girl even gets interviewed at the end to tell you their hopes and dreams. And that's all there is to the gameplay. I played through all of the single player options in about 25 minutes, and beating these unlocks new costumes for the characters to wear. Well, actually, it just unlocks the costume that your opponent was wearing, but it makes it available for other characters to wear, so not really new ones, but it's something I suppose. The graphics here are actually very good, they're bright and colourful, and they've clearly focused on the areas that you'd want them to. It's a simple game, unsurprisingly, and probably one that you won't want to play, but it could be fun with a friend, and if nothing else, it'll be good for the thumbnail on this video. I've got another racing game for you now with Power Drome. This is a futuristic racing game from the year something or other, where all races take place on a high-speed hoverbike thing, and people are so well evolved they don't need to wear any form of protection like helmets. Also, aliens often take part, and the races take place on various planets that all look pretty damn cool. As it's a future racing game, I'm sure you don't need me to tell you too much. It's the usual thing here where you choose from a bunch of racers, each with their own stats, and then you can choose to do a single race, a championship, a time trial, and so on. Completing the championships is how you unlock more courses and racers to use. There's a decent amount of races for you to do here, and they all happen at blistering speeds. You'll be speeding all over the place, which at first can make it really hard to control your craft, but with a bit of practice and getting used to the handling and drifting, you'll find that you'll be winning a fair amount. The other racers are challenging to race against, but thankfully they do make mistakes, possibly down to crappy AI, but as this is a tough game, I'm actually quite thankful for that. There's no weapons in the game, which is actually quite a nice change, so it's all down to your skill, but you will explode if you crash too much. You do come back to the race, but you'll lose valuable positions that can be hard to get back. You've also got boosts, and I actually really like how this works here. Basically, when you reach a certain speed, you start building up a power bar. Once it's built, you get a little square. Then it resets and the bar builds up again, giving you another square. And you can have a few squares held in reserve. Then you've got two options for these. You can either press R2 and you'll use a square and they'll give you a boost. Or you can press circle to use a square and repair some of your damage. So basically you want to try and keep your speed up so you can keep getting these little squares and then spending them strategically to keep yourself at good speed and in good health. It's a cool way of doing things. As you can see, the game looks pretty decent. The variety in races is good, with humans and aliens being playable, but none of them are particularly memorable. The tracks are great and have a really good variety for you to go through. There's cities, beaches, industrial zones, strange alien planets and more, and the game tries to include the usual 2000s tood. Thankfully, none of the characters are too obnoxious. And really that's all there is to it. It is your standard futuristic racing game, but it's good fun. It takes a few races to get used to how it all controls, but once you are used to it, it's good fun and of course can be played with friends as well. Project Minerva Professional is another budget title from the Simple 2000 series, but doesn't have as many boobs as Party Girls, sorry. It's a pretty simple tactical shooter where you play as Alicia, who has joined a military peacekeeping unit, which I'm pretty sure is an oxymoron, and you're sent on various missions, presumably to keep their peace, but I didn't bother to watch any of the story to find out. As the Simple series tends to be, it's a simple game. You're given a selection of missions, each of which have various objectives, and you just need to go out and complete them all. Missions take place all across the world, though that doesn't really make much of a difference. Each one is in a fairly large open area packed with enemies. Some missions have you just killing all the enemies, all of which are robots and drones by the way. Sometimes you'll need to escort other characters, or sometimes you'll need to destroy things like convoys or supply drops, and sometimes you just need to defend an area for a certain amount of time. None of them are particularly complex, but that's alright with me. What's cool is that you're never alone, and every mission gives you a selection of squad members. You can issue commands to each of these set members separately, asking them to do their own thing, to help you, to destroy enemies, to fall back, and so on. I'll be honest though, I just tended to leave them to do what they were doing. They didn't seem all that much use, and even when told to do something, they seemed to struggle with simple commands. Thankfully, you've got plenty of weapons to do the killing yourself. You get a selection of pistols, shotguns, machine guns, rifles, grenades, rocket launchers, and so on. And between levels, you can buy new weapons and armor and outfits to make you even tougher. You can only take a few weapons into any one mission with you though, so you'll want to choose a loadout that's best and what suits the level. Sometimes you'll want long range, sometimes short, and sometimes you'll be fighting tanks, so you'll want the heavy weapons. The game is basically just combat heavy, but actually I have to say it is kind of annoying at times, and mainly for one thing. You can't move and aim at the same time. Aiming your weapon brings up the sights, and you're stuck in that position. You can aim your gun of course, but you can't move left or right, making it easy for enemies to shoot you. This is where you're meant to be tactical, and it's important to be in the right positions before attacking enemies. It also doesn't help that moving your crosshair is very slow, and if you've got a ranged weapon, it's often hard to see where the enemies are, and you have no camera control at all. But still, this wasn't enough to stop me enjoying the game, as the arcade style of it all is very appealing to me. I did get frustrated a few times when I'd fail a mission thanks to the crappy AI or not being able to aim quickly enough, but I did still go back and try again. The missions only ever last a few minutes, and there's something quite addictive about unlocking all the new weapons and outfits. If you're a fan of janky arcade action, then check this one out. Here's a really random one that I'd never heard of. It is Prism, Chapter 1, The Dark Unicorn. It's got a strange enough story, but it's kinda cool. You're in a magical land filled with all sorts of mystical beasts and creatures, and everyone is living together in harmony, until one day, some creepy ass plants start appearing and transforming the usually friendly folk into nightmarish monsters with some weird plant magic. So it's down to you, a unicorn called Prism, and your gnome buddy who rides on your back, to set out and use your magic to turn the plants from evil ones back to good ones. You've also noticed that the worlds are becoming dark and corrupted, thanks to the evil magic that the plants are spewing out. So, as you transform them back to good, the world gets nicer as well. So basically you go around a bunch of levels, all from various parts of the world, like the Gnome Land, the Fairyland, Trolls, Elves and so on, and you'll need to explore each world, tracking down the plants and turning them good again, eventually making the whole area back to its usually friendly self. Doing so isn't easy though. There's a load of enemies all over the place, which are the once friendly people. You can't actually kill them, but your attacks with your magic will turn them back to good guys. It doesn't last long though, and they'll soon turn back to monsters. But what's cool is that any enemies that are in an area that you've cured of the plant will automatically turn back into good guys if they're in range of that magic. You've got a few magic spells yourself. You can use the right analog stick to control the gnome on your back, and you point where you want him to whack with his staff and do some whacking. This is unlimited but has a very short range. Then you've got your unicorn magic, where you can shoot a freeze ray out of your horn, like all good unicorns can. And you can also double jump, which attacks and pushes back enemies that are too close. This is very useful and should be used quite often. There is a good tutorial here, and you'll definitely want to play through that to get the most out of your moves and abilities. The levels themselves are all pretty large and fairly challenging, though you can't actually fail them. You can die, but it just takes you back to the nearest plant that you've cured, or the start of the level if you haven't cured any, so it's more of an annoyance than a hindrance. You'll need to explore every nook and cranny if you want to find the plants, and there is a lot of platforming to be done. It can be a bit ropey, and there's even times where I would just fall through the floor of the world for no reason, so the game is definitely showing its budget roots, and also calling it Chapter 1 may have been a little optimistic. The graphics aren't anything special, but I do like the design on things, even though it's not particularly impressive to look at, and some basic animations. But some of the cutscenes are great, and I do really like how the world looks. Overall, this is a pretty strange game, and probably one of the most random ones that I've played on the PS2. It is full of jank, but it's definitely not a bad game, though it's not a great one either. I would recommend giving it a go. It's actually pretty cheap as well, going for just a £5 at good old CEX here in the UK, but I feel like it's one of those games that will suddenly become super expensive, though I've got no facts to back that up, so don't take my word for it.
You're indeed worthy. Please carry on.
And finally for today, here is Primal, another game recommended by the Sunny One, who gave me a ton of games to include in this series, so thanks again, really appreciate it. Primal is a really cool action adventure with a pretty dark story. Jen is on a hospital bed, presumably with not much time left, when she's visited by Scree, a rock demon from another realm. He has a chat with you and tells you that your boyfriend, who has also seemingly bitten the dust, can be found in a different realm. So then Jen leaves her body in hospital and her spirit goes off to a different realm where you suddenly have combat abilities and you search for Yo BF. Now, as the game progresses, there is a hell of a lot more story to it, as well as explaining more about the demon realm and your roles within it. And as there's a lot of story here, it took forever to get the game going, and I will admit that I did skip a fair bit of it after a while, as I'm one of those weirdos that likes to play games and not watch them. Anyway, once I got going, I've got to say, the game was not at all what I was expecting. It is a 3D action adventure, but I was expecting it to be a generic hack and slash game. It is in fact much more story based, and there's lots of exploration, puzzles and interacting with the environment needed. There is still a fair bit of combat, but I wouldn't really say that that's the focus, and if I realised that, I wouldn't have skipped the intros. What's cool is that you get to control two characters. There is Jen, who is the sassy one with boobs. She can run around the world and is your main character. You'll need to use her for any combat, and you start out with a knife, which is pretty weak, but you also find new weapons to cut monsters up with as you play. And what's cool is that you also get her beast forms that you can transform into, making you go faster, stronger, and generally better. But you can't stay in your beast form forever, so you've got to make sure you use it wisely. What's cool is that when you fight enemies, if you lose all your health, you don't actually die straight away, when you're in beast form anyway. You'll just turn back to regular Jen, essentially giving you an extra life, but you'll be weaker and slower as Jen, but she's by no means useless. You can also play as Scree. He's the rock demon. He can pick up certain magical items that Jen can't, and being made of rock, he can also climb a lot of rock surfaces for some reason. This lets you get to areas that Jen can't. Also, he's much smaller, so can squeeze through smaller gaps. So basically what you need to do is switch between the characters regularly, which is done with the handy select button, in order to get around the environments and do what you need to do. You're given various tasks, though the game is kind of linear. What I really like is that you can talk to Scree at any point and he'll tell you what you should be doing. This is handy when you haven't played the game for a few days, which is what happened with me, and I was able to quickly remember where I was because the little guy just told me. That's a really nice touch. Exploring the environments can be tricky as you don't really have any other guides and you don't have a jump button. This means that you'll automatically just jump or climb anything that you need to, though it's not always obvious where you need to do this, and you can spend some time just walking into every wall or gap that you see just in case you climb or jump it. I got stuck a few times in places just because I didn't know I was supposed to jump up a ledge. The combat is pretty good though. You use the shoulder buttons to attack and block, and it's easier to take on multiple enemies at once, though they do all put up a decent fight. I really like how this game looks with some really cool creature designs. It's from the grey and brown era, so there's not a lot of colour, but everything looks sharp and is the kind of game that I'd like to be made into a movie or series. It could be great. But as it is, it's a video game, and one that I'm really enjoying playing. I will be going back to finish this one, as it's got a great blend of story, action and a cool aesthetic. Here is Quake 3 Revolution. This is a watered down console port of the PC game that is all about tournament killing. There is a forgettable story here where an interdimensional being created the Arena Eternal, which plays host to a number of tournaments and death matches where beings from various dimensions fight to the death with a bunch of weapons in a different few game modes. Sometimes on your own, sometimes in a team. And that's basically the story, and you want to climb the ranks and survive. You can choose from a few characters, including Doomguy, and they each have various stats in terms of health, speed, armour and so on, but I just chose Doomguy because he's Doomguy. Then you're put into a series of battles. You've got a few game modes. There's Deathmatch, where you and a few other combatants just have to be the first to reach a certain kill limit, usually within a time limit. There's variations of this as well, like having one weapon to use, and an elimination variation where each player only has a certain number of lives before they're eliminated. This is actually probably my favourite mode. Then there's Capture the Flag, where you're in teams and you have to storm the enemy base to get their flag and take it back to your base. Possession, where you have to find a flag and just hold it for the longest amount of time, and, well, that's about it, other than a few variations on those same themes. But it is enough, and the game changes what you're doing enough that it doesn't get stale. You've got a campaign mode where you have to complete a series of battles and games. This is actually really good fun and plays well. I was always an Unreal Tournament kind of guy, so I'm not very familiar with Quake 3, so can't really tell you how it differs. You get a decent selection of weapons. There's the machine gun, shotgun, plasma gun, rocket and grenade launchers, lightning gun, and I'm sure I saw someone fire a BFG, but I never found it myself. The computer opponents put up a good fight and do actually get pretty damn tough in the upper stages. The game is really fast paced and a few of the levels will take a couple of tries to get memorised. My biggest problem is that always on the Capture the Flag levels where I couldn't find my way through the maps. I think some of them could have been designed a bit better. Graphically, it looks good, some nice textures, and I like the designs of the characters. You can ignore some of the dodgy texture work here, that's my dirty emulation and me being too lazy to change the settings. For you, it might not be there. The controls are good, though I did find the aiming to be a little bit twitchy, though you can change the sensitivity, so it's not the end of the world. Overall, this is a really fun tournament shooter. It is mainly designed for multiplayer, though doesn't support any online modes, so it's couch only, but that's fine by me. Even the single player is addictive, and it's one that you'll probably come back to, even just for a few rounds. Here is the exciting Cue Ball Billiards Master, a game that starts with Q. As you can probably guess, it's a billiards game, or pool depending on what you call it where you live. Now, there's not a huge amount that you need to say about this game. You create your player profile, and then you're given the option of playing a handful of different variations of pool against a few different opponents. You have two versions of 9-ball, 8-ball, rotation and straight ball. Thankfully, you can check the rules for each of the different games with the press of a button, which is always handy as I only know the rules of how me and my mates play it when we're down the pub. There are 5 opponents you can face, and you have to beat them all in order before you can select them. Basically, they're just the difficulties. You start with generic douchebag looking man, and make your way up to sexy pool lady who probably still won't sleep with you even if you beat her. What's cool is you get what looks like a bingo card that shows all the players and the different game modes, and you get a record of who you've beaten and lost against in which mode. This gives you an incentive to go back and play the various game modes again and again so you can get the perfect card. And actually, playing the pool is pretty fun. It certainly is nothing special, and it's just regular pool with its normal rules. There's no crazy Mario Sport style moves or power-ups, but actually I quite like pool games and enjoy playing this one. Matches start with both players having to bounce a ball off the far cushion, and then whoever's rebounds back and lands closest to the opposite one gets to break. Taking your shots is easy. You can just position your cue wherever you want, and then you press circle to go into hit mode. Then you use the analog stick to determine how much power you want, as well as any spin and so on. Once it's all ready, you just press the circle button again to take the shot. It's easy to pick up and play, but can still be tricky to pot as the physics are pretty much spot on, but when you do sink a good shot, it feels so good. When you hit a ball and it comes close to the pocket, the camera will change to show how close you were. This can sometimes be a bit off-putting if you've whacked a load of balls and the camera flits around all over the place, but I mean, it's nothing too bad. Your opponents do all put up a decent challenge as well, but they actually feel fair. They do make mistakes, and I never felt like when I lost it was because of cheap AI, and it was mainly because I was crap. Winning games will let you earn unlockables like new cues. These can offer more power and straighter shots, so you'll want to visit the little store every now and then to make sure you have the best gear and you can be a proper Uncle Phil at the pool hall. The game looks fine, it's a pool game so it's not exactly testing the PS2, it goes for a realistic look and it pulls it off for the most part. The character portraits are a bit ugly though, they could have made them a bit better. It really is an odd choice of opponents. But the gameplay is fun and that's all that matters. It's one of those games that can actually be quite relaxing as well, and definitely would be fun against another player. As you might expect, it's dirt cheap to pick up, and honestly, you'll probably have a bit of fun with it. Time for the Quest trilogy now, starting with Quest for Aladdin's Treasure. This is one of the most budget series that I've ever played. Here you play as Aladdin, and wouldn't you know it, some bastard has stolen all of your treasure, so you need to explore the desert, some caves and some temples in order to get it back. This is essentially a puzzle game. You play as Aladdin, and you start off exploring the desert on your magic carpet where you'll find locked temples. To get in them you need to find caves, where the keys have been hidden. But it's not that easy. Each of the caves is one of those sliding puzzle pictures, which I hate with a passion because I'm stupid and I suck at them. But actually, I didn't have too much trouble with the ones here. You just need to make the pictures and then the key is revealed, allowing you to enter the temple that unlocks. It doesn't matter what order you do the 4 temples in, or the 4 caves, and you can either get all the keys first, or you can find a key and then go straight to that temple. The possibilities are endless. Once you're in the temple, then you've got to make your way through a series of rooms, which are all the same puzzle type for each temple. One of them has a plank puzzle thing where you have to move across a board and pick it up the plank and move it between the tops of high pillars so you can create a path to the exit. The planks are all at different sizes and you can only use the one that's the exact size to move across the platforms. Another one is a sliding puzzle, but this time it's you doing the sliding. As soon as you move in any direction, you just immediately slide continuously until you hit an obstacle. The idea here is that you have to find the right path to get to the exit door. I will admit that I really found this one difficult. My puny brain couldn't figure them out. The other one I tried before I got sick of playing it were the block pushing puzzles. These are your standard block pushing ones, where you can only push and not pull. You need to move the blocks, and if they fall into the holes on the floor, then you can jump across them to get to the exit. But if you make one wrong move, then you've got to restart. Thankfully, for this and all the others, you can try as many times as you want, and there is a reset button if you do mess up. Now, even though these puzzles are simple, and this is a very budget game, they really aren't too terrible. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying this is a good game or anything, but the fact that you don't have to worry about enemies and platforming means that it's harder to notice the crap. I will say that the controls are the biggest issue here. They're perfectly functional for what you need, but a lot of it is just so slow. For example, when you're pushing the blocks, the animation and everything takes forever. It's all done in squares, and it takes nearly 10 seconds to push the block just one square. The animation is so slow and for no good reason. The same with picking up the planks in the other temple, it just takes forever to pick them up. I have no idea why, and it's kind of frustrating. And the game is pretty damn ugly as well. Aladdin looks demented and the levels are all as basic as they can be. Mercifully, you can easily beat this whole thing in less than 2 hours if you want to. I've got 32 minutes worth of footage that I recorded and I've completed 3 out of the 4 temples. Now there is a final set of puzzles after that, but I can't imagine them being much harder. Still, this is another very cheap game, so if you can't live without puzzles, then you might want to try it. But let's be honest, probably not. Here is Quest for Sleeping Beauty, the second in the Quest series. Here you choose to play as either Prince Charming or who I assume is Sleeping Beauty, but she seems pretty awake to me. The story is that you got bored and decided to go into the forest despite being told that the forest is a dangerous maze filled with creatures. You get lost and you need to get out, and yep, that's the story. It doesn't matter which character you choose, they both play the same, but you can actually play this game in 2-player co-op if you want to and you hate your friends. Again, this is a very simple game. Every level is a maze filled with monsters and you need to escape. But it's not that easy. You'll need to find keys to open doors. These are sometimes just laying around, but often you'll need to collect all the coins in a level. This makes the chest appear and you'll get the key. Sometimes you have a time limit, sometimes you don't, and the game actually doesn't do a bad job of mixing things up, and I have to say, I kinda had a hard time putting this one down. The mazes here can be quite large, and you'll also find potions in them. There's 3 different ones. You get a red one, a blue one, and a green one. The red potion is a scare potion, and using it will scare away any enemies that are in its radius. Then they'll get a red mist on them, and instead of chasing you, they'll run away from you. The blue one is a freezing potion, which does just that, freezes enemies for a short time, sometimes even resetting them to their original start positions. I'm not entirely sure if it's meant to do that, or if it was a glitch. And then there's the green potion, which makes you invisible. This lets you run past enemies and they won't give chase, because if they do see you, they are pretty relentless in following you and get faster, making them pretty damn hard to avoid. You get a few lives, and will get more by collecting the coins and racking up points. Enemies vary from spiders and ghosts and, well, that's all I saw, but there's probably more. Graphically, of course, it's nothing special, though there is some nice lighting here and there, but often that just made it harder to see the enemies. But you know what, as a game, it really isn't terrible. It's just a basic maze game, but it doesn't really do anything wrong, it's just very basic and cheaply made. But the controls are responsive, and actually using the right potions at the right time does become quite tactical. Again, I'm not saying this is one you need to go out and buy, but I've definitely played worse, and I did play this for a hell of a lot longer than I expected. Then there's Quest for the Snow Queen, which turns out is actually called Snow Queen Quest, but hey, that means it's got 2 Qs in it. The story here is that the Snow Queen is being a bitch and making you freeze your tits off, so you've got to go and stop her evil reign and hopefully get some good old vitamin D. Of course, the only way to do this is to navigate a bunch of mazes filled with various things out to stop you, but it's not the same as the Sleeping Beauty one. Although, much like the Sleeping Beauty game, you need to explore the mazes to find chests that contain keys that will open up other doors, pathways and other chests until you get to the exit. The main mechanic here is that you have a noise meter, and if it gets all the way to the top, then the Snow Queen will wake up, which is apparently a bad thing, though you never get to see what actually happens. So you start to explore the mazes, and you've got to look out for frogs, who all work for the evil harlot. If a frog sees you, they'll start croaking and making loads of noise, so you've got to sneak past them. The thing is, as long as you're sneaking, it doesn't matter if you're in front of them or behind them or to the side of them or anything, they just won't see you, so actually the frogs appear to be blind anyway. Once you realise this, the game becomes pretty easy, and if you're far enough away from all the frogs, your soundbar thingy will start to deplete again, so if it gets high, just go hide for a minute or 2. After a while, you'll also have to worry about guards. They sleep a lot of the time, but again, if you make noise or they spot you, they will chase you, and if you're caught, you've got to start again. Opening doors and chests or walking over noisy surfaces also creates noise and alerts people to your presence, so you do have to be careful with what you're doing a lot of the time. It's still not difficult though, and if you're patient, you'll probably likely beat this in about an hour or 2. As with the other Quest games, it doesn't look good. It's as basic as can be, but it's not really offensive. And yeah, it's super cheap to buy, not that I recommend you do so, but again, for what it is, it's really not terrible, until you compare it to just about any other game on the system. But the controls work, as do most of the mechanics, and it might entertain a younger person for the hour or so it takes to play through.
Got it. Got it.
And the last game that I could get my dirty hands on that starts with a Q is Ke? Ancient Leaf, and hooray, it's a Japan-only visual novel. I don't really have an idea what the story is here, as it's all in Japanese, but as far as I can tell, you're a girl that's moved to a new place and you talk a hell of a lot, usually with a bunch of other girls and dweeby guys. From what it seems, they tell you about this virtual world that's online that you can join called Ancient Leaf, and you start to play and various melodramatic things start to happen. Gameplay wise, there's very little to it. It's a visual novel, so you spend 99% of your time pressing the circle button to progress the text. Every now and then you get the chance to make an exciting choice, and then the story progresses, riveting stuff. Sometimes you have the option to go around town or to your school or the library or a park and so on, and this is where you'll meet a bunch of new people who may or may not have exciting things to say. I'll never know. And then at the end of each day you log on to the Ancient Leaf thingy and chat with fairies and witches about some stuff. Now I'm sure if you can read the text it would be a lot more enjoyable, at least I hope so. But yeah, that's all I can really say about this one. I've got no idea what's going on, and I just pressed circle for nearly half an hour. If I was lucky, I'd get to choose a different location to go to. Wow. I don't particularly like visual novels even when I can understand them, but if you do and you can read Japanese, then maybe you'll like this. Sticking with Japan for a while, here is Baldur Bullet Equilibrium, which has a Q in it. This is an interesting mech combat game that does also have a hell of a lot of story, and I think maybe even a love interest or dating sim element to it. It also looks like it might be based on anime, but I'm too lazy to check. I don't know for sure what the story is, but all you need to know is that you're part of a team of good guys who have their own mechs, and you need to fight the bad guys that also have mechs. The game is split into a few sections. Firstly, there's the story sections, where you'll go through a hell of a lot of text and story. Now at first I wasn't actually sure if there was any real gameplay. These bits offer a few choices every now and then, though I don't really know what it's all about of course. Eventually you're sent out on a mission in your mech. These sections play in an isometric view and have some cool pre-rendered graphics. You battle a bunch of other mechs with a ton of weapons, and that seems to be the big thing here. The combat isn't simple though. Most of the buttons on the controller are different attacks, and these also differ depending on your distance from your enemies. So if you're up close you'll do a different attack than you would from further away, and also when you're dashing you do different things, but you'll use the same button, and again there's different weapons. So you've got swords, lasers, grenades, rockets, missiles, plasma things and more. The game also encourages you to put together combos, and I really recommend doing the combat tutorial as it's not really obvious how to do a lot of it. It can make the combat feel quite stiff, but you do get used to it. Enemies have similar attacks to you, and thanks to the speed of your mechs and these slow attacks, the battles can be pretty hard at first. You also get a fair bit of story during the fights, and you have to make decisions while you're fighting which can change what happens, and at times you've even got to decide if your teammates get rescued or maybe you leave them to die. This is pretty cool, and I think it ties into the dating aspect. Most of the other characters are sexy women, and you've got a screen that shows you how much they like you. At least I think that's what it is. Now there won't be any rude stuff in here, but I'm guessing if you like one of the drawings of a pretend woman more than you like the other drawings of pretend women, you can make her like you more. Though it might just be something to do with how they treat you in missions, I don't know. You can also buy new weapons and things for your mech, which is always good, and you'll eventually be able to put together some pretty cool combos. It all looks decent enough, and the story bits are your standard anime drawings, with the mechs being pre-rendered battles, and it looks fine. And it is kind of fun to play. I really did enjoy the battles, even though I never really knew what I was meant to be doing most of the time. I would actually like to try an English version, but there's way too much text probably for anyone to bother translating it. Oh well, it is still just about playable if you don't read Japanese, so if you have some patience and it looks interesting to you, then give it a go. Here's a funky little rail shooter called Combat Queen. The game follows a crack team of sexy women who are on a mission to kill all the invading alien mutant bug things that are attacking. What I really like about this one is that it's all done with some really cheesy FMV. It's all in Japanese and has a real Power Rangers vibe to it. Every level is on rails and you just control a crosshair, which you'll want to point at enemies and shoot them down, if you can. The enemies are all polygons, but the backgrounds on the levels are FMV, so technically this is one of the most realistic looking games you'll ever play. You've got a laser gun thing, and the enemies can be a real pain in the ass to shoot as they move around pretty damn quickly and your bullets take time to travel, so they won't immediately hit the bugs. You need to try and anticipate where they're going to be a half a second from when you shoot. It can be quite hard to get used to. I assume you can use a light gun, but not entirely sure to be honest. Most of the enemies you're fighting are flying bugs, but there's also worm things and bosses to contend with. Most enemy types come in a variety of colours as well, and each of these take various shots to take down. If you hold down the attack button, you do a charge shot that fires a bunch of bullets like a shotgun would. Sounds easy, right? But actually, no. In this game, you have to be careful with your shots, as you have a limited amount of ammo. There's a bar at the top of the screen. It's half pink and half blue. The pink half is your health and the blue half is your ammo. If either runs out, you're pretty screwed. Interestingly, the only way to get your ammo back would be to pause the game at any point, and you can adjust the bar to either give yourself more health or more ammo, but only from what you already have left. So if you're low on ammo but have loads of health, you can slide the bar so it's more in the ammo but less in the health section. Or if you're feeling particularly brave, you could even give yourself loads of ammo but have no health. At the end of each level, you do refill the bar to a point, and the more points that you get at the end of each stage, the more you get back. You also unlock bonus movies by getting certain amounts of points, but it's definitely not easy, and I struggled to get past the 4th or 5th level. I did keep trying though, mainly because I really love the campy FMV here. It's just so bad that it's good, and it's actually quite gory at times as well. But that's all there is to the game. It's an FMV shooter on rails. I've got a feeling it's a game that you'll either love or hate, but if you're like me and you enjoy cheesy B-movie stuff, then this is definitely one to try, and you don't need to know Japanese to get a kick out of it. Puzzle Quest Challenge of the Warlords is part of a series that's been going on for a while now, and I believe is still getting entries to this day. It's a match 3 game with a fantasy setting, and it's actually pretty refreshing to have one of these on a console rather than a phone, so it's not trying to rinse you of all your money, letting you actually play the damn thing. There's an overly complicated story here about kingdoms, wars, factions and so on. I actually can't believe how detailed the story is for a bloody match 3 game. At the start you get to choose your class, which determines your strengths and weaknesses. Then you can go around your kingdom, speaking with various people and taking a look around town. Eventually you're given some quests by various people. These range from the classic rat killing quests to battling knights and even fighting off waves of the undead. All in a match 3 game of course, but it's kind of in depth. All the games are against an opponent and your overall goal is to get their HP, which is shown above the character portrait, to 0. To do damage you have to match either 3 or more skull icons, or you can use one of the many spells that you learn along the way. There's also blue, yellow, green and red tiles on the board. Matching these gives you mana. This is for your spells. You unlock a fair few as you play, and they each require a different amount of the coloured mana, and that's what matching these gives you, mana of that colour. Then there's the purple spiky tiles. These give you XP, and the gold gives you gold. XP will level you up, which lets you increase your stats, so you can have more health, deal more damage, collect mana faster and so on. And you can have cunning, which determines who gets to get the first turn on each battle. You can use the gold to upgrade your kingdom, buying new shops or buildings where you can train and learn new spells, or you can even buy and equip certain weapons and armour which will help you out in the battles and give you new properties. As these skulls are kinda rare, you'll want to use your spells to your advantage. Some restore health, some clear certain tiles, some damage your opponents, and so on. Matching 4 of a kind will let you have an extra turn, and 5 or more creates wild cards, which are essentially multiplier tiles. There is a surprising amount here, but it's never overly complicated, and you do get on-screen hints during the games to help make the right moves. Depending on the quest, if you lose, the story will change, but sometimes it doesn't matter if you lose, usually on the side quests, and you can actually keep any money or XP that you collect even if you do lose. This is a good way to grind so you can buy better equipment and boost your stats before taking on tougher missions. The graphics aren't particularly impressive, but they're definitely not bad. It's a puzzle game and it's on par with most puzzle games, and the controls are simple. You just choose a tile and then move it up, down, left or right. This is another one of those games that is just really addictive, and I actually would recommend checking it out if you like this sort of thing. It's not easy and the AI will kick your ass to begin with. It does feel a bit cheap as well when you clear a load of tiles and then a bunch of skulls come on screen exactly where your opponent needs them and they can use them against you on their turn. But still, do some grinding and you'll be able to handle it. And finally, here is a game that a name I'm gonna butcher. It's Susei no Aquarion, another game that never left Japan. This is a 3D mech game where once again you need to use your mechs to defend Earth from monsters and other mechs that are attacking. You're part of a crew here, and what's cool is that your mech is made up of 3 separate jets that all come together to form the mech. Classic Japan. Each one of the jets is piloted by a separate character, each with their own style and attack. During your missions, which are basically all consisting of fighting waves of monsters until they're all dead in various locations, you'll need to switch between the different pilots on the fly, which is done using the shoulder buttons. So, some pilots like to use punches, some use kicks, some have swords, some have guns, and so on. It's pretty cool, and doing attacks is easy with just using the square or triangle buttons. As you complete missions, you'll get more pilots that join the fight, each with their own style, so you'll want to try them all out to see which one suits your style best. And also be sure that you have the right kinds of attacks for the missions. For example, some levels have flying enemies, so you'll want to use fast characters, preferably with ranged attacks. Choose a slow one that can only punch and you might be screwed. The mech is nimble enough though, and it's pretty fun to control, and it looks awesome when you change to a new pilot as the mech transforms. Between levels you get a fair bit of story and text to wade through, and of course it's all in Japanese. It is a little creepy as you're in a control room and you're seemingly spying on all of the other characters, and you can see what they're up to by watching them on the CCTV. You do this for a while and eventually an enemy will appear and you'll be sent on a mission. I'm sure there's more to the point of these sections, but you'll need to know Japanese to really find out. When you do complete a mission, you can upgrade your characters. These have to be done individually, and you'll spend points on upgrading attack power, defense and health, as well as which section of the robot they're better at controlling. I always like these leveling up sections, but I'm pretty crap because I always try to level everyone up equally, which I don't think is ever the best idea. That's mainly why I had to restart Dark Souls when I was playing it years ago. I tried to have a balanced character and couldn't get anywhere, so I restarted and just put everything into attack and health, and then I was fine. Anyway, I digress. This is a fun mech game that's got some cool graphics, some great cutscenes and some decent combat. The attacking can be a bit stiff, but overall it's fun to play, and another one that you can figure out easy enough without speaking the language. You just won't really know what's going on in the story. Here is Red Ninja, End of Honor. It's your standard take on ninja revenge here. You are Kurenai, a sexy ninja woman who saw her dad murdered by the Black Lizard gang when she was a child. They did try to kill her as well by hanging her with a ninja weapon thing, but she survived and was adopted by ninjas, and the weapon that she was hung with is now the weapon she uses to kill everyone she sees. So yeah, now that you're all grown up and a trained assassin, it's up to you to finally avenge your father. The game is split into levels and you get objectives, which are basically to get to the exit of the level while murdering people along the way. You'll eventually come across a boss who will need to be murdered, and being a ninja though, there are quite a few ways you can do this. Stealth plays a large part of the game here, and while it's possible to go in all swords blazing, you really are better off playing slowly and taking people out one by one. You'll need to use the shadows to your advantage and hide behind anything you can. Also, being a ninja, you're pretty nimble, and you can run quickly, but this is quite noisy. You can also jump high, climb walls, and even do some wall running. Sneaking is very slow, but it's silent, and when you're close enough to an enemy, you can press a button to do an execution on them, and there's a surprising amount of blood here. You can even tear people in half. What's cool is that you can use your bladed whip thing, which is really damn powerful, and you can actually use it to do stealth kills from a distance. When you get used to it, it's pretty good fun. And when you're using it, you'll get an indicator on an enemy. When it turns white, press attack again, and you can literally split them in half in one hit. When it works, it's awesome. If you are spotted by enemies, the game gets considerably harder, especially if there's more than one of them. Enemies will block your attacks regularly and try to surround you, and they do a pretty good job of hunting you down if they spot you. They'll even call for friends, and soon you'll have a mix of enemies with swords, bows, bombs and more. If you're good enough, you will be able to take them all out still, but it is recommended to avoid these situations. You will find items in the levels like health potions, as well as weapons like throwing daggers, smoke bombs, blow darts and so on. These all come in very useful, and I wish I started to use them way before I did. The smoke bomb in particular is super handy when you've been spotted. The level design can be a bit confusing here. You're given a marker for where your objectives are, but never any clues on how to reach it. It could be in a tree or in a basement or somewhere in a house, and there's often multiple routes to get there, which is actually kind of cool. The game looks good enough with your standard PS2 graphics, if you know what I mean. This game really does look very PS2, but that's not a bad thing. There's some nice scenery here, and it can be a bit dark at times though. The controls could have done with a bit of work. They are fine for the most part, but sometimes you'll wall run when you didn't want to, and sometimes I'd have trouble jumping and climbing things. What didn't help was the camera, which is actually pretty damn terrible. It's awkward to control and often points in the wrong direction, which is never handy, especially when you're trying to sneak around and not be spotted, only for the camera to move in the opposite direction all of a sudden. Now, I did actually see that this game got pretty crappy reviews, but I do think it is fun to play. It just needs to be played as a stealth game where you really take your time. It definitely has its faults, but it's worth a look. Red Star is an interesting action game based on a graphic novel that I've never heard of. The story goes that the Soviet Union now use a combination of magic and technology to conquer in battle, so you've got to take them down. You can choose from 2 characters, with a third one that's unlockable later on. There's Kyuzo, who is the strong, slow guy, and Maya, who's the faster but weaker one. The actual gameplay is basically a cross between a 3D brawler and a run and gun shooter. You play through some very linear levels in either 1 or 2 player co-op, and something that's a real shame is that whichever character you choose at the start of the game is who you're stuck with for the whole time. I really wish you could have changed characters between levels. Ah well. No matter who you choose though, you get a pretty decent variety of attacks to take down the waves of enemies. You'll make your way down a linear path which will eventually freeze and enemies will appear on the screen. You've got a melee attack, which is likely what you'll be using most of the time. You've got your standard combos by smashing the same button over and over, and you also have a jump attack and a super special that you can do when you've built up your bar by smashing people's faces in. But then you have your guns. These have unlimited ammo but are actually quite weak compared to your melee attacks for the most part. The payoff being that you can attack from range and lock onto enemies as well. You won't run out of bullets, but they can overheat, so you will need to give them a rest every now and then. What's cool is that enemies come in a variety of types, and some can only be hurt with your melee, some only with bullets, and some even have times where they'll switch between what hurts them, meaning you really need to pay attention to all the enemies on screen to make sure you're actually doing damage to them. Between levels you're given score and points. These points can be used to upgrade your character, which I guess is why you can't change between levels. So you can give yourself more health or special attacks, or you can make some of your weapons more powerful or have a shorter cooldown time. I always like this in games. And there's plenty of bosses here as well, and again I really like how they mix it all up. Some are just your standard bruiser-like enemies that you'd see in games like Streets of Rage, but some of them, thanks to the magic and tech, are more like the kind of things you'd see in games like Gradius or Thunder Force, big robotic things shooting loads of lasers at you. You'll need to learn the patterns and fire back. They're really fun to fight. It all looks good as well. The designs on things aren't really all that imaginative, with them being your usual soldiers, tanks and robots, but it's got all good colour palette and I like the lighting in here. The controls are spot on, though I did find the lock on for your guns was a bit hit and miss, as you basically need to be aiming directly at them first anyway. Still, it wasn't all that bad, and this was a game that kept me playing, so I nearly finished it in just one sitting. This is a game that I never hear anyone talk about and would highly recommend checking it out, especially if you like co-op. Fighting game time now with the Rumble Fish. What a stupid name for a game. This is a cool 2D fighting game though that has a nonsense fighting game story, as most of them do. It's the future, and a big corporation sponsors a tournament called FFS, Fight for Survival, where people from the slums get to fight it out for untold riches. You get 10 playable characters here, which includes an unlockable one as well, and they're all pretty fun to use, with the usual differences in fighting style, speed, power and so on. As you may have spotted, it does have a bit of a strange art style. It's that kind of marionette thing where characters almost look like they're made out of paper. At first I wasn't sure about it, but actually after a few rounds and learning a few moves for a few characters, it became a hell of a lot of fun to play. The game uses the Street Fighter style control scheme with quarter circles and charging used for special moves. Each character has a set of special moves and you'll need to learn them, and the game makes it really easy to pull off combos and it's really satisfying to do. You can always hit your opponent, so it doesn't matter if they're on the floor or you've launched them into the air, you have a move that can connect, then you will definitely be able to hit them. And it's really fun figuring out your own combos. This does also mean though that the computer opponents will do the same to you, and it can definitely feel a bit cheap at times when enemies pull off massive combos and there's nothing you can do about it. And if you want to talk about cheap, wait till you get to the final boss. What's interesting though is that if you do a certain special or combo or do enough damage, then the game will do what's called an impact break, and some of your opponent's clothes will tear and fall away, because of course they do. You can even see the battle damage that you've taken in the little graphic that you get between fights. You've got a few super specials here, and you have 2 bars that fill up, offense and defense. Offense is of course when you're punching enemies in the face, and defense is when you're taking damage or blocking. You've got a different special depending on which one is fully powered up, but if you manage to get them both maxed out, that's when you can do your super special that does massive damage, usually about half the health of your opponent if you manage to connect. These all look really cool and it's fun to check out all the unique ones, though often they have really hard to pull off combinations. Graphically, I really like how the game looks. I wasn't sure at first, but even going back to look at this footage, I do really like the character designs and the animation here. It all looks really cool with a nice unique style. The controls are great and the game even has an awesome soundtrack. It did get a sequel, and these are actually now available on all modern consoles, and I do recommend playing them if you like fighting games. Rogue Heart's Dungeon is one of them there roguelike RPGs that you kids are all talking about. The game was only released in Japan, but I'm playing a translated version here because I'm a filthy pirate. You choose to play as one of two characters, which basically comes down to whether you want to be a male or a female, and then you speak to the king, who tells you that if you want to be an adventurer, you need to go into the dungeon and find an item for him. And actually that becomes the basis for the entire game. You enter a bunch of dungeons, each of which have a varying number of floors, and at the very lowest floor, you'll always find whatever treasure it is you've been asked to find. And being a roguelike, the dungeons will be very different every time you play them, essentially meaning that the game has unlimited replay value. Each floor of the dungeon plays the same. You start at a staircase and need to find the staircase that goes to the next floor down. The map is revealed as you walk around it, and you always start weak at level 1. As you're walking around the dungeon, you'll find monsters, item and gold. Fighting the monsters levels you up, and it's easy to do. You can just walk into them, or you can press the circle button to attack. The game is turn-based, so you move in blocks, and every time you move or attack or use an item, the enemy will get an in-between turn. It's all very fast-paced, and you won't be waiting around for things to happen though. You do start out pretty weak, so it's often recommended to explore the floor you're on as much as possible before going to the next one. This is so you can fight monsters and level up, increasing your health, attack and defense. But also, you'll find loads of items along the way. You get new weapons and armour, which are more powerful, and you'll find magic staffs and bows that you can use to do projectile attacks. And you'll also find potions and scrolls, which come in very handy, sometimes. You see, you never actually know what a potion or scroll will do until you use it. They all come in various colours, and the colour is always the same. But you do have to use at least one of that colour to see what its effect is. Scrolls will always do something to do with the map, so for example a red scroll might reveal where enemies are on the map, a green one might teleport you somewhere, and a blue one might let enemies know where you are and they'll all come after you. There's also a scroll that you can use to identify what other items do, and this one is very useful. The same goes for potions. A red one might heal you, a green one might poison you, and a blue one might make you dizzy, but you won't know until you've tried it, or you've used a scroll that identifies that colour. Also, just to keep going, the colours will change between floors, so a red potion on one floor might not do the same as a red potion on a different floor, but all colours on the same floor do the same thing. Does that make sense? Also, you don't know what weapons and armour do until you equip them. You'll know it's a sword, but it might be much weaker than the one you currently have. Usually this isn't a problem, as you can equip stuff whenever you want, but some items are cursed and can't be unequipped until you find a potion or scroll that uncurses them, meaning you're stuck with a shit weapon for a while. You get items to replenish your health, but if you also just walk around you'll slowly get HP back as well. But as well as your health, your condition will go down at the same time. If your HP or condition get to 0, you die. You can restore condition by eating food. I know it sounds kind of complicated, but really when you're playing it isn't, and in fact it's pretty damn addictive with how simple and repetitive it is. It's not easy though, and you can easily be killed if you haven't leveled up enough. And that's really all there is to it. You wander around randomly generated dungeons looking for treasure. I believe there are 99 dungeons in total, and they get harder and deeper, just like... no, that's too easy. With loads of monsters for you to battle and plenty of replay value. It's good fun, and if you like this sort of thing, definitely check out the translated version. It's pretty easy to find if you've got Google. The graphics here are pretty basic 2D sprites and does kind of look like a mobile game, but it plays well and you will find yourself wanting to do just one more dungeon. Rogue Ops is a stealth action adventure game which apparently also came out on the GameCube, but I don't think I've ever seen anything for it on any system. Anyway, we're talking PS2 here. This is essentially an American version of the Ninja Revenge story. You are the generically named Nikki Connors and are a former Green Beret who also happens to be hot and sassy. Well, you're on holiday in Turkey, well, presumably to get her teeth and tits done, when your husband and kid die in a car bomb explosion by a terrorist group. Turns out your husband was part of an elite squad called Phoenix, so you take his place naturally and do 2 years of extensive training before setting out to get revenge. This involves doing your usual array of spy stuff in a bunch of levels set all over the world. You'll be infiltrating mansions in Spain, Russian military bases, museums in England, and of course, some sewers. The missions all play quite differently, and you really will have to use all your spy skills, along with some trial and error to survive. You always have a variety of objectives to complete, and it's easy to keep track of these in the menus. These are usually things like killing people, planting bombs, finding intel, stealing things, and so on. But some missions will require you to murder everyone you see, and some require you to be hidden the whole time, and if you so much as breathe too loud, you'll need to restart the mission. And some, in fact most of these missions, are a combination of the two. You might need to be sly for a while, but then once you've reached your main objective, no one cares anymore and you can just shoot everyone in the face. As you're a spy, you've got a decent moveset. You can run around and climb most surfaces. You even have a handy grappling hook that you can use on most ledges that are high up. You'll get on-screen prompts that are really helpful and they'll let you know what you can interact with. And you've also got a variety of gadgets to use. There's X-ray specs to help see where enemies are, an eyeball thingy that steals people's eyeball scans so you can get into areas you couldn't normally, and that sort of thing. Then you've got a variety of weapons to use, and you are deadly accurate with all of them, which I kind of like. And even better, headshots count here, so always go for the head, especially as ammo is very scarce. You will want to use stealth a lot here though. You can sneak around enemies and do some takedowns, which are basically quick time events. Hiding isn't actually as easy as you'd think here, and I got caught a lot. This is mainly because I'm quite impatient with games like this, and I'm definitely a guns blazing kind of guy. But when I get used to taking it slow, I do always really enjoy it, and this game is no exception. You really have to keep an eye on your radar, which shows enemy line of sight and any cameras that might spot you. The enemies themselves aren't all that smart though. If you are in a situation where you can murder people, you can often just hide behind a pillar and slowly edge out, and they'll wait patiently while you shoot them in the face. Still, I don't mind, as the checkpoints here can be quite far apart and often the objectives are quite obscure, so you can easily lose 30 minutes or more of progress if you're not careful. But it is still fun to play, and I like these types of games that have a pretty contained level with multiple objectives within it. You get a decent amount of freedom with how you want to deal with things, which is always good. It all looks decent enough too, with some good character models and nice locations. The variety is excellent, and the controls, they can be a pain at times, especially with the stealth and trying to hug walls. It's all automatic, so there's times when you'll do it when you want to, and times that you won't do it when you do want to. Still, I had lots of fun playing this one, and I think it's another one worth checking out. RTX Red Rock is a game that I've never heard anyone talk about, which is actually quite surprising. This one has a pretty cool story. It's the future, and an alien race have attacked Earth. Thankfully, we've managed to beat the bastards, but then some of them start showing up on our bases that have been set up on Mars. Afraid that they're going to send out another, more powerful army down, we do what all good planets do and send one bloke to go and investigate. When you get to Mars, it turns out the hunch was right, and there's aliens all over the place that need killing. So you play as Major Wheeler, who lands on Mars, and your objective is to navigate the surface of Mars looking for the human outposts and rescuing anyone you find. And if you spot any alien scum, be sure to give them a good murdering. It's a pretty cool premise, and I did enjoy what I played of the game. So you start on Mars and you're kitted out in your spacesuit and you've got to explore around the place, and what is pretty much a linear path until you find the base. When you're exploring, you do need to keep an eye on your oxygen, of course, which can run out, and then you are dead. Thankfully, as you've colonised the planet, there are refill stations scattered around, so it's unlikely you run out, to be honest. You'll also come across the alien bastards, and you start with a pretty decent pistol that has unlimited ammo and makes light work of a fair few of the enemies actually. Eventually you'll get to the base, and that's where the bulk of the gameplay is. You'll need to explore various bases thoroughly to find weapons, items, keys and other things that you might need to get the power back on at the base so you can get the defences up and running. Along the way you'll also find humans who are trapped there. Early on you'll find a personnel transporter which you'll use to send them back to Earth. The bases are also packed with enemies, but it's not too hard to take them down thanks to a decent lock-on system and some pretty responsive controls. Exploring the bases here can be tricky though, mainly thanks to their confusing layout and similar looking corridors. Thankfully you do get a map, though it's not the best one, and I did notice myself running around in circles a lot more than I would have liked. It's pretty easy to keep track of what you need to do, and you also get a few gadgets to help you out. You even have a few new vision modes. You've got your normal one that lets you see body heat for enemies and humans, one that lets you look at electric signatures, which is handy for finding gadgets and power sources and robots that might be trying to hide from you. You'll need to use all of these if you want to get anywhere. Once you've completed all the objectives in the base, you head back out to the surface of Mars to find the next one. And of course, enemies get progressively tougher and you'll find more and more firepower to take them down. I did really enjoy the way it all played and found this one to be a pretty unique game. The graphics are decent with some really good cutscenes as you'd expect from LucasArts. The controls, while responsive, can be a bit confusing, with many buttons having multiple uses, but you'll get used to it. Other than the slightly dodgy level design, I found this one to be pretty intriguing. I did have a quick look at some reviews and was actually surprised to see they got pretty crap ones. But for me, I had a good time. It's not going for crazy prices though, so I would say it's worth a go if you see it in the wild. Rough Trigger: The Vancore Conspiracy is a cool 3D action platform game where you play as Rough Trigger, a canine bounty hunter who's been sent on a mission to rescue some super cute dog pig things called piglots. They are friendly and almost indestructible, and a shipment of them has crash landed on a dodgy planet. If bad gits get their hand on them, then who knows what they'll be able to do, because people can't have nice things. So Ruff has to explore a bunch of planets, each of which have the usual platform game tropes of fire, ice, water, jungle, tech and that sort of thing, where you'll need to round up as many of the piglots as you can and take down the evil gits that want to kidnap them for nefarious reasons. And sometimes you'll just have to kill the local wildlife, which doesn't seem entirely fair. The worlds are all fairly large and can easily take an hour or so to play through, and you'll be doing a fair amount of platforming to get where you need to go. Thankfully, Ruff controls well enough, and you can run, double jump as well as climb on ledges. Being a dog thing, you can also use your claws to attack, and you actually have quite a few combos at your disposal, each doing various amounts of damage. But I do have to say the hit detection with the melee attacks isn't great, and there's times where you'll take damage instead of the enemy, which is pretty annoying. Ruff also has access to a few guns. You can have a machine gun to start with, which is pretty good, and you can lock onto enemies with it. But to do this, you do need to be facing them exactly, and you won't automatically aim at them even if you aren't facing them. This took a while to get used to, and did probably cost me a few lives. You'll find a ton of boxes and breakable things on the levels. These contain a few different items. You get credits, which you can use to buy new weapons and power-ups, and you'll find ammo for your weapons, and you also get coins. For every 100 of these, you get an extra life, and they're all over the place. Interestingly, you get the ability to turn into a werewolf quite near the start of the game. You can transform pretty much whenever you want, and as a werewolf, you're faster, stronger, and can jump higher, but you can't use your guns. Because of this, I actually usually stay as normal Ruff, because the hit detection is kinda bad, and even worse it seems when you're the werewolf. It's a shame because it's a cool mechanic, but I didn't really come across any situations where I really needed to be either form. You also get a few vehicle sections here, which is always nice. These are basically a race to get to a new area or to escape something. They're good diversions though, and do break up the action. Exploring the levels is actually really good fun thanks to some smooth control, and you'll need to grab any piglets that you can and carry them to the nearest teleporter. What I like is that if there's more than one and you're carrying one, then the others will just follow you automatically. They are kind of useless and can't jump or anything though, so if there is a gap you'll have to grab them individually and take them over, but it doesn't happen too often. If you do manage to drop one in lava or it gets somewhere it shouldn't do, it does just teleport back to its starting position, which are also never too far away. There's often puzzles involved with saving them as well, be it platform puzzles or pulling switches to open gates and so on, but it's what you'd expect in a 3D puzzle game. I really like the graphics here, there's a lot of colour, and it's one of those games that looks like it's trying to get a spin-off TV show. Overall, it's a pretty fun platform game that's another one that I never hear about. I'm pretty sure it's been featured on my beloved GameStack at some point, but other than that, I haven't seen it anywhere. But it is worth playing if you like games like Ratchet & Clank or Jak and Daxter. It's not quite up to those standards, but still good fun. Here is Rule of Rose, a strange survival horror game of which there were a few on the PS2. The story here is bizarre and talks about a cult that kidnaps women and forces them to bring one gift every month to an orphanage, otherwise they'll get killed. The story is a local legend, but also tells of a dog that does the dirty work of kidnapping the girls. Well, you'll never guess what, but you play as a girl who is riding a bus and is given a weird book by a weird kid. Then you get kidnapped and are stuck in a creepy orphanage with a bunch of freaks and spooky things. So yes, your objective is to escape, preferably with your life, and to see if you can put a stop to all of this. Now there is a lot more to the plot than this and it goes quite in depth, but this is a game that I really recommend playing rather than having it badly spoiled by an idiot like me. Playing the game is exactly what you'd expect from a survival horror. You explore a bunch of creepy, dark environments that are packed with locked doors and strange puzzles. You'll need to find items and keys that will allow you to get into said areas, which will then get you more items and so on. All the while, creepy creatures and people will be appearing to make your life a misery. The game has a real emphasis on psychological horror, with most of the characters you meet being children, which is something that just gives off more of a creepy vibe. It's very unsettling, especially as the kids are basically maniacs. Something that many of you will be happy about though is that at some point in the story you meet the evil dog and it turns out that it's actually a really good boy and becomes your companion, helping you escape from their madness. The dog is called Brown and will listen to what you tell him. He can be used to sniff out items, warn you of enemies, and while he can't attack them, you can use him to distract them for long enough by barking at them so you can run up to the enemies and wallop them in the face while they're looking at the cute poochie. But the combat is not the main focus. In fact, I didn't see a single enemy in the first few hours of playing. It's all about the puzzles here, and although the game is a fair bit more linear than most survival horror games, you will still spend a fair amount of time running between a few of the same locations while you run back and forth with new items or keys that you found. It all looks good, the game has a very Silent Hill vibe to it, and that's not a bad thing, and the animated cutscenes are all fantastic with a ton of detail, maybe too many details in some cases as they can come across a little bit creepy, but not scary creepy, you know, creepy. Also, this is a game that you're not going to buy, unless you're one of those rich people. It had a very limited run, so it's going for hundreds of pounds, which, if you ask me, no game is worth, so this will be one you'll want to crack out the emulator for. But if you are a fan of survival horror, then you should definitely give this a go. It's not as in-depth or complicated as many of them, but it's more story-driven, and is good fun. Let's get out on the road now with Roadkill. This is a really fun driving combat game set in the future. A disease has caused all sorts of havoc and gangs have formed all over the place and look after their own turf. You're a drifter called Mason Strong and you've joined the Sentinels, a group who want to get rid of the gangs and have dominion over all three main cities, Lava Falls, Vista Canyon and Paradise City. So the game is a 3D open world where you have to drive around completing missions that are given to you by various ne'er-do-wells. These range from killing people, blowing stuff up, stealing stuff, escorting people, taking part in races, and so on. So nothing too mind-blowing, however the variety is enough and they are all fun to do. You start with a basic car thingy that you drive around in and you always have a mate with you. One of you will be doing the driving and the other one will be using the gun on the back. You take it in turns with both of these things, meaning some of the missions you're in charge of driving and the computer matey will shoot. Other times you'll be doing the shooting while your computer mate drives you where you need to go. It's a cool way to mix things up. I do much prefer doing the driving though, as the controls are way better and more responsive in these sections. Blowing up other vehicles gives you money which you can use to upgrade your car, and as you play you'll unlock more vehicles to use with various different stats, most of which can also be upgraded. You can also find blueprints scattered around the world. Collecting these unlocks new upgrades and weapons for your vehicle, which can be bought in the shop or fitted in a garage. A lot of these can be hard to reach though, so you might need other upgrades in order to reach them. For example, one upgrade lets you control your vehicle in the air, which I really recommend getting as early as you can. It's a massive help and lets you reach some hard to get areas. You have a handy map that shows you places of interest, and the three cities aren't too huge, so you'll actually find that you'll probably learn your way around them without needing the map after a while. It doesn't mean it's easy though, and enemies take a fair bit of punishment to kill. You do get unlimited ammo for your main machine guns, which is good, but it is weak. You will also get grenades, and these can be hard to aim. There's also more powerful weapons like a bigger chain gun and bombs that you can find in the streets, but these have limited ammo, so don't go mad. There's also mini missions you can find, like having to kill a certain number of people in a time limit and so on. These give you extra money and street cred, opening up more stuff for you to buy and collect. It all looks decent enough, it's a Midway game, and honestly, if you showed me a screenshot and didn't tell me that, I think I would have guessed it. Midway really had their own style at this time, and I can't tell you what it is, but you can just spot it a mile off. It's serious but arcadey and over the top at the same time. It all runs fine and it's very smooth, though the cities could have been a bit more exciting. You do get a lot of cutscenes here, and these have the classic Midway tude in them as well. But overall, it is a really fun game that I ended up playing way more than I thought I would. It came out on all the consoles of the era, and I do recommend checking it out if you can. And here is Rune Viking Warlord, a game that couldn't be more early 2000s if it tried. You play as Ragnar, a young Viking, and some of your Viking clan have split off to be an evil bastard clan, using magic from the ancient gods to cause all sorts of mischief and conquer a bunch of lands. Bastards. You and your other clan members aren't too happy about this, so you set out to stop them. But it turns out that they're actually as tough as they say they are, so they make light work of your army, sending you to hell with one L, because this is Norse mythology. Thankfully, you survived, and you've got to stop the Gits before they destroy all the magical runestones, which are all that are stopping the evil Gits from using the magic to finally conquer just about everything. So the game is a 3D action platform adventure where you'll be doing a lot of battling, a lot of platforming, and a lot of puzzle solving, and I'll tell you now, I really like this game. You explore a load of large open worlds with your only real objective being to find a way to the exit so you can get out of hell and track down the evil Conrak and presumably chop off his nuts, but I haven't got that far yet. Being a Viking, you are handy with all manner of swords, axes, clubs and so on, and you'll find a lot of them in the levels. You can carry 2 weapons at a time, but they can't be 2 of the same one for some reason, not that you'd want 2 of the same one anyway. Each weapon has its own properties in terms of speed, attack, power and range. Swords are fast and have a good range as well, but the hammers are much more powerful but a much shorter range. You can also pick up shields to use to defend yourself from attacks, and you'll be doing a fair bit of fighting here. There's all sorts of enemies like skeletons, demons, fishmen and regular men, and they all need a good chopping. You have your basic combos, and the game really feels like an early 2000s PC game, and that's because it was. You can really tell this was meant to be played with a mouse and keyboard, but they've translated over the controls really well to the PS2, and I had no issues at all with it, whether that be the platforming or the combat. If you take damage, you actually refill it by eating the various lizards that you find around the world, which is always kind of funny to me. And with the enemies, what I like is that you don't really need to fight any of them if you don't want to. This isn't a game that forces you to battle everything you see, and other than enemies that have items or keys that you might need, you could just ignore everyone if you wanted to. Puzzles play a large part in the levels as well, mostly platforming or switch-based ones, and you'll find a lot of doors or areas that you can't quite access until you find the right switch somewhere that opens a door that raises a bridge or something along those lines. But as you'd expect, these are often hard to find and hidden behind breakable walls, but after a few levels you know what to look out for. Interestingly, you have a choice of 3 views in the game, 2 behind your character from different distances, and there's also a first-person view. This is handy in tight areas to get a better look around you, but it isn't great for combat as you can't even see your weapon. I really love how this game looks as well. It uses the original Unreal Engine, which has such a distinct look to everything and really brings me back to my early PC gaming days. I like the character models and the overall look of the world, and I just find something about it so appealing. And the fact that it's all put together very well. The levels can be tough, but they make sense most of the time, and you usually know what you need to do, it's just figuring out how the hell to do it that can be the problem. The cutscenes here are a little ropey, using the in-game graphics, but there is a certain charm to them despite this. Now, it might sound like I have a strange bias towards this game, but this is actually the first time I ever played it. It just so happens that this is exactly my kind of game. The great news is that it's super cheap, at least here in the UK, and definitely one that I recommend going out and getting as soon as you can. Let's start in feudal Japan, or is it the Wild West? Well, actually, it's both. This is Samurai Western, a really cool action hack and slash where you play as Gojiro, who is not a kaiju, he's just a samurai. And you go to the Old West trying to track down your brother Rando, who's gotten into a spot of bother. Being the bunch of racists that they are, the cowboys don't take too kindly to a stranger from another land coming to interfere with their business, so they do everything they can to try and kill you dead. The game is split into levels, all of which are fairly small, and gameplay is actually very simple. Levels are basically sandboxes filled with enemies, and your mission is pretty much just to kill all the enemies, and that's about it. But to do so is very fun, and there's a fairly deep combat system here. The levels range from towns in the Old West to saloons, caves, forts, plains in the Old Wild West, and so on. They all look good, and you'll meet a number of crazy over-the-top characters along the way, most of which try to kill you. When you're in the levels, you'll fight dozens of enemies. These come in a few flavours. You've got your standard cowboys with their 6-shooters, shotgun-wielding ones, fat blokes that throw dynamite at you, guys with knives, guys with boomerangs, and so on. There's often 5 or more on the screen at any one time for you to fight, but of course, being a samurai, you're very good at defending yourself. You've got the standard combo done by button mashing, and in fact, you only have one attack button. But you can also dash, jump, and dodge, and doing combinations of these things lead to new combos. And in fact, dodging is a huge mechanic here. As the old saying goes, you have brought a knife to a gunfight. But it is a pretty big knife, and if you're standing still and hammer the dodge button, you can swing your sword wildly to deflect bullets. Sometimes these go in random areas, other times you'll send them back to the person that fired them, killing them. If you're moving and you press the dodge button just at the right time, you will dodge any shots that are coming at you, and you get a cool notification to let you know. This is vital to staying alive, as surprisingly, being shot in the face means you die quite quickly. You also have cool things like being able to knock enemies down and grabbing their bodies and running around while using them as a human shield. If the enemy is still alive, they'll shoot their weapon, letting you take out enemies with friendly fire. Usually, once you've killed enough people, a boss will arrive. They are a lot tougher, and you'll want to learn their attacks if you're going to take them down. You earn coins from killing people, and getting enough will upgrade the weapon that you're using, and this is very important too. Between levels you get upgrade points, which you can use to upgrade your health, attack, defense and so on. As well as that, you get accessories like a new hat or haircut or a guitar. You can equip a few of these and each will give you various stat boosts, so choosing a loadout that works for you is important. Also, you get a load of new weapons and you can choose the ones you want to use at the start of each level. This is more important than you'd think, as they each have different stances, fighting styles and stats. This means that some weapons are better for jumping attacks, some for faster, weaker attacks, and some for more slower, powerful ones. It really is fun to try them all out and you'll soon find your favourite. The game has a cool art style to it as well, and everything is suitably anime and over the top. All the characters are interesting and it's cool to meet the wacky bosses along the way. The controls are also very good and I've got no complaints there. Overall, this is a very fun game. It can get a bit repetitive if you play it for too long, but the fact that you can jump in and out and the game really helps. Well worth checking this one out. Here's one that was recommended to me. It is Shadow of Destiny from Konami, sometimes known as Shadow of Memories. This is a very odd game that I will try to explain, but will probably do a terrible job. You play as Ike, a generic Konami character, and you start off by walking down a street in a town, and you're suddenly murdered, which is always inconvenient. Luckily, rather than die like a good murder victim, instead you go to Limbo, where you're given a talk about how you get a second chance, and the game tries to explain its mechanics a bit. Basically, you're then given a time machine of sorts, but it can only let you go back in time to before you were murdered, which I guess makes sense. But also, it's not consistent and only works at certain times and for a certain number of times. You all know the time and date that you were killed, so your mission is to go back to the time of your murder and stop it from happening. This can be done in a few ways. For example, when you were killed, you were alone, so you go back in time and this time you make sure there are other people around you. Unfortunately, this doesn't actually stop you being killed, it just postpones it by a few hours and you're killed in a different way. So you go back in time to just before that murder and you have to do various things to stop that murder from happening, and it's actually a pretty cool premise. So you spend a lot of time exploring the town and talking to various people in order to help them with whatever they're doing, so they'll help you out and do what you need them to stop you from being killed. Eventually though, you go back really far to a sort of medieval time where you meet a lot of people that you've been helping, but it's their ancestors, and you start to learn more about why this is all happening and so on. So I guess really the game is more of a puzzle game. There's no real combat here, it's just a case of being killed, then having a time limit where you have to figure out how to not be killed, in the way that you just saw yourself die. You meet lots of creepy, suspicious people that really give off Silent Hill vibes, and the story really did keep me interested here. It's definitely a game that I can see people not enjoying though. It can be confusing and is deliberately weird, but I like that kind of stuff. It's also quite slow paced. There are a few very long cutscenes that cannot be skipped, and it's kind of like an interactive movie, but it does have a fun premise. It gives off very budget title vibes with the graphics and how everything is presented, but I don't think it's bad by any means. If you like games that aren't really like anything else you've played, then I definitely recommend this one. It can actually be beaten fairly quickly, and there are multiple ways to solve various scenarios, each leading to a different ending, so it even has a lot of replay value. An interesting one for sure. Fighting game time now with the stupidly named Spectral vs Generations, which actually isn't a stupid name, as this is a crossover of two franchises that I've never heard of, Spectral Force and Generation of Chaos. It's a fighting game, so it has a story that I'm not fussed about, but all that matters is these fine fighters have come together to have a ruck. You have your usual game modes of arcade versus training and so on, and you pick your character and off you go. As you know, all the characters have their own special moves and fighting styles, as well as speed and strength, etc. You only have to worry about 4 buttons to attack, and the shoulder buttons let you dash and use an EX sort of move. It's the classic Street Fighter style inputs for doing special moves, so you'll be doing quarter circles and charge moves, and they're all very easy to pull off. Attacking your opponent builds up your special bar, letting you unleash a load of devastating ultra combos that do massive damage. In fact, the combos here are a big part of the game, and while it is easy to pick up and play, you will want to put some time in with a few characters on this one to see how it all works, and you will want to learn certain characters, who really do play quite differently from one another. You might need to stick with the same one for quite a while as you get used to their moveset. I wasn't very good, but still managed to do quite well, as the computer AI is fair but tough, at least on the default setting. I do quite like the graphics here, but I will say they look very 32-bit, and you could be excused for thinking you're playing a PS1 title, but it's still got good animation and I really like the variety in backgrounds. There's always quite a lot going on in them. And really that's all I need to say about this one. It's your standard 2D fighting game, but with good controls and a decent roster. You know the drill. If you like this sort of thing, give it a go. Here is Shadow of Rome from Capcom. This is another one that was recommended to me by you lovely folk, and it really is a cool action-adventure game set in ancient Rome. Caesar has been murdered because he wouldn't share his secret salad sauce recipe. From here, you then get to find out how this affects two very different characters. You've got a Roman soldier who's out fighting and conquering in various battlefields at Caesar's orders. Then you've got a dweeb, who's actually his brother, who is in Rome and trying to get to the bottom of who actually murdered him and why. If you're playing as the soldier, your main objective is to fight and kill as you receive the news of the emperor's death and you try to make your way back to Rome in order to get bloody justice. You'll have to fight through hordes of enemies, mostly Viking or barbarian-like ones who are pretty savage. The levels aren't massive and tend to be pretty self-contained, but getting around them isn't always easy and will require you to explore and search for keys or other items to help you progress. As you'd expect, there's a lot of fighting here. Most of it is one-on-one, but sometimes you'll have a handful of enemies to contend with, and quite often you'll have other soldiers to back you up as well, which is really cool. The actual combat is very satisfying here, but can take a while to get used to. You can tell it was inspired by Breath of the Wild, as all weapons and armour break, meaning you're constantly swapping out weapons and armour of your dead enemies. This is cool, and you might start a level looking like a Roman, but by the end of it you'll be wearing barbarian helmets and have primitive axes or clubs for weapons, rather than a shiny sword. You've got separate buttons for your left and right arms, and can equip various swords and shields by pressing the corresponding button to pick them up. You'll want to take a shield when you can, as the combat is quite methodical. You can parry, block and dodge, and I actually really like how it all works here. It's also quite bloody, letting you chop limbs off of your enemies, which you can actually pick up and use to bludgeon people to death with, by the way. Once you're done killing, you'll usually then swap to the dweeb character, who is trying to solve the murder mystery. These sections are more puzzle and stealth based. You can't really use weapons and will need to sneak around Rome and its various buildings trying to infiltrate the Senate and find out what's actually happened. You'll do the usual ducking behind stuff to hide from guards, but also you can bribe people, find disguises, and you can sometimes even smash pots on people's heads to knock them out. Doesn't he know how valuable Roman pottery is? Eventually the two characters' stories will intertwine, and it's all very well done. Something else that is really well done are the graphics, which are just incredible, and some of the best I've seen on the system. Now granted, I am playing this on the Steam Deck and some of it is upscaled, but it could really be passed off as an early Xbox 360 era game with great character models, animations and loads of really cool environments. I'm actually surprised this one doesn't get talked about all that often, as it's a really solid game. Sometimes the slow pace of it could drag, but on the whole it's a hard game to put down. I do definitely prefer the action scenes to the stealth ones, but either way, this is one I would say is a must-own for any PS2 player. Sylphied is a vertically scrolling shooter from Treasure and Working Designs. You'll never believe it, but alien bug robot things have appeared and are causing all sorts of problems, so you get in your spaceship and set out to blow them all to hell, just as all alien bug things should be. It's a fairly simple and standard shooter, but definitely not a bad one, after all it is Treasure. You spend most of your time going up the screen while waves of enemies appear. At the start of each mission you can choose from a number of weapons. You can equip 2 of them at a time. You start with a small selection of your standard laser blasts, but after each mission you unlock more and more weapons to use. You can equip them to whichever side of the ship you want to fire them from, left or right, and it doesn't really make a difference as to which one goes where. Then you fire the one you want by pressing either the left attack button or the right attack button, or you can fire them both at the same time just by pressing the X button, which I don't really understand why you wouldn't just do that the whole time. There's 9 weapons to unlock in total, and you end up with a great choice of rockets, lasers, bullets and all sorts. Some of these work better than others while combined, and it's really fun to figure out the best setup for you, though it can be tough while you're learning, and sometimes you can choose a shit combination and really screw yourself over. Being a treasure game, there's a ton of boss fights in here as well, and often you'll play levels that are basically just one or two bosses with very little in between. They're always fun though, and while I have to say some of the enemies and boss designs are quite boring, they were always challenging, spewing out loads of bullets for you to avoid. Thankfully, you can take a few hits before you die, which is always handy, and if you like high scores, killing enemies quickly builds up a combo meter. The levels themselves are all what you'd expect from a shooter, ranging from destroyed cities, spaceports, lava levels, strange planets, and so on, each with their own hazards and enemies, and the game does put up a decent challenge even if it doesn't do anything drastically original. Graphically, I really like how it looks. It's super smooth and has some really nice levels. As mentioned before, the enemies and bosses aren't too imaginative, but they look good enough. The controls are spot on and super smooth, and it's never the game's fault if you take damage. So yeah, if you're a fan of shooters, this one is well worth playing. It doesn't really break the mold, but it is fun and there's plenty of challenge and things to blow up. Sticking with treasure, here is Stretch Panic, also known as Freakout. This is a strange game that's basically a boss rush mode. There is a story, which is that you are Linda, who lives with her 12 sisters. One day you get a strange delivery which has some monster things in it which take the 12 sisters, who are all very vain and shallow, and transforms them into abominations related to their particular vices. Kind of like the 7 deadly sins, but not really. Linda, who is good and pure, doesn't have any of that sort of nonsense, and instead her funky scarf, which she often got bullied for, gets all magic and has the power to stretch things for some reason. Nothing is really explained, but you never need it to be. All you need to know is that you have to go into each of the worlds that your sisters now inhabit and use your stretchy powers to smack them in the face and turn them back to normal before they're absorbed into a demon realm. You start out in a hub world with a bunch of levels available, and you'll need to unlock some more as you play. What you need to do is grab the door to open them and then fight the boss that's inside. Simple. Trouble is, you also need to earn points. Points are needed to open certain doors as well as pull off certain attacks, because nothing comes for free, you know. Luckily, there are EX levels. These are always free to enter and are populated by the game's only other enemy, women with huge boobs. That's right, the only other enemy in the game are women with massive tits, who are women who wished for them. Fair enough. You can visit these levels as often as you want to fight their big boobed ladies. Fighting well earns you points, and what you have to do is use your scarf to grab the women and then stretch them enough that you can fling yourself into them, or you can ping their bikini strap to hurt them. Doing this well gets you points, and when you have enough or have defeated all the tits, then you can go back to the hub world and open the boss door. You may remember a few seconds ago I also said you need points for certain attacks. That's because to see the true ending you need to finish each of the bosses off with your super special, which is done by grabbing an enemy and pressing L3 and R3 at the same time. This then saves their soul, but you'll need 5 points to be able to use the special move. If you want to get the real ending, this is what you have to do for every boss, and this means you will need to farm a fair few points, though it doesn't actually mean the game lasts all that long. There are only 12 bosses and a handful of the EX levels, which are optional for the most part. You can actually beat the game in about an hour once you've had a bit of practice, and it's actually kind of what the game seems to have been made for. It isn't a game that you're meant to pour hours into, looking into the story or anything like that. You're meant to just jump in and see how quickly you can get through it all. Graphics wise, it's fine, it's got a cool style to it, but it isn't particularly technically impressive, though I have to say the stretch mechanic is quite cool, as you can grab anything in the game and make it stretch. This might even be why the graphics aren't that detailed. It's got a wacky sense of humour and just a fun game to play. You will need to get used to how it all controls though. You can't move the camera at all, as the right stick is used to control your scarf, and it can feel a bit slow at times. It is really fun to figure out the bosses though. They all have weaknesses, and while they can be beaten by regular attacks, if you want to do well, you want to figure out the patterns and do certain scripted events that do massive damage. But this is one of those quirky games that you'll probably either love or hate. Personally, I have a lot of fun with it. It's crazy and strange and doesn't take itself seriously at all, and is definitely a good way to spend an hour or two. Sub-Rebellion is a really cool submarine arcade action game that reminds me of a 3D version of In the Hunt. It has a pretty complicated story that revolves around being in the future, and 2/3 of the planet is now underwater, and there's two factions fighting for world domination. Thankfully, the side that you're on want to do it for good reasons, whereas the others are clearly evil bastards. So the game puts you in a load of varied missions where you're given objectives to complete and a load of enemies to kill, and the game is all out action. You spend your whole time in the submarine, which is kitted out with various weapons. You've got lasers, machine guns, rockets, missiles, and so on. All of your weapons have unlimited ammo, but some will take a few seconds to cool down or reload. Tapping the fire button shoots your machine guns, and holding it down lets you lock onto enemies and fire your rockets, torpedoes, or missiles, whatever you've got equipped. You even have special weapons which do have limited ammo. These are things like decoys you can use to distract enemies. You can also surface whenever you want with the circle button. You'll need to do this a fair bit to take out the land units and bases of the enemies, and it can be tough to keep track of where enemies are. Thankfully, you do get told when you're being attacked from above or below when you aren't there yourself. What I really love though is your sonar. Pressing the X button while underwater will scan the area and you get to see what's lurking around corners or behind obstacles. This is helpful when tracking down enemies. You'll also be able to use this to find sunken treasure. This is especially handy as finding it earns you money to spend on upgrades between missions. This can be new weapons, more armor, better speed, and so on. It's great and very addictive. Controlling the sub is good, but definitely not all that easy. It is actually very responsive for a submarine, though it does have some speed issues and you can't strafe left and right, which makes avoiding enemy fire really tough. You can strafe up and down though, if that's still classed as strafing, which helps a fair bit. The missions do have a bit of variety, but nothing too crazy. You'll be blowing a lot of stuff up for the most part, and there's also times where you've got to find sunken objects, take out bases, protect other ships, and so on. Some levels are timed as well, making things tricky, especially if you want to find all the treasure in those levels. Thankfully, you can replay missions whenever you want from the map to try and get a high score or find things that you've missed. Graphically, the game is excellent. I really like the art style here with chunky vehicles, and it plays super smooth too. I'd never heard of this game and I actually thought it was going to be a bit of a crappy budget title, but in fact it's a really good submarine game that I've already gone back to after recording this to see what the next few missions are. It does a lot right, but my biggest issue with it is probably that there's no checkpoints, so if you do die, especially near the end of a mission, you've got to restart from the very beginning every time. And this also includes collecting any of the treasure and stuff you might have gotten. This did annoy me a few times, but you kind of get used to it. But definitely give the game a try. I bet it will surprise you. Here is Super Farm, a game I had to play just based on the box art, and I've got to say it's nothing like I expected. It was only released in Europe, and I can kind of see why. The story here, and stick with me, is that they're a bunch of horny animals on a farm. Unfortunately, they're all male. When the game starts, they are in the middle of drawing straws to see who has to dress up as the female for the other ones to bang. And nope, I'm not making that up, it literally happens in the opening movie. Luckily for the pig, who did get the short straw, just before he gets raw-dogged by the turkey, sheep and rabbit, the farmer turns up with a female chicken. So then the game starts, and it's a party game where you have to complete various missions and games with your chosen farm animal, so you get to bang the chick. And yes, that is all absolutely true. So you choose from the farm animals, each of which have the usual speed and strength stats, as you play through a bunch of levels, each of which take place in various farm and city locations, and later in the game even some more wacky ones. Each level will give you certain objectives to complete, and it's always against another one of the animals, and sometimes more than one. You have simple games where you've got to collect a weapon and smash your opponent in the face, knocking their teeth out, then you've got to collect a certain amount of the teeth. Other levels will see you collecting flowers for the chicken to win her favour, and one level even has you collecting cats and delivering them to the chicken while she's taking a shit, because she has to wipe her arse with cats. Again, I'm not making that up. There's other modes like capture the flag, and there's races and so on. Between each level you get a cutscene which sets everything up, and you can't help but watch these every time, as you never know what the hell is going to happen. It's absolutely bonkers and I like it. The game actually looks pretty good as well, with a suitably cartoon art style that wouldn't look out of place for a 90s Nickelodeon show. The levels are all small arenas, but they're packed with hazards like electricity, deep water, and things that will knock you over if you're not careful. The game's not particularly easy either. The computer AI is quite unforgiving and will try to use the scenery against you, and racing them to the best weapons and items is pretty common. The controls are actually very good here. It's responsive and you only have a few buttons to worry about. Also, for each game there is a played tutorial which you can do that explains exactly what you need to do. These are handy, but they do take quite a long time to go through, and a simple text explanation probably would have been enough. Thankfully they are all skippable. This is a game that is obviously meant to be played with other players, and I can imagine it being a lot of fun if you do. But of course I've got no friends, so I wasn't able to try that out. I thought this was going to be one of those games that was super expensive, but that isn't the case. However, I can't imagine it would be all that common, so I really do recommend picking it up if you ever see it in the wild. Of course, if you're outside the UK, you won't ever find it, and we'll have to get the emulator fired up. But that's okay, as I imagine most people won't want to play it anyway, though you should. It's crazy ass fun. If you want to stick with the strange stuff, then you'll definitely want to play Super Galdelic Hour. Released only in Japan, this is a 1 or 2 player party game where you choose from a handful of females who certainly are a handful, and then you battle it out in a bunch of titillating mini-games to see who is their best. It's a simple game with not a lot of content, unless you're talking about what's in their underwear. The 4 characters you choose from all play the same, the only difference being the proportions of their bouncy bits. Once you've chosen your favourite shape, you then get assigned a random opponent and are thrown into a bunch of short games. These range from rope jumping, where you've got to time your button presses correctly, pie splatting contests, where you also need to time your button presses correctly, butt bashing competitions, where you have to use your arse to push the other person into water, whack-a-mole, wood chopping, and so on. None of the games are complicated, but actually they're kind of fun to play. Almost all of them are timing based and making sure you press the correct buttons at the right time. It's very simple, and before each game you're given an explanation of how they work. It's all in Japanese, but it's well illustrated, so you won't need to understand the language to know what's happening. At the end of 3 or 4 games that you play, you'll hopefully be crowned the winner. You earn points from how well you perform in the games previously, and the points can be traded in the shop for new outfits and accessories for the girls, but only for the one that you won the points for. So the game's got a good way of forcing you to replay it a few times with every character if you want to unlock everything and the more revealing outfits. And actually I replayed the game 3 times, which isn't many, but enough to tell you everything you need to know about the game, and I didn't get any of the games repeated, so there must be quite a few in there. I don't actually know how many in total, there's at least 12 though, I can tell you that much. You get little scenes between the games as well, where the characters flail and bounce around for no reason other than this is a Japanese game. But as it's Japanese, it embraces the craziness and uses it really well, and unlocking things is actually kind of addictive. The graphics here are excellent, and I suppose there's not a lot for the game to show on screen, which means they're able to put a lot more detail into everything, and the jiggle is excellent, even if not particularly accurate. But yeah, this is a fun time, that is a crazy short game that's worth playing with a friend, just to see who's the jiggliest. And finally for today, here is Snoopy and the Red Baron, a game that is way better than it has any right to be. Surprisingly, this is a combat flight sim where you take control of Snoopy and eventually his friends when you've unlocked them. The story goes that Snoopy and the Red Baron are in a war that is a fictional version of World War I, and the Red Baron kidnaps Charlie Brown, who's making plans for a bomb that could end the war. Yeah, it's pretty deep for a Snoopy game. So, as Snoopy, who is a pilot, which anyone who reads the comics already knows, you get in your plane and you have to complete a whopping 22 missions, which give you a ton of different objectives. These involve shooting down other planes, destroying enemy ships and tanks, protecting various other good things, and so on. You know, that sort of thing. The missions all take place in a few locations, and each one is a medium-sized sandbox with plenty of things in there for you to do. There's new weapons like homing rockets and bombs that you can find, and you'll need to even buy them from the shop. There's also balloons you can collect, which, if you get enough, will unlock various secrets. There's money you can find in the levels as well, which you'll need to use to buy the new weapons, and there's also letters in each level which spell the names of the other characters. When you've got them all, you can then buy that character and use them in the game. Each one has its own stats and plane and that sort of thing. Probably the most surprising thing is just how well the game plays. It's super smooth and the controls are fantastic, letting you fly, barrel roll and do some acrobatics with ease. You'll also need to use all of these moves as the enemies are a lot tougher than you'd probably think, chasing you down and firing a range of weapons at you that you'll need to avoid. As you can see, the graphics are excellent, it all looks really good with some excellent looking models, and I really like the cartoon style. There's surprisingly little to complain about here as well. Some of the missions are quite repetitive, and actually some of them are really damn tricky, and it does put up a challenge. It can still be beaten relatively easy though once you're used to it all. You might just need to go back to a few levels if you want to find everything. But it's basically a game that is well worth playing. It was only released in North America, so if you're in Blighty like me, you have to be a scumbag and emulate it, unless someone wants to swap a copy for Super Farm, but if you can play it, you definitely should. After all, it's Snoopy. Who doesn't love Snoopy? We'll start with some action shooty bang bangs with Tribes Aerial Assault. This is a first-person arena shooter that was more designed with online and multiplayer in mind, but does have a single-player campaign for you to go through. There isn't really much in the way of story, other than that there are various tribes who are basically the same in terms of abilities and weapons. It's just the colour of their clothes and race that are different. No comment. These tribes all take part in various combat arena scenarios that involve a few different things that you've likely seen in this sort of game before. You've got your standard deathmatch games where you just want to kill a certain number of opponents within a time limit. There's also a team variation on this. Then there's capture the flag, where you'll need to take your opponent's base flag, steal it, and then return it to your base. All the while they're doing the same to you. There's my favourite mode, which is where you have to kill everyone you see and they'll drop a flag. You've got to collect these flags from their corpses and deposit them at a checkpoint, and you'll get points for it, but the more flags you deposit at one time, the more the score multiplies. This mode is really fun and hectic with a real risk versus reward feel to it. Do you go for just one more kill, or do you hightail it to the nearest checkpoint and hope you don't get shot in the back and lose all your flags? Then there's King of the Hill mode, where you have your team and you've got to hold checkpoints to get points for a certain number of time. All the game modes are fun to play, and you've got a fair amount of weapons to use. What I quite like is that you start with a lot of the weapons. You've got a laser rifle, a rocket launcher and a chain gun. These all have their strengths and weaknesses of course, with different fire rates and power. I did find that the computer opponents, who are a pain in the ass by the way, will basically only use the rocket launcher, which easily kills you in just a few shots, and they are deadly accurate with it too. There's also other weapons dotted around the levels. These aren't really any better though, and I did find that I didn't tend to bother with them, as you've got to drop the ones you're using to be able to take them, rather than just holding them all at the same time. Though you can get a sniper rifle, grenade launcher and a powerful laser rifle among others. And as the game is called Aerial Assault, you also have a jetpack, though it's not a very good one. You can only hover for a short while, and actually it's pretty hard to get used to the physics of it. If you want to fly up, you need to be standing still first, otherwise you just sort of glide forward. And then there were loads of times where I couldn't seem to use it like the computer opponents did, but you will get used to it. The controls otherwise are very responsive, but I actually feel that the jetpack should have been a power-up rather than a full mechanic. I do have to moan a bit about the AI though. The computer opponents were deadly, and you will die a hell of a lot. They pretty much only use the rocket launcher, and shooting you from miles away seems to be very easy for them. Thankfully you do have the same weapons, and you can even lock onto opponents, which helps. Annoyingly though, your computer controlled teammates are not as deadly, and will basically just stand around doing nothing. You can give them simple commands, but if you don't, then they're pretty much useless and don't seem to think for themselves at all. I do like the graphics in the game. It is pretty typical of games like this for the time, and it's fine, nothing too extravagant, but I'd rather that, as it means the frame rate is always solid and I didn't see any slowdown. Of course, this game is meant to be played online or with friends, and I can imagine it being really fun with a couple of mates, or even online if that still works, but as a single player game, there is still fun to be had. Thunder Force 6 is, so far, the most recent entry into the popular series. It's a side-scrolling shooter with your usual shooter premise. A race of aliens have decided they want to take over Earth and send an army our way. As always, the best option for us is to send a single ship that's packed to the gills with weapons, so many weapons in fact that they forgot to put any defense in. The game plays exactly as you'd expect, and you fly from left to right while waves of enemies appear on the screen for you to take down. Eventually you'll get to the boss, which of course is always a huge creature or robot that you need to blow to bits. What's cool is that you start with all your weapons and you can switch between them at any point, and they all have unlimited ammo. But yep, they each have their strengths and weaknesses. You've got your standard laser that fires ahead at a fast rate and does decent damage. There's also a laser that fires behind you, which comes in very handy in a few levels as well. It's pretty fast and pretty strong. There's a wave shot that's kind of like your spread gun. It's powerful and can deal large damage all over the screen as long as the enemies are ahead of you. There's a lock-on laser, and with this one you hold down the fire button and it will lock onto any enemies that you pass the indicator over. This can be anywhere on the screen. It then fires a beam that's locked onto them until they die. It's great for accuracy, but it's one of the weaker weapons and can only target one enemy at a time. Also, it doesn't have the best range, meaning you need to sometimes get dangerously close to enemies to use it. Then you've got the homing bullets, which fire blue balls at the target enemies. This is a really good weapon and the one that I use the most. As you'd expect, it's not the most powerful, but it's great for clearing out smaller enemies. Enemies will drop green orb things, and collecting these builds up your special bars. You can have a maximum of 6 at a time, and these are all devastating. Each weapon type has its own special attack, and these are all especially handy against the bosses. As you have all the weapons, there's not really any power-ups here, with the exception of a shield, and this is actually a blessing. The shield only lasts about 30 seconds, and you will want it, as without it you can only take a single hit before you die. Thankfully you do come back exactly where you died, and you get a few lives and continues. Also, you can choose the order of the first few levels, so you won't have to replay the same ones over and over if you don't want to. The graphics here are pretty cool, it's all very crisp 3D and there's always loads going on. What I like is that the camera will move around at times, giving a slightly different view of the action, but normally at a time where you can't be killed, so it never gets in the way of what's happening or causes any cheap deaths. Sometimes the amount of bullets and effects on screen can make that happen though, and you do have to move very fast, which doesn't always help, though you can choose from a few different speeds. This is a really fun shooter that is challenging and just the right length, worth playing if you like this sort of thing. It's not a bullet hell game, just an action-packed one. Fighting game time now with Tough Dark Fight from Konami. This is a 3D one-on-one fighting game based on a manga that I have never seen, and thankfully you don't need to enjoy the game. According to the thing I read about the game online, it's set in a 2-year gap between the 2 manga series that were out at the time, which doesn't help too much as I have no idea what that story was about. But then again, it's a fighting game, so who really cares about the story? And yeah, I know some of you do. You get to choose from a pretty diverse all-male roster of fighters, all of whom are pretty tough. You get the usual array of fighting styles, from street fighters, wrestlers, kung fu men, and all the other ones that I don't know what they are, but they involve punching and throwing. Each character really does feel different to play as well. Their speeds, power and ability are noticeably different as you play. I tried out most of the characters and I'd need a couple of rounds to get used to each one. You have 4 attack buttons, 2 punch and 2 kick. There's no jumping, but you can do crouching attacks as well as walk around your opponent. As it's a 3D game, you can't do Street Fighter style inputs. Instead, it's more about button combinations, so you want to press square, square, triangle, down and circle, and things like that to do combinations and special moves. Thankfully, there is a decent move list, and even though the game was only released in Japan, it's easy to navigate and see what's what. As this one is based more in reality, there's no crazy fireballs or anything like that. It's all about the combos and takedowns. You can throw opponents by pressing 2 buttons at the same time as well, and you can do counters and blocks and all that jazz. Eventually you'll build up a special meter, and this lets you pull off some really devastating special attacks that can take half of your opponent's health away. I loved watching all these as you get a nice little cinematic and they look pretty devastating, and some are even a bit daft, I'm guessing for the more joke characters. The computer AI puts up a decent fight, even in the easier difficulties, so don't expect to run through this one quickly. You'll probably do okay, but will need to learn your chosen character a bit before you really get anywhere. There's also a story mode where you don't get a choice as who you play as. This is cool, but it's all in Japanese of course, so I've got no idea what's going on. It all looks decent enough with some nice character models and animation. I like that the fighters' expressions change as they get punched in the face. That's always fun. Overall, it's a solid fighting game that, as always, would be good fun with a bunch of mates, so you can play winner stays on. Give it a go if you like punching people in the face. Here is Tale of Destiny Director's Cut, a game that was recommended to me by Gojambi3957. Hope I said that right. This is an action RPG only released in Japan, but thanks to clever scientists around the world, rather than curing diseases, they made an English translation that is made available online. And you know what? I'm kind of glad it was. It's actually a remake of a PS1 title, and the story goes that your character, Stan, wants to be an adventurer, so stows away on a flying ship thing on the search for a quest. Luckily, that ship gets attacked by some crazy monsters that kill everyone on board. As you're a stowaway, you've got no way to defend yourself, so you just have to run away. Eventually, you enter a storage room and you find a sword chained to a wall. The sword starts talking to you, which is kind of odd, but as your options are leave it alone or get eaten by monsters, you decide to take it with you. Turns out it's a magic soul sword that bonds with you, which does kick off a big adventure involving saving the world and discovering the mysteries of the swords. As it turns out, you're not the only one with a magic soul sword. The gameplay does a good job of mixing things up here. You spend your time exploring environments in an isometric view, where you're free to run around wherever you fancy. You'll need to talk to people to get information, new quests, and hints about what's going on. As always, you'll want to visit shops and merchants so you can buy new equipment, armour and weapons for when you're out in the world. Once you're ready to go, you head out into the world where you'll have to deal with lots of random encounters with enemies. As this is an RPG, I haven't gotten terribly far into it, but I have had a really good time with what I've played. The battles are all done in real time, and you've got a few attack and magic buttons, and holding different directions on the D-pad while you're attacking does different moves and even lets you put combos together. The monsters come in a few varieties, though I haven't seen too many just yet. There's your usual animal types like fish and rabbits and bears, as well as classic RPG monsters like slimes, and of course you get some big bosses too. What's cool is that you get various people who join you along the way as well. Your companions always help out in battles and do a pretty good job of looking after themselves and helping you out when you need it. You'll all level up and there's a ton of things for you to upgrade. Weapons have lots of different stat boosts you can do, as well as your usual health and magic upgrades, and you do have a lot of options on how to build your character. There's also a lot of story here with plenty of dialogue and cutscenes. Something I quite like is that you can also have optional conversations with other characters, and these are often context sensitive with what's going on around you at the game in the time. You don't have to chat with them, but it can build trust between you and make your partnerships even stronger, and it just lets you know more about what's going on. I really like the graphics here. It's got great 2D sprites for the characters and enemies, and a 3D world, and it's all super clean and crisp. I especially like the battles and all the effects that are used there. Enemies early on aren't too crazy tough, and the game is generally pretty grind free, and I actually look forward to the battles here. Something I really like is that you get a food bag early on in the game. You can fill this with a bunch of different ingredients and you'll learn recipes for meals as you play. Then, as long as your food bag is full, you'll automatically heal after battles using the ingredients you have. So you want to make sure you've got enough to make decent meals. This really helps the tedium of having to manually heal regularly. Of course, when the bag is empty, you will still need to heal, but it never gets too hard to find a town and refill it with food. And the more recipes you learn, they'll give you more health and so on. It's just a nice quality of life mechanic that really helps out. So yeah, thanks for the recommendation on this one. It's a game I probably never would have played, mainly because I don't tend to play RPGs. I'd love to, but I just don't have the time. One day though, hey, if you are an RPG fan though, this is definitely one I'd recommend. Time for something quite different now. Here is Torrente 3, The Protector. This is a very strange action game based on a Spanish movie series about a disgusting overweight cop who is basically a politically correct person's nightmare. Word of warning, if you get offended by anything, then this probably isn't the game for you. So you are Torrente, a cop, and you start out in a plane that's hijacked by terrorists. You've got to save the plane, except you don't do it really very well, and instead you end up just jumping out and saving yourself. That's never mentioned again, and now you're thrown into an open world where you've got to take on a bunch of missions which range from stopping the sales of illegal CDs, stealing scarves, chasing cars, and even changing your grandmother's underwear after she shits herself. And no, I'm not joking. The game is full of gross out humour, letting you piss, shit and jerk off pretty much whenever you want to. In fact, sometimes you even have to do this, otherwise you can't move as fast or perform certain functions, which I guess is probably kind of realistic, and I'm sure they'll add that to GTA 6. As you explore through the rough interpretation of Madrid, you'll be given a ton of other jobs to do. These will involve you navigating the city either on foot or in one of the dozen or so vehicles found around the game. This is where you'll need to track down the baddies, or maybe just go and buy some groceries, depending on what the job is. You get markers on your map, thankfully, so you won't get too lost, but the missions are almost always on a timer, so completing them is tricky, and you'll need to make sure you prioritise the right ones. As well as this, you can just visit various landmarks like the sports stadium, bars, and of course the strip clubs, where you can hang out and improve your stats like strength, stamina, and even sex appeal. But no, you don't get to see any boobies, just bras, sorry. As you're a cop, you will need to do some combat. You can punch, kick, and throw stuff at the bad guys, but the combat is pretty bad. In fact, I'll just tell you now, this whole game is just pretty bad, but it really is one that I think you should play. The fighting is imprecise and the hit detection is poor. You can block, and you'll need to. You do also get a few weapons as you progress to make things easier, but still not great. You can lock onto enemies to take them down, and to be fair, the controls aren't actually all that bad. They are quite responsive. Completing the missions earns you money, which lets you buy new vehicles and groceries and items, though nothing is particularly well signposted or explained, which might be a translation thing. And yes, this was officially released in PAL regions. You can steal vehicles if you need to get around, but before you can do that you need to have the correct license so you can drive that type of vehicle and actually use them, which makes no sense, but then again most of this game doesn't make sense. There's plenty of talking here as well. Most people just swear or tell very rude jokes to you. It's kind of funny if you've got a 90s or 2000s sense of humour like I do, but again, if you're someone who gets offended by things, you'll probably hate it. Graphically, it's not very good, definitely a budget title. The character models are pretty bad with basic animation, and the world looks like an upscaled PS1 game. But it's not meant to be a looker, it's just meant to have stupid humour. So, would I recommend this game? Yeah, definitely. It's terrible and not fun to play, but it's one of those games that I can't believe actually exists, and it's the kind that I always want people to experience. So make sure you find a copy of this any way you can, and give it a go for a few hours, just to see all the mad stuff that happens. Something a bit more wholesome now. Here is Twinkle Star Sprites, a cool take on the vertically scrolling shooter genre, and it makes it competitive. While there is a story here, it is kind of pointless and all in Japanese anyway, so I couldn't tell you what's going on. But the gameplay here is what's important, and it's really fun. You choose from a handful of characters, each of which have their own weapons and speed stats. Then you play through a series of vertically scrolling shooter levels which play pretty much exactly as you'd expect. You move up the screen while loads of super cute enemies appear. The twist here though is that there's no bosses. Instead, your opponent, who is on the right hand side of the screen, assuming you're player 1 that is the boss that you have to defeat. You do this by killing the enemies. Any that you kill will go onto their screen as a fireball. If these fireballs hit them, they'll do damage. The better you are at killing stuff by building up combos or doing charge attacks, the bigger the fireball the enemy will turn into. Of course, your opponents can do the same to you, and anything they kill will enter your half of the screen as a fireball that you'll need to dodge. You can actually shoot these fireballs to deflect them back at your opponent's side. They do take a few hits though, so be careful. Things start out pretty easy, and to be honest, they kind of stay that way, but it can be pretty hectic at times when you're faced with a load of enemies and fireballs all heading your way. You can choose from a bunch of characters, and there'll definitely be some that you prefer over others, with various different speeds and weapons on offer. Some just fire forwards, some have a wider shot, and so on. And some of the characters with more powerful attacks move incredibly slowly, making it hard to dodge anything. But in terms of gameplay, that's really all there is to it. You can of course also play the game with a second player, and I can imagine that being a lot of fun. It looks great with some really nice colourful graphics that are quite basic but have a real charm to them. The controls are spot on and do just what they need to. It's simple and responsive. My only real complaint is that there's not much game here. You can beat the story mode in about 10 minutes, and other than the arcade play, where you choose your character but play the same thing, there isn't much more to it. But for what it is loads of fun. Unfortunately, it's one of those really damn expensive games, going for more than £150, so I would recommend getting the PC version if you can, which is about £2. Up to you though. Either way, it is worth a play. Tokobot Plus is a cool 3D action platform game. You are Bolt, an adventuring punk ass who discovers a bunch of robots while treasure hunting. These robots become your little mates and follow you around. Then it turns out that there's a giant robot called Zero, who is basically the creator thing of these robots. Trouble is, Zero is evil and has buggered off into a bunch of ruins, so you've got to go with your good little robots into the ruins to try and track him down, collecting pieces of relics along the way to help you out. I guess this is actually more of a puzzle platform game, as there is a big focus on using the little robo buddies to help you navigate the various levels and hazards. You'll need to use the robots in a variety of ways. Bolt himself can run, jump and climb, and as a punk kid is kinda limited. That's where the robots come in. You always have 6 of them, and you can give them commands to get in a few different formations. One is a line behind you. Once they're in this formation, you can use them to make a little bridge by throwing them across a gap in a line. Then you can use them as a ladder by getting them to line up against walls for you to climb. And you can attack with this formation by slamming them down on enemies' heads. Then you can get them to line up next to you. Doing this lets you move things around easier, and you can get them to grab onto blocks and things and pull them around. You also have the ability to spin around while you're in this formation, like a propeller. Spinning around will hurt enemies, as well as being able to activate certain cogs or anything that needs a good old spin. The final formation is one that circles around you. This is basically used to carry heavy objects, as well as letting you perform powerful butt drops that will hurt enemies, as well as let you press switches or smash things. You'll need to use a combination of all these abilities to get through the levels and figure out how to navigate the puzzle-like temples that you find. Enemies will require certain attacks to defeat. I tend to like using the spin attack when I can, but some enemies have spikes on the outside, so you can't spin them. These tend to have exposed heads though, and you can just slam a robot down on their head instead. Bosses will tend to need a combination of all attack types to defeat them, and they are fun to figure out. In the levels you'll also find treasure which you can trade to get more health or revive potions and things like that you can help you out in the levels. You'll want to smash everything you find and make sure you get as much money as you can to power yourself up. The game looks really good with some cool cartoony graphics, and I like the characters and enemies here, and even the environments are varied and interesting. It's not the most challenging of games. The main thing that will cause you problems are the maze-like areas that require a lot of exploring and switch finding. Enemies are pretty simple and easy to figure out. But overall, this is a really fun platform game that is pretty damn cheap if you want a physical copy. It really gave me vibes of those games that are rare and cost a ton, but that's not the case, so get it while you can. And if you do like platform games, then you might want to try out Taz Wanted. Taz and his lady friend are chilling out one day when suddenly that bastard Yosemite Sam appears out of nowhere and captures you. He takes you to his theme park Zoo Island thing that he apparently has, where he intends on using you as an attraction. But he forgot about your spin attack, so you easily escape but are trapped on the island. To make things worse, Sam has put up wanted posters and signs all over the zoo so everyone is out to catch you. Naturally, the only way out of this situation is to go around the island and destroy all of the wanted signs, fighting bosses and then figuring out how to get back to your island. To do this, you've got to explore the game's 4 worlds, which doesn't sound like many because it's not. Each one is pretty damn large though, and has 7 wanted signs for you to destroy, as well as a bunch of other things to collect. This is a 3D platform game after all. Smashing signs is never straightforward either. There's a heavy puzzle and exploration element to the game as you try to figure out first of all where the signs are, and then actually how you get to them to smash them. The start of each level does actually show them to you and gives you vague hints as to what you need to do, but it's never easy. You'll need to fend off bears, throw bombs, sneak around, fight park keepers, do some snowboarding and more if you want to find them all. And being Taz, you even get your spin attack to use, though it's not always as helpful as you'd like. It's mainly used here to smash everything you see, and you really can smash most of what you see, even trees and rocks, but not everything is smashable. Annoyingly, you can't really use it to take down enemies, which is really what you want to do. If you do try this, they'll just hit you or stun you, or even capture you, putting you in a cage back at the start of the level. To stun enemies yourself, you'll need to eat various things that are littered around the level, like bins or benches and things like that, and then you can spit them at the enemies to knock them out. This is essential, as even jumping over them is almost impossible to do. Thankfully, Taz controls well enough and is nimble when he needs to be. This makes exploring the levels fun, which is lucky as you'll likely spend a fair amount of time running around not knowing what the hell to do. Even though you do get the hints, a lot of the game is tricky to figure out. Something I really like are the graphics. It's a cel-shaded game and it looks awesome. It's no surprise that cel shading suits a game like this down to a T, and Taz animates really well as well, as do the other enemies and characters. And speaking of characters, there is a decent amount of cameos in here from the other Looney Tunes peeps. They don't do a whole lot other than just pop up every now and then, but it's nice to have them in there. While this is definitely not the best platform game out there, it is often quite frustrating while you figure out what you need to do. It has still got a decent amount of charm to it, and I always have a soft spot for Taz, so if you like spinning around like a record baby, then give this one a go. Twin Caliber from Rage is an interesting rail shooter that I used to play all the time at my friend Nick's house. The story goes that mutant zombie things are on the loose. Arguably, one of the best or worst places to be in this situation is a prison, depending on how you look at it. Well, that's where you start here. You can choose to play as either the sheriff or a prisoner, or you can even play the game in 2-player co-op and take one each. There's no difference between who you play as though, it's just cosmetic. And either way, they're both always on screen. At the start of the game, the sheriff comes to the prisoner after pretty much everyone else in the prison has been turned into a zombie or killed by the zombies. You're the only two left. He's a badass gruff sheriff and you happen to be the worst, most dangerous prisoner in there, in solitary confinement. But with no other options, the sheriff lets you out and even gives you a couple of guns, and you're forced to work together to escape and stay alive. This is the kind of plot that would make a really fun buddy movie in the 80s. Its campy and over-the-top way of telling everything is actually quite fun here. Once all that story nonsense is out of the way, the game starts, and it's surprisingly a rail shooter. You never get to control your character directly, and they'll just run around the environments in predetermined paths. Instead, each of the analog sticks controls one of your arms, which you'll need to move around and shoot the hundreds of enemies that come for you at every level. You can use the left stick for the left arm and the right for the right arm, obviously. Amusingly, you can move both arms in full 360 degrees around you, and they'll just twist and contort in strange ways that look funny. But if you get it right, you can also look pretty damn John Woo. Enemies will constantly be coming towards you. You get standard shamble zombies, some that run, some that jump, some that throw things at you, and even some that have guns. Thankfully, your guns have unlimited ammo, so you won't need to worry about accuracy. You just need to point the sticks and shoot. As you can control the arms separately, you'll be able to target 2 enemies at once if you're good enough. There's also a button that means your arms are joined together, so you only need to move one analog stick and both arms will go in the same direction. This is good for using against stronger enemies and bosses where you really need to focus your fire. And the bosses here are pretty cool. They're massive monsters that always have a weak spot for you to find. As you play, the camera will constantly be moving around to give you a more cinematic view, which I quite like, but you will have to constantly readjust your aim when it happens. As well as this, the two characters are always talking to one another, usually arguing or bickering and throwing insults at one another. You'll eventually break out of the prison and have to make your way through various towns, swamps and other environments. You'll also find new weapons along the way, each of which have their own range, power, speed, clip size and reload speed. You can have a weapon in each hand too, so you can mix up what you're firing with. Some levels require you to be holding something, like a torch in one hand as well. You'll need to use this to light the way, so you've only got one weapon to shoot with. It's cool how they actually managed to mix things up quite well. Graphics wise, it's not very impressive. The models are quite basic, but look fine. You do get some nice lighting, though it's mostly pretty damn dark for the entire time. You might want to adjust the brightness on your TV like I had to. Also, you do get these cool close-up shots when you're seeing enemies being blown to literal pieces, which are always fun. Overall, this is a pretty simple rail shooter that's really fun to go through with a friend. It's not particularly long and you'll beat it quite easily, but it's one that you can come back to, especially over Halloween for a blast. Check it out. And finally for the letter T, here is Total Overdose. This is a cool third-person sort of open-world game set in 1980s Mexico. Throughout the game you play as a few people, but mainly a bloke called Ramiro. There's an overly convoluted story here, but for the most part all you need to know is you're the good guy and you're taking down evil cartels and criminal gangs almost single-handedly. You'll be given a bunch of missions throughout the game that involve the usual killing people, blowing stuff up, collecting certain things and so on. And then you set out into an open world where you either choose to do the missions or you can just explore to find side missions or challenges to take part in. Doing side missions and challenges earns you points and money which you can use to buy and unlock various things throughout the game. The side missions are usually a lot less serious, and the challenges are things like killing a certain amount of people, driving somewhere in a certain time limit and other such things. There's also icons and hidden items all throughout the world which you can use to unlock new weapons and dual wielding abilities which come in handy. Most of the time though, you'll spend your time shooting bad guys in the face, and this is really fun to do. The game clearly takes inspiration from the various action movies of the time, letting you do loads of bullet time jumps and attacks. You can dive in any direction with the press of a button, at which point time will slow down and you can easily take aim and shoot bad guys in the cranium. And actually the controls here are really good, never giving me any issues. What's cool is that the game rewards more funky combos and attacks that you do with score multipliers. You also get bonuses for hitting people with cars and so on, and one move that is super satisfying to use is one where you drive past someone and just as you get close to them you can open your car door to smack them in the face. It's never required, but I found myself using it a lot just because it's kind of funny. There's also the ability to time jumping out of cars just right, which is important for blowing stuff up or ramming your car into groups of enemies, or even into buildings that collapse. It's super satisfying to do and just plain fun. Something else that I like is that the better you do in combat, the more things enemies drop, so if you're doing well, you're rewarded with ammo and health refills. There are loads of weapons for you to get here, most of which only have a few bullets, so you will need to constantly swap between the ones that you have and the ones that your enemies drop when you kill them, and thankfully you can carry a load of them at once, so it's very rare that you run out. But if you do, you can just fight with your fists, or if you're lucky, you'll have a melee weapon like a baseball bat or even a rake. These are also fun to use. And really that's the best way I can describe this game, it's just damn fun. It looks decent enough with the standard open world graphics of the time. I do like the 80s aesthetic to everything as well. I'd say this is a must-have for any action game fan. It really doesn't take itself seriously, but does pretty much everything it tries to do very right. We are going to start in Japan this time round, and the game is called, bear with me, Ueki no Haosuko Taozu Zei Robert Juden, which I think says the law of Ueki in the title, so maybe it means that, or maybe it's the subtitle, who knows. Google does, but that's too far away. Anyway, this is a fun little action brawler that is of course based on an anime of the same name. You'll never believe it, but I don't know what the storyline is here, but it seems to be based around a school where everybody wants to fight everyone else and conveniently has crazy elemental or magical type powers. The game is almost a fighting game, but not quite, playing more along the lines of things like Streets of Rage, but again, not quite. In the story mode, you play as Ueki, a green-haired punk whose name I'm probably saying wrong, and each stage sees you in various arenas of different sizes that have other people in them. You basically want to beat them all into oblivion as they'll be doing the same to you. Some levels only have one opponent, but this varies a lot, and sometimes you'll have more than 10 to deal with on a level. You only have to worry about 2 attack buttons, a regular one and a special attack. You can do regular combos by pressing the button repeatedly, and you can also attack in every direction depending on what you're holding on the D-pad at the time. Special moves are the same, and you'll need stars to use them, which you get by fighting normally or powering up Dragon Ball style. Then again, depending on the direction that you press, you do different moves, and these are always quite unique to the characters. So Ueki is the tree guy, and all of his special moves involve hitting people with trees. Every character is different though, some do fire attacks, some do rock, some water, some ghost, and so on. You can only play as Ueki in the story mode, but there are versus and arcade modes where you can play as the other characters that are unlocked. The levels are all quite large, and something that is kind of strange is that you don't walk around them freely. Instead, you can only move left and right, but by pressing the R1 and 2 buttons, you can jump in and out of the different planes. It does take a while to get used to, but it ain't too bad. It is actually quite handy for dodging or doing surprise attacks on enemies on a different plane to you. Handily, you do tend to get an arrow on screen showing you where the enemies are in relation to you as well. Also on the levels, there's plenty of things you can destroy. You'll want to do this as they often have power-ups like extra speed, strength, health, and one that makes you jump really high. The fights can get hectic, but they are fun. The controls are a bit stiff here, which is a shame, and there's only a handful of attacks. It would have been nice to see a few more combos in there. You can also unlock perks that you can equip between levels, which change your stats for your health, speed, attack and defense and so on. Depending on who you're fighting, you might want to change these around. The graphics are decent enough with a nice cel shaded look to it, and you know I love me some cel shading, so you can't really complain there. Other than that the animation is a little strange in places, but nothing game breaking. Overall, this is a fun action game that is hectic in single player and would be fun with a friend. If playing with balls are more your thing, then Ultimate Pro Pinball might be for you. It's a pretty serious simulation game of the old paddle flipping pastime, and you get to choose from one of 3 tables: Big Race, Fantastic Journey and Time Shock. Now as it's pinball, there isn't really a whole lot to say, so I'll tell you a bit more about the tables. Big Race is a car on a road trip theme with 4 flippers, a few ramps and a bunch of bumpers, which I guess is kind of something that all the tables have really. Fantastic Journey is more of a science fiction based one, and the table is littered with Jules Verne style steampunk designs as well as a few monsters, though there are only 2 flippers on this one. And Time Shock is another futuristic style one which has dinosaurs, robots and machinery looking stuff all over the place, but you do only get the 3 flippers here. No matter which table you choose, there's plenty of places to smack your balls into to try and get a high score. And actually there's a hell of a lot to figure out, and you'll need to practice quite a lot if you want to see everything. What's cool is that as well as the usual pinball fare of hitting balls at the right time to get them into the right holes, you also have other interactive things and bits and pieces that use what would have been the information screen on the board. Hitting the ball into certain objects will trigger mini-games of sorts, where you get to choose from a few options. For example, do you take some points, or do you gamble and see what's in the trunk of a car, which could be more points, or it could be minus points. There's also a little mini-game in here when you have to use the bumpers to shoot asteroids that are heading towards you. These are fun and do offer a nice small distraction. But the actual pinball itself is very fun. I must have only played real pinball maybe 3 or 4 times in my entire life, so I'm definitely no expert. But you can really feel the weight of the balls here, and as far as I know, the physics feel good enough. The balls always did what I expected to, but it's not easy. You can also nudge the table if the ball is going to be lost, so you can do that as a last ditch attempt of trying to get the ball back on track. But if you do it too much, the game will punish you by freezing your flippers, and then you're screwed. There's also a fair few options you can adjust here, from the age of the table and how worn it is, to the angle of the slope, and even how hard the flippers hit. I didn't really mess with these because I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm sure that if you do know, they'll make a hell of a difference. Graphics wise, it's fine. There's a fair amount of detail, and it looks pre-rendered. Nothing you haven't really seen before, but it looks pretty and kind of what you'd expect, I suppose. So yeah, it's pinball, you know the drill really, but it is a good game of pinball. It's damn addictive, and I actually ended up playing for just over an hour just recording this footage, so if you do like this sort of thing, give it a go. Fighting game time now with Ultraman 3 Fighting Evolution. Now there are actually quite a lot of Ultraman games on the PS2, but this is the only one I've played, and I enjoyed what I played. As you might expect, this is a Japan only game, as Ultraman never really took off elsewhere, which is a shame as it's pretty much a campy rubber suit monster hero stuff, kind of like Power Rangers and so on, which I also really enjoy. Anyway, the game here celebrates the various versions of Ultraman, as well as the wacky array of monsters that he's had to deal with over the years. It's a one-on-one fighting game. Well, actually sometimes it's one-on-two, but you know what I mean. You have your various game modes, mainly scenario battles and arcade, as well as training, versus and single fights. In the scenario mode, you get to choose from exactly that, a whole bunch of scenarios where giant monsters are attacking and you take control of one of the versions of Ultraman and must fight the monster to the death. I'm assuming these are based directly on episodes of the series, and seeing the crazy monster designs is really cool. What's also nice is that each of the scenarios has secondary objectives, as well as just punching the enemies in the face. For example, sometimes you've got to make sure that certain buildings don't get destroyed in the cities, as you are kind of Godzilla size after all. Other times you've got a strict time limit, or you might need to finish the enemy with a specific attack. It's cool and helps mix things up a bit. Unfortunately, it is all in Japanese, but this was nothing that the free Translate app on my phone couldn't help with. You also have arcade mode, where you can choose to play as any of the characters in the game, good or bad, and you fight through a series of battles, standard stuff. The actual combat is kind of unique, and it doesn't play like your usual Street Fighter or Tekken, which is good and bad. It's good because it helps it stand out, it's bad because it means it's not as pick up and play as some fighting games, and there is a bit of a learning curve. You've got a weak, medium and strong attack button, as well as a grab button. There's no jumping unless it's for a specific attack. Each of the moves you do differ depending on where you are, if you're holding a direction, and so on. You only need to press one button repeatedly to do combos, and depending on the character, you might only have one regular attack button, with the other 2 buttons doing projectile attacks. As far as I could tell, there's no real special move inputs. As you fight, you will build up a special bar though. Once this is full, you get a button prompt on the screen. Press the right buttons in the right combination and you'll fire off a special attack. These look cool and are very powerful. Your enemy can do the same though, but if you press the right buttons to counter them, you will block it. Press the wrong ones and you'll take the hit. The game looks fantastic actually, with some really cool character designs. They're all very detailed and have some incredible animation, but this is also a bit of a problem. It's clearly motion captured, and it's one of those games where if you do something you have to wait for the animation to finish before you can do anything else, and this includes blocking. And some of the attacks take literally 2 or 3 seconds to pull off, meaning your opponent has plenty of time to hit you while you're winding up a punch or a kick. It is quite annoying and happens quite a lot. You really need to learn when to time your attacks. But once you are in the swing of things, it's actually really fun, and I enjoyed trying out all of the different characters and playing through the scenario mode to see all the wacky stuff. While it's definitely not the best fighting game on the system, I did have a lot of fun, and I would recommend giving it a go if you like crazy Japanese stuff. Here is Up, based on the Pixar movie. Now you could argue this is called Disney's Pixar Up technically, but I don't care. This is a fun little 3D platform game based on the awesome movie that everybody should watch, and if you haven't seen it, I feel sorry for you. The story goes that an old man's wife died and she loved adventure and wanted to see the amazing Paradise Falls. Sadly, she didn't make it, so Carl Fredricksen, her husband, promised that he would and tied at least 12 balloons to his house to make it float away and find Paradise Falls, which is somewhere in the clouds. Mr. Fredricksen soon discovers that Russell, a Boy Scout, was hiding on his porch, and then things go a bit wrong and the two of them let the house fly away, so they've got to explore a bunch of levels to get the house back and make it to Paradise Falls. All the while, an evil inventor guy is doing bad stuff. I can't remember exactly what, and there's a dog in there as well. So yeah, this is a 1 or 2 player game. You control both Carl, that's the old bloke by the way, and Russell. It plays kind of similar to the recent LEGO games, where they each have their own abilities and are always both on screen, so you'll need to switch between the two of them quite often to solve puzzles and help each other reach areas that they couldn't before. Of course, if you're playing in 2 player, you just control one of the characters each. For example, Carl can use his walking stick to grab ledges that are too high for Russell, so he can reach higher areas. You'll then need to pull Russell up to join you. Carl can also use his hearing aid to blast out a high-pitched sound that scares off dogs and things like that. Russell can be used on seesaws and be flung into the air, and has a whole bunch of equipment in his backpack that comes in handy throughout the game. You will also unlock new items as you play, like pickaxes to climb new areas, and a rope to hang from, and so on. The game does a good job of mixing up the levels as well. As well as the platforming, you also have raft levels, flying levels, and of course there's a dog and bird action in there as well. What's cool is that the game also encourages replaying levels, offering areas of the game that you couldn't reach on your first playthrough, and you'll need one of the items from later on to get into all of the nooks and crannies to collect all the items. This is more for completionists, as there are items to collect in each level if you want to, but they're not essential for completing the game. The graphics are decent, really following the look of the movie of course, and the animation is good and the levels are fairly detailed. The controls are good but not perfect. The jumping and climbing is a little floaty, and there were times where you'd fall, and it definitely was the game and not your fault. It's not a very tricky game though, clearly being aimed at a younger audience. There's plenty of health laying around, and I never actually died while I was playing the game, though I am a pro gamer of course. This would be a perfect game to play with a younger sibling or child. While we're talking movie licenses, here is Underworld: The Eternal War, based on the movie which I've never actually seen, but I assume it's amazing, starring Kate Beckinsale of the century. It's a pretty simple story. There are vampires and there are werewolves, and they're having a war to see who has the best packed lunches. That's it. The game plays like a top-down twin-stick shooter, mainly because that's exactly what it is. And I'll say it now, it's definitely a cash grab game that was probably made in about 15 minutes, but I did actually quite enjoy it, in a kind of it's so bad it's good way. At the start of the game you choose to play as either the vampires or the Lycans. That's clever person speak for werewolf by the way. Then you choose from a handful of characters from that faction, but it doesn't really make a difference who you choose. The game is the same no matter who you play as, so just choose Kate Beckinsale. Then you're given some story, which is done with a bunch of very bad JPEGs from the films and some lazy text scrolling. Then you're thrown into the levels. Levels all play the same. You basically just follow one path. You start at one end and you have to get to the other end. Your objectives are usually also marked on the map. These objectives are basically just to kill the person or monster that's in that location. So you run around the streets, sewers, warehouses and so on, and a bunch of enemies will appear every now and then for you to battle. Kill them all, move on and repeat, and that's the whole game. But it is kind of fun. You know, it's not good, but it's fun. You are rarely on your own in the game, and tend to have a handful of teammates that also run around with you to kill things, and you've got a surprising amount of way to kill things. You've got your fists and feet, as well as a range of pistols, machine guns, shotguns, rifles, sniper rifles, grenade launchers, rocket launchers, throwing knives, and so on. Littered around the levels are boxes. Break these to find weapons, and thankfully you can carry as many as you want, and you can switch between them easily enough with the press of a button. You'll quickly find your favourite weapon, which will likely be the powerful assault rifle, as it takes care of most things in no time. You also have your vampire powers that you can use. There's a speed burst, a strength boost, or you can even heal yourself, but you will need to have mana to use the powers. Enemies will drop this, as well as being able to find it in crates, just like in real life. So go smash some alleyway boxes today. Oh, and I should mention the werewolves. They actually play exactly the same as the vampires, the only difference is their magic. They can either heal or just turn into a werewolf, making them faster and stronger, but they can only use melee attacks while in werewolf form, making the game quite a lot harder when you're up against an army of vampires with flamethrowers and rocket launchers. Aiming is easy with the twin stick layout, but it does mean that you have no camera control, which really doesn't help as the camera's kinda terrible, and often enemies are attacking you from off screen. You will be able to see a rough idea of where they are though thanks to the map, which does help. You also get experience points as you play, and you can level up your stats between levels, which is pretty cool. It does mean though that you never get to change characters and have to play through the entire game with the one person at a time. Not that that's really a problem. Levels sometimes have other objectives too, like collecting items or smashing something, but these all tend to be things that bad guys are carrying or stood next to anyway, so it's rarely anything other than kill everyone and shoot everything. But I did find it kind of addictive. The fact that the levels are pretty short means that the game is one that you can come back to, and it's not one that you need to play in one setting. Though you could if you wanted to, as it only takes about 2 hours to play through the whole game. The graphics are pretty basic, and they come with some simple character models that don't look anything like their real life counterparts, and the levels are all basically grey and brown. So yeah, okay, this game isn't particularly impressive in any way, but I really am a fan of games like Hunter the Reckoning, and this is like a watered down version of that will keep you entertained for the 2 hours of your life it will take up. It's also super cheap to buy these days, so you really could do worse. Here's a really cool game that I'd never heard of. It's Under the Skin from Capcom. You play as an alien, and on their 5th birthday, this race of aliens are sent to other planets with the sole purpose of causing mischief and pissing people off. Basically, they're Saiyans, but instead of destroying planets, you just have to be a dick. So that's what you do. You visit various places around Earth, and then you have a certain time limit in which to annoy people. For some reason, annoying them makes them drop their money, and you've got to collect a certain amount of money to complete each level. Sometimes there's other aliens also annoying people, so you've got to get more coins than them within the time limit. It's good chaotic fun. But as you're an alien, you will be spotted instantly. Thankfully, you've got a gun that lets you steal human bodies so you can disguise yourself, and this is the only way to do pranks as well. Each level is packed with people, and you always start as a random one. Each individual has a different set of items and abilities, and these are what you need to use to prank people. For example, some will have pins that you can put in front of people to walk on, bombs you can throw to blow them up, microphones you can use to annoy people with bad singing, dogs to unleash and scare people, and so on. And that's just the start. Each of the levels is more crazy than the next and feature things like elephant stampedes, wrestling matches, and even zombie attacks. It's really cool. You can only use each ability once per person, so as you're running around, you'll want to look at the other characters and it will show you what items they have. You can then zap them with your clone device, and that's who you'll be next. But be warned, whoever you zap is who you have to transform into. You can't change who you transform into, if you know what I mean. To do the transformation, you will need to have zapped a person, and then you run to one of the many UFOs dotted around the level. Of course, if you do annoy people, they will then chase you and give you a swift punch to the face, much like I wish people would do to those twats that make TikTok videos in public. Take a hit and you'll lose your clothes for some reason, and you'll be running around in your underwear. Take another hit and your disguise will come off and you're back as the alien, at which point you'll be constantly losing coins until you manage to find a UFO and put on a new disguise. It's a simple game to play, but loads of fun. And we really do have to mention the levels here. They're really varied and cool. You have a regular city, there's a casino stage, a theme park, an Aztec level, and all these levels have unique ways to annoy people and their own characters. And what's probably the coolest level is you get to play in Raccoon City, and yes, it absolutely is the one from Resident Evil, with zombies running around everywhere, including damn Nemesis, and you can even find some of the main characters like Jill Valentine, who has some really cool weapons like a rocket launcher and even a tank. It's such a cool little touch. The game has a really cool cel shaded look to it, and I love the style because yep, I'm a sucker for cel shading. It just looks awesome and has some really cool humour in there as well. Overall, this is really the definition of a hidden gem. I've never heard anyone talking about this game, and it's so much fun. What's cool is that if you have played the first level, the rest of them open up, and you can just choose from any of them whenever you like, making this a perfect game to just have a blast on when you've got a few minutes to see if you can beat your high scores. There's also a 2-player versus mode, which would be a hell of a lot of fun, as well as a few unlockable game modes like co-op. This is definitely a must-own if you ask me. time for 4 unrelated games that all have urban in the title. First up is Urban Constructor from Budget Masters Phoenix, in what is probably their best game that I've played so far. This is a really simple arcade style game where you play as a big yellow bulldozer that has to make cities, even though that's probably the opposite of what a bulldozer would do. And how do you do that, I hear you cry? Well, it's easy. This is one of those games like Kicks or Kokoma Knight. Basically, you start with a big square arena, or rectangle I suppose, which has a road on as its border. You can drive around the border and your goal is essentially to draw lines within it to create other shapes. When it all connects together, that area will then fill in and cities will appear. In the bottom right of the screen, you're given a percentage of the screen that needs to be filled in. It starts off pretty easy but soon gets quite tricky. There's various obstacles that appear around the board that can stop you. First of all, there's tornadoes. If these touch you or an incomplete line that you're drawing, then you'll lose a life, so timing and watching their patterns is essential. There are storm clouds, which if you get too close to, they'll zap you with lightning, and there's police cars, because apparently you're building this all illegally. The police cars can only drive on the roads that you've created, but if they touch you, you die. Some levels force you to survive for a certain amount of time as well as filling in a portion of the board, so you might need to get at least 70% of it filled and then have to survive another 5 minutes while avoiding a number of these hazards, and it can be a lot harder than you'd think. To make things worse, you only get 3 lives and that's it. Well, actually you can collect extra lives as you play, but once you run out, that is it. There's no save or continue and it's back to the start for you. There are actually a few other power-ups here as well, like a speed up which comes in very handy and a shield that stops you from taking damage for a while. You actually have to drive into these to collect them though, and you can't just capture them inside one of your city boxes. That's all there is to the gameplay. It really is simple but bloody addictive. The controls are very responsive. You can only move up, down, left or right and there's no diagonals, but it is well done and you know that when you die it's your fault, not the game. The graphics are simple and do the job. They're not great, but they're certainly not offensive. There is only one music track that plays on loop, but that's to be expected, and it's fine. Overall, this actually really did surprise me. It's a damn fun game. I think you'll probably find yourself playing this a lot more than you thought you would. Annoyingly, it is one of those games that goes for stupid money, so yeah, don't pay for it if you do want to play it. Urban Extreme is another budget title, this time a racing one, featuring a whopping 4 courses for you to race around and 8 cars to drive around them in. Once you've unlocked them all, that is. Now, this really is a very bare bones racing game, but much like Urban Constructor, I found it surprisingly addictive. The game starts with 4 cars to choose from, which are all wildly different. You've got a regular sedan, a rally car, a Beetle thing, and a Humvee looking one. There are 4 more cars you can buy if you earn enough money from competing in the races, but be warned, it's not as easy as you'd think. Each of the vehicles does control very differently from the rest, with the Humvee or rally car probably being the only 2 that you really want to use for most of the game. They all have their own stats for speed, handling and so on, and it really does make a difference. The handling especially can be very twitchy on some of them, with the slightest nudge of the analog making you dart all over the place, so you'll want to learn to use the handbrake effectively if you want to get anywhere. The beach buggy is probably the worst out of all of them, as this one really does make it easy to roll onto its roof and just blow up. Any tight turns will make you fall over and lose a lot of time and position. Races do only have 4 cars at a time, and depending on where you position in them, you earn money. If you're dead last, you get nothing. There are only 4 tracks to choose from, and each one is harder than the next. You have a number of twists and turns, as well as hills that you'll jump from and hazards to crash into, like parked cars or lampposts. Take enough damage and you'll explode, but you will rejoin the race after a few seconds, usually after everyone else has gone past you, and it is pretty hard to catch back up, though the computer opponents do make mistakes, so will blow up as well. What is a shame is that all of the levels clearly take place in the same city, and you probably wouldn't know from the footage that we're seeing that all of the courses are here, as they all look the same in terms of design. It's just the layout and bumps and turns that are in different places. You will need to replay the tracks quite a few times to be able to afford the new vehicles as well, but they generally are worth it and are worth saving up the money. I did get a bit of dopamine hit when I unlocked a new one as well. Graphics wise, it's not impressive at all. It's very basic, and as much as I hate it when people say this sort of thing, it does kind of look like when you play an N64 game on an emulator and it gets rid of all the jagged lines. But the basic graphics mean it never has any slowdown, which is good. Realistically, you'll never choose this over any other racing game on the system, but once you're used to the controls, it is actually kind of fun, if you do want a new one to play for an hour or so. Urban Reign from Namco is a cool 3D brawler fighting game. It does have a wanky story that tries to be 2000s edgy about gangs and people that think they're tough and all that shite. I'll be honest, it was a bit too cringe for me, so I just skipped to the bit where I get to punch people in the face. The gameplay here is simple to pick up, but surprisingly deep. Basically, you're given a bunch of missions, all of which involve you fighting either a single opponent or sometimes up to 3 or 4 at once. All you've got to do is beat them to a pulp before they do it to you. It's fun. But the combat really is quite unique here. You've got one attack button, a grab button, a run button and a dodge button. Hammering the attack button does a combo, but holding different directions does different attacks. Holding up does a head kick, down does a sweep, and left and right do different punch combos. The same applies for grabs. Each direction is a different grab, and the game also accounts for if the enemy is facing towards you or away from you. So there's some really cool grabs you can do, like power bombs or bulldogs, and they're all very devastating. As you complete levels, you can increase your stats between stages. You can either increase your offense or defense, and it can often be hard to decide if you want to be stronger or more durable. Also, as you play and get further into the game, you learn a ton of new moves and attacks, including special attacks, new throws, combos, weapon uses, and even things like being able to run up walls and do diving kicks or throw after running up a wall. It's pretty cool. But it's definitely not easy. Enemies here are really tough, even early on. Usually, if just a single enemy, they're a lot tougher to fight as well. They've got loads of combos and throws just like you, and they won't give you much of a chance. You really need to get used to defending, and that's where the dodge button comes in. You can hold it to block, or tapping it at the right time will dodge enemy punches and kicks, and even let you reverse throws at times. But it's harder than it looks, and you'll really want to practice this, as it is the only way to beat some enemies. Thankfully, all fights can be replayed as many times as you need to, with no real penalty, and you'll want to learn enemy attack styles and combos so you can deal with them effectively. If you see an enemy charging a move, then you'll probably just want to get out of their way. You'll see some electricity when this happens, and it means the move can't be blocked or dodged, so when you see it, just run. When you're fighting multiple enemies, you'll want to try and split them up, as they have no problem ganging up on you, and they'll actually favour hitting you from behind, just like your mother. They even have some double or even triple team moves that will take your health down in no time. But the fights are so fast paced and fun that you will always want to retry. The controls are excellent, so when I get my ass handed to me, I know it's my fault for being impatient and not waiting for the best time to get in an attack. The game looks really good with some great character models and animation. It does suffer from the classic 2000s grey and brown aesthetic, but you know, it's urban and edgy, so it has to look like that. But it's all super smooth and the attack animations are really good. This, I would say, is another must-have. It's bloody hard, but by design, and a hell of a lot of fun. And finally for today, here is Urban Chaos Riot Response. This is a really cool first-person shooter where you play as Mason, because every action video game character seems to be called Mason. Or is that just in my head? You're part of an elite riot response group, which is handy, as wouldn't you know it, there's a riot going on. Turns out there's a gang of dickheads, imaginatively called the Burners, and they love fire. They are terrorising a generic American city, blowing things up and burning everything to the ground. So you go in there and blow their heads off to teach them a lesson. You get 15 or so missions to play through, each of which have their own objectives. These range from the usual things of killing people to killing more people, rescuing people called Steve, and that sort of thing. It's nothing original or new, but it's very well done. The levels are fairly linear, there aren't any really open world elements to the game, and it's just a case of going from A to B while waves of enemies appear. Kill them all and move on till you find your objective. But don't get me wrong, this isn't a problem when it's done as well as this. The combat here is just so solid and a ton of fun. You get a load of cool weapons to use. It's the usual range of pistols, machine guns, rifles, shotguns and so on, but they all pack a hell of a punch, letting you dismember the enemies with ease. You also get secondary weapons like axes, chainsaws, grenades and so on, which I often forgot to use, but are actually pretty handy quite a lot of the time. Also, one of the game's main mechanics is that you always have a riot shield with you. You can bring it up at any point with the L1 button, and you're pretty much invulnerable while you're using it, as long as you're not being attacked from behind. You can hold your shield up as often as you want, but you can't shoot your gun while it is up. You can, however, ram people with it, knocking them over sometimes. Then you can either switch to a gun and blow them away, or if you're feeling kind, you can change to your taser and knock them out for questioning. Something I really like is that missions also have secondary objectives, which do actually tend to be the same for each level, like getting a certain number of headshots, tasering gang leaders instead of killing them, and finding evidence. Completing these submissions earns you medals at the end of levels, and you'll unlock new weapons or perks or even secret levels when you have enough. It's a great way to get you to replay levels and try and unlock everything. Something else I like is that you often have a computer-controlled companion. These are usually other cops or firemen or medics. These helpers are actually genuinely very useful, and you can give them simple commands like asking the firemen to put out fires or use their axe to smash open a door, and of course the medics can heal you a few times before they run out of med packs. The game does a really cool job of showing the emergency services working together, and actually makes you feel like you're working with the other ones, and they're just as important as you are. These other characters can die though, and I genuinely got a bit of rage towards terrorists when they killed my mate, as they're actually very helpful. As you can see, the graphics here are fantastic. This is a great looking game with excellent character models, levels, lighting and effects. It's probably one of the best I've actually seen on the system. Now, I know a few people do talk about this game now, but I still think it's one that not many people have played. Some of the missions can be a pain in the ass and require some trial and error, and the checkpoints are few and far between, but the action is non-stop and it's always exciting. Absolutely one I recommend, another must-have.
3D platform game action here with Vex. You are of course Vex, a little imp looking elf bloke, and your tribe made a device that lets you move between various worlds. Typically some evil gits called the Shadow Wraiths turn up and start using it for bad. The machine is shut down and its power source, which are Wraith Hearts, are scattered throughout the various worlds, and it's your job to go to these worlds, collect the Wraith Hearts and get rid of the bad guys so the portal can be used for good once again. Being a 3D platformer, you'll be doing the usual array of running, jumping, climbing and swimming, and it's all done pretty well here. You've got 9 quite large levels, each of which contain 9 Wraith Hearts. These can be collected in any order, which is a nice thing in games like this. You're given little clues on how you might need to get them, which give just enough of an idea. Before starting a level, you can actually choose which one you want to focus on, and then there'll be little signs and arrows around the level to help you get to that specific one. But it doesn't mean that if you do spot another one along the way that you have to ignore it. And I have to say, the variety of missions here is pretty great. You've got some that are just hidden for you to find on the levels, others that require precise platforming, some are guarded by bosses, some involve little mini games, and so on. It's pretty cool, and each level offers something new, as well as a couple of similar ones. What is a little annoying is that when you collect a heart, you're automatically taken back to the hub world rather than staying on the level, but I guess that means you can get the right hints, and it's easy to swap to the new level anyway. And speaking of levels, I really like what I've seen. I've only opened up 4 of them so far, but they've been wildly different, with jungles, deserts, futuristic looking bases, underwater ruins and Aztec structures. There's a lot of variety and a lot going on to keep you busy. There's also plenty of enemies in the game, most of which are present on all of the levels it seems, but a few unique ones in each stage, including some large bosses. The combat here is actually really fun, with some cool combos. Vex has Wolverine-like claws which you can use to stab enemies in the face, and I never found the combat to be a problem. You can also use your claws to cling to certain surfaces, which is pretty cool, letting you climb a variety of things, and the game has some pretty vertical level design. This also includes a fair bit of swimming, and actually this game does that pretty well, which isn't all that common in 3D platform games. To swim, you just hold a button and point where you want to go. I kinda like it. Graphically, the game is good, pretty typical of a 3D platform game of the era, but certainly not bad by any means. I do really like the level designs, and even though Vex looks a little dumb, a lot of the bosses are pretty cool. The main downsides here are that the game doesn't really do anything groundbreaking, but honestly I don't mind that. It's still a solid adventure with a nice variety, and one that I'd recommend to all of you 3D platform game fans out there. If you want more 3D platform action, what about VeggieTales Larry Boy and the Bad Apple? Now, I had no idea what VeggieTales was, and for once I actually looked it up. I assumed it was a kids show, which it is, but more importantly it's a Christian children's show, teaching kids all about Christian life and morality and all that sort of stuff. Woohoo! But surprisingly, the game is actually half decent. You are Larry Boy, a courgette superhero, and a bad apple, I see what they did there, has turned up, and is trying to get everyone to give in to temptation, just like the goddamn devil does. You start the game after meeting the bad apple, who has tried to get you to give in to temptation of sweets and chocolate. Once you've managed to prove you can control yourself around those delicious treats, you then get to explore the town of Bumblebyburg, where Larry Boy lives. Here you'll meet a load of other characters who each have their own temptations, and you've got to play through their levels, basically getting from A to B to help them not succumb to them and thwarting the bad apple's plans. As you're a superhero, you have a few abilities. Larry can double jump, glide with his cape, shoot a water gun, transform himself into heavy metal form, transform into an electrical current, and more. You'll need all of these abilities in the levels to solve simple puzzles, like exploring mazes, pressing switches, smashing stuff, with the usual 3D platform fare, but it is done quite well. As mentioned, the levels are quite linear. You do have a hub world, but when you're in an actual level, you just have to pretty much follow a path, unlocking the doors, and eventually you'll come to a boss. These are fun to fight and have a puzzle element to them. Everything is explained pretty well here, and you do get a tutorial at the start of the game. There's plenty of cutscenes which are actually done very well. Now, they might be taken from the actual show, but I've never seen it, so I'll never know for sure. But it's good that they aren't too bad to watch, as they are unskippable, which is pretty annoying. Controlling Larry is good enough, the controls are responsive, but the game does feel a little slow and floaty, especially with the jumps, which can make it hard to be precise, though thankfully there aren't really many penalties here, as it is for kids. There are enemies in the game, and these can be killed with your spin attack, which is easy to use, or sometimes you need to shoot them with your water pistol. There's even some gas type enemies which can't be killed. Instead you have to lure them into nearby air vents and they'll just get sucked in. The main problem though is the fact that you don't have any legs, so you sort of hop around everywhere. This makes it hard to be precise, and you need to overcompensate for pretty much everything. Graphics wise, it's surprisingly good considering the source material. The cartoony style is decent, and there's a surprising amount of detail in the animations here. Overall, this is a pretty simple, easy platform game that I got way more enjoyment out of than I expected to. Now, I'm not suggesting you rush out and buy it, but if you do like 3D platform games and understand it's made for kids and is a Christian game, then it's really not that bad. And if you do have kids, they'll probably love it. Fighting game time now with Vampire Darkstalkers Collection from Capcom. This is a cool compilation of 5 Darkstalkers games, which includes a couple of versions of the same ones, you know, like how Capcom does with Street Fighter 2 games. But it's really cool to play through all of them and notice the little differences. In case you don't know, I know I don't want to trivialise it too much, but Darkstalkers is basically Street Fighter with monsters. You got vampires, werewolves, mummies, Frankenstein's monsters, swamp monsters and more, and they're all fighting to the death in one-on-one fights. But as this is more Street Fighter, even though there's loads of blood-sucking bastards here, there's no real gore and certainly no finishing moves. But that's alright, because Street Fighter beats Mortal Kombat any day of the week if you ask me. Being a Capcom fighting game, you really know what to expect already. Each game has a varied roster of characters, with each one having slightly different lineup. Some add new characters, and some take them away, which is always something that annoyed me in fighting games. Why would you take away characters? Ah well. They each have their usual tropes of being slow and strong, fast and weak, and everywhere in between. But the roster really is great, and much like Street Fighter, which I promise to stop mentioning, you'll soon find your favourite. Fights are all one-on-one in this game, and it's really easy to pick up and play. You can put together some really cool combos pretty easily, and each character has their own special moves you can pull off using the usual quarter circle motions, or by holding a direction for a few seconds, or making half circle motions. Thankfully, the game includes a move list in the pause menu that is all in Japanese, but still pretty easy to decipher. You don't get a ton of game modes, it's mainly just arcade mode and versus. The arcade mode puts up a hell of a fight though. Even on the lower difficulties, the AI is good at countering and blocking, and you'll need to get a bit of practice in if you want to win consistently. There are super moves here which you can do after building up a bar, but these are actually quite disappointing, and there aren't really any screen clearing flashing lights or anything. It's mostly just regular special attacks but with a bit more flair. I think I'm too used to the Marvel games in this art style, but as always, the games are best played with a friend. Graphics wise, it looks great. I think this was the first Capcom game to use this art style before the likes of the Marvel crossovers, and there's just so much personality to it all. The animation is super smooth, and it's a great use of colour, and all the characters are so unique in both looks and the way they play. And of course, the gameplay is excellent. It's a Capcom fighter, so it's just what you'd expect. Darkstalkers games are really great, and this is an excellent compilation. However, I will say there's not a whole lot of point importing this, as you can get hold of pretty much any of these games on most of the modern platforms anyway. But still, they are fantastic games, and although they are certainly more well known now, with the likes of Morrigan and a few others appearing in a lot of other Capcom crossover games, the series still doesn't get talked about all that much. So, play it if you can. As we've mentioned vampires, let's talk about a few more. Here is Vampire Knight, a light gun game from the two biggest light gun game names, Namco and Sega. The story here is that you're a pair of vampire hunters, and you're out hunting vampires. What more do you need to know? And it's a light gun game, so there's not really a whole lot to say about it, other than it is good fun. If you're a scumbag like me, you'll be playing with a controller, and every level sees you playing through an on-rails environment where vampires of all shapes and sizes will appear and try to take you down, so you blow them to bits before they give you a sexy neck kiss. You'll make your way through various towns and castles as you hunt down the big bad vampire, because as we all know, if you kill the main vampire, all the other vampires will bugger off, which is handy. But I do really like the variety in enemies. There's vampires that run at you with swords, some that spit goo, tiny ones that jump around all over the place, ones that vanish, and more, with new ones being introduced all the time. And then of course there's the bosses. These are all fast moving and have patterns that you need to learn, and can be tricky the first few times you fight them. Something that is very annoying early on is that you rescue a girl, as she insists on following you around all over the place and is constantly causing trouble and making you need to rescue her. She is a pain in the ass, and sadly shooting her only causes you to lose a life, but don't ask how I know that. Something I do like though is that the newly infected vampire people have a parasite thing on them, which is odd as I thought Capcom had copyrighted the parasite thing. Anyway, to save them you need to be accurate and shoot the eyeball parasite. If you manage it, they'll turn back into humans, but if you miss, they'll turn into a pretty tough monster for you to blast to hell. Rescuing everyone in a level will get you extra health in the next stage. Now, something that really is apparent is this is basically House of the Dead but with vampires, but I don't mean that in a bad way. The characters, enemies, attacks, music, and even the voices are all pretty much identical to House of the Dead 2, but with a few tweaks to make them more vampire-like. But the game seems to use the same voice actors, and at times I really thought some of the same script, and even the same voice samples of the people that need to be rescued. There's also loads of sound effects that are in both games, and even the music is incredibly similar, so I'm guessing this game probably didn't take too long for them to make. I wouldn't be surprised if they even reused some of the levels and just gave them a new coat of paint and a few new polygons here and there. But still, this is a really solid light gun game, and I did actually own it for real back in the day. I used to play the hell out of it with my friend Julian. We loved it. And that's because it is a lot of fun. I recommend watching the cutscenes for the absolutely awful voice acting, that is hilarious, but I also recommend playing the game because it's good. And if you're a light gun fan like me, it's a no-brainer, which would have been a great pun if this was about zombies, not vampires. Here is Vampire Panic, a really interesting survival horror action game that I'd never heard of. It was only released in Japan, and really the story is just the same as Vampire Knight. You play as a pair of vampire hunters, and you've got to hunt vampires. Oh, and yes, there is a fan translation of this game, so if you're so inclined to play it the way that I do, you'll get to see it all in English. Now actually, the story is a lot more involved than how I described it, and I actually thought at first that this was more of an interactive movie. You start the game in a town, and you have to explore to talk to everyone you can to get clues and information about what the hell's going on. This goes on for quite a while when you first play, but I actually found it quite interesting and intriguing. You'll soon learn that some people around town are more useful and friendly, whereas others are just dickheads, kind of like in real life I suppose. Thankfully, you've got a really good map in the game as well. Pressing select brings it up, and that's a very handy way to find out where you've been and where you might need to go next. After half an hour or so, vampires attack the village, and it turns out they've been doing it for years, so you vow to help out and put a stop to all the shenanigans. Then you head out into the forest where you meet a clergyman. He's very handy as he can cure just about anyone that's been freshly bitten, stopping them from turning into the monsters that are troubling the town. You find out from him where the big bad vampire is and then head out to get to his castle and kill him. This is where you start playing the survival horror side, though really it's more just action. You've got two characters that you can switch between, and they play slightly differently, with the usual speed, power and range differences. When you're out and about, you'll find items and weapons to help you on your way, and you'll fight off plenty of monsters. These might just be wolves in the forests or other various bits of wildlife, but you'll also fight bugs, which is actually the name for the newly created vampires. These guys pop up all the time. None of the enemies are too tough though, only taking a few swipes with your weapon to kill. Something that's cool though is that you'll meet new characters on your adventure, and you have the option to take them back to your safe house, where the priest can look after them or cure them if they've been bitten. What's even cooler is that as you play, there's an alert meter constantly moving around. If it gets completely full, then you'll need to be on full alert, as the big bad vampire could appear at any point and attack you, or even the person following you. There are a few times where I've been minding my own business and then Drax shows up and bites the person I'm trying to get back to safety. When this happens, you have to fight the person you're trying to save and try and knock some sense into them, and then you have a time limit in which to get them back to the safe house to be rescued before they turn into a monster. If you're playing on the higher difficulties, attacking other humans, whether they've been bitten or not, can potentially kill them, so do be careful. Rescuing people is often how you get the best items and weapons. It's not a long game though, and can actually be beaten in under 3 hours, but I still found it a game that I couldn't put down. It's actually quite addictive in its simplicity. It doesn't look too great, almost like an upscale PS1 game, with basic character models and environments, but the gameplay is fun and will keep you hooked. It's by no means scary either, but would be a good one to break out on Halloween. If you can't read Japanese, I do recommend getting the translated version and giving it a go. I really enjoyed it. Here is Van Helsing. This is an action-adventure game where you are Mr. Helsing, a monster hunter who is tracking down all sorts of nasties, in particular that bloody Dracula, who just can't seem to keep himself out of trouble. Along the way, you'll meet a ton of other recognisable monsters like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, a werewolf, a hunchback, and not to mention the swarms of skeletons, demons, evil bats and birds, and other vampires. Basically, everyone and everything you see wants to kill you. Thankfully, you're Hugh Jackman, so you're pretty good at kicking ass and taking names. The levels see you exploring some quite large locations, all with a fixed camera. Here you'll be heading through towns, sewers, graveyards, mountaintops and more on your way to Dracula's castle, and you'll meet a few friendly people on the way and even some ghosts that will need rescuing. Now, the game is pretty much 100% action focused, with enemies spawning in all the time for you to deal with, so it's handy then that the combat here is actually quite good. You have some cool wrist blade things that are your main weapon, and these do some decent damage, and there's loads of combos you can do for some massive damage. As well as these, you'll also find a load of projectile weapons along the way, from pistols and shotguns to crossbows. These are often more powerful and of course can attack from a range, but you do have limited ammo. Though, having said that, they're pretty generous with it, and I never found that I ran out at any point, so the game is pretty decent fun with it. You can swap between the weapons you have at any point, with some being better against certain enemies than others. Often you'll need to kill all the enemies before a magic barrier will vanish and you can crack on with getting to the castle. What's cool is that you also have a grappling hook that comes in very handy, as you can use it to grab onto predetermined bits of scenery to get around. But more importantly, you can use it while you're in combat, which is really good fun. You can basically use it against any enemy. You'll shoot it at them and then you can either pull yourself towards them or pull them towards you. This is really handy for getting out of a tight spot, and it also opens up some really cool combos for you to do. And it's also really handy against any flying bastards. And speaking of combos, when you kill enemies, they'll drop green orb things. These are basically currency, and you can also find them by smashing just about anything on the scenery. Collecting these lets you upgrade your abilities in between levels. You can increase your health, special moves, weapon power, and even buy new combos. You can also use them to buy things between levels, like health packs that you can use in the menus during any... health packs you can use at any point from the... health packs that you can use at any point in the inventory menu. This is a nice touch. You'll also find loads of hidden rooms. These often have items that increase your health bar or give you more strength for a bit, which is nice. Most of the time you need a certain weapon to destroy a wall or something like that, so you have to do multiple playthroughs to see everything, as you won't always have the weapons you need. As well as this, you can find literal Easter eggs. You place these on certain spots in the map to unlock cheats and bonuses like new costumes and extra powers, and some will take you to bonus levels. Graphically, I actually kind of like how it looks, and it looks crisp and clean with loads of detail, and the animations are great. The likeness of Hugh Jackman is excellent, and he even voices his character for the game, which is always a good thing. Overall, I actually quite like this game. It's pretty much your bang average movie tie-in game, but it's completely inoffensive and actually has some cool moments in it. It's quite hard at times with the amount of enemies coming at you, and a lot of people will probably compare it to a poor man's Devil May Cry. But the fact that you can buy it for so cheap makes it one that's worth checking out. I had a lot of fun with it. Right, that's enough of that nonsense. Back to reality now with V-Rally 3, the third game in the V-Rally series, believe it or not. In this racing game you create your persona and then you get to test drive a handful of rally cars to see which one tickles your fancy. And if you complete the trial and meet the requirements in terms of time limits and damage limitations, you might just get offered a contract with that car manufacturer. At which point you can do what every race driver wants to be, and that's to be the very best, like no one ever was. Now, I'm not really a racing game kind of guy unless it's Mario Kart or Burnout, but for some reason I really like playing rally games and have done ever since Top Gear Rally on the N64. Rally games are different to most racing fairs, as while you're racing against other people, it's very rare that you actually see them. Instead, with Rally, drivers all take the course in what is essentially a time trial, and you're competing against the other racers' times rather than their actual vehicle. V-Rally 3 is no different, seeing you take part in races and championships across the world with a load of varying conditions as you try to get the best times possible. I really like the variety in the tracks. One minute you're in a rural looking village on gravel roads, the next you're in a snow peaks in Norway desperately trying not to slide off the side of a mountain. It's great. All the races are filled with various twists and turns as well as a few jumps. There's even a few hazards thrown in here and there, usually animals or things like rocks or trees or even signposts on the side of the road. It's all quite serious and there's not really anything wacky. Your car will take damage as you race, and if you're not careful you can quite easily smash yourself up and you can't continue the race. And if you're doing a championship, you really have to be careful, as you use the same car for the whole series. And what's cool is that you have a certain amount of time between races in which you can do your repairs. You get a menu telling you how damaged your car is, as well as how long it will take to repair each part. Then you have, let's say, 2 hours worth of time to make any repairs you might need, so you'll need to decide if you want to fix your suspension or brakes or steering or engine. And in the harder championships you won't have much time to repair it all, and it can get pretty tricky. In fact, the whole game is actually quite tough. The first few times I played it, I was absolutely terrible, until I got used to the drifting and realising that this is more of a serious racing game, so maybe I should use the brakes every now and then. Once I had that down, I actually did quite well and got myself a few offers from car manufacturers. I don't know anything about cars, so just went with Citroën. Of course, as you progress, you earn money and can get new cars to play around with, and any new courses you lock can be played in the time trial modes. Each car does play noticeably different, and this is the sort of game that really made me wish I had a steering wheel to play with. I used to have one for my Xbox 360 and I loved it. Graphics here are pretty great, which I kind of expect from racing games these days. There's good car models and the damage is all in real time, and you also get mud and stuff sticking to your car as you play. The cool thing about rally games, at least the ones I've played, is they really tend to skirt the line between simulation and arcade really well. And this game has a very good example of this, really offering something for anyone with a passing interest in racing games. Well worth checking out, especially as it's super cheap these days. Time for an absolute classic now. Here is VIP, based on the amazing TV series starring the one and only Pamela Anderson. Pam and her bunch of sexy big-boobed friends, as well as the token black guy, run a private bodyguard agency, and the game takes you through the crazy events of one particular job they're given. A movie star is in the middle of having plastic surgery when some terrorist people try and kidnap him. You are dispatched immediately to try and stop him from being taken, and you've got to protect him for the rest of the game, while finding out exactly why they want him in the first place. Now, you're probably expecting some sort of third-person action game or first-person shooter, but no, the entire game here is made up of quick-time events. Now, is this a good game? No. But is it worth playing? Absolutely. Each level takes you through various locations, from mansions and surgeries to hideouts and even the streets. Depending on what's going on, you get a variety of quick-time events. Most of them are just putting in the correct input. Usually you're having a fight, and in these sequences you're just told to press certain directions on the D-pad or the analog stick. Do them right and you get to watch an amazing cinematic play of you fighting or flipping all over the place. Get it wrong and you'll lose a bit of health. If you're in a gunfight, you'll see a target on screen. Then you have one that won't stay still, and you have to guide these two targets together and then press X to fire your weapon when they're matched up. These are often the hardest ones, as it's hard to keep the one you want to use straight. Still, you'll likely only get hit a couple of times. You've got escape games where you've got to avoid enemies. These require you to just hammer these square and circle buttons repeatedly before you get caught, and honestly that's pretty much all there is to the game aside from a couple of other ones. There's no real gameplay to speak of, and this is kind of a bizarre game. There's plenty of cutscenes, as it's essentially what the whole game is, and they're all voiced. Now, don't ask me if they're done by the actual actors, but they are bad enough that they probably could be. It's all pretty terrible, and this really is one of those bad games that's so bad it's good. The thing is, the actual gameplay technically isn't bad, as it does exactly what it sets out to do, it's just that what it tries to do isn't particularly good. But I kinda love it. It's also a very short game and can be beaten in less than 2 hours, and you likely will do this on your first attempt. So, should you get this game? Yeah, definitely. You can beat it really quickly, and it is a great game to sit through with a friend and take it in turns to do levels. If you're someone like me, you'll have a great time playing through it, and then you'll vow to never acknowledge its existence ever again. Okay, onto a game that genuinely is very good. Here is Beautiful Joe, another Capcom one. They really show up a lot in this series. You play as Joe, and one day you and your girlfriend are watching a movie starring your favourite superhero, Captain Blue, when suddenly a hand comes out of the screen and takes your girlfriend away. Joe, showing no fear, jumps into the screen to rescue her and is rewarded with powers of his own, being transformed into the new superhero, Beautiful Joe, complete with loads of really cool powers. The actual game is a side-scrolling beat-em-up where you'll fight hundreds of evil robot henchmen on your mission to track down their bosses, who are often huge monsters with bad attitudes. It's a side-scroller, and there's no 3D element to movement. You can only go left and right, and you can of course jump and duck. Each level is divided into pretty small sections that are either combat-based or puzzle-based, or maybe a bit of both, and I'll try to explain them quickly and succinctly, but I've got a feeling I won't do this game justice. The combat stages see you fighting waves of enemies, and your simple goal is to defeat them all, though it's rarely an easy task. You end up fighting quite a few enemies at once, and the variety of them can vary wildly, which I'll touch on more shortly. The puzzle stages usually require you to press a switch or navigate a maze, or sometimes light things on fire, drain water, and a whole host of other things. Once you've done it, you'll get the key that opens the door at the end of the stage. All of these little sections in the level are very short, often only taking a few seconds if you know what you're doing. But the big thing here are the abilities that you get, which you'll need to use to complete these things. Throughout the course of the game, you learn to slow down time, speed it up, zoom the camera in, and as the game is all movie themed, it's all based around that. These are all vital to surviving and completing puzzles. For example, slowing down time lets you dodge enemy attacks, which then makes them dizzy, and also your attacks are way more powerful in the slowed down time, and if an enemy has a gun, you can't normally see their bullets when they shoot you. But if you slow down time, of course you can, and this lets you even dodge it, or sometimes even punch their bullets back at them. But that's not all. Slowing down time affects the world around you. Say there's a helicopter around, slowing down time will cause its blades to slow, so it falls out of the sky. You can use it on water if it's flowing to stop the flow of water, and you can walk on it, and things like that. There's loads of other clever ways you can use it within the game as well. Speeding up time makes your combos weaker, but they're super fast. So fast in fact that you catch fire and can do fire damage. This can be used to burn enemies and also outside of combat light fires or burn through wooden objects and that sort of thing. It really is clever in how it's all done, and there's times where you'll be really stumped with what you need to do. As you play, you also earn coins depending on how well you complete each trial. These can be used between levels to refill your health or purchase new lives, as well as new special moves, combos, strength and so on, and you'll find yourself saving up for certain moves and combos quite quickly. And that's where most of the fun is here. The fighting is just so well done. It's super smooth. When you get used to it, you can do some really amazing things. You've got a punch and kick button and can do some sweet combos that never end by hamming the two of them, but combining this with juggle attacks, your fast and slow motion specials, and so on really opens up a ton of opportunities, and you'll want to use them so you can earn more coins to unlock the better attacks. Graphics wise, yep, the game is incredible. It's cel shaded and just looks brilliant with some amazing character and level designs full of personality. I do always think of this as a GameCube game really, even though clearly it's not. I remember buying this one and the sequel on their release days for my GameCube and loving them both. I never played the fighting game spin-off though, and the snob in me always wants to tell people to play it on the GameCube rather than the PS2, but either way, it's an awesome game that everyone should play, but not many people did. Let's change that, eh? And finally for today, here is the stupidly named Valkyrie Profile 2 Silmeria. It's an RPG from Square, so chances are you're going to tell me that this is a super popular game that shouldn't be here. But as a person that doesn't really dabble with RPGs, or really the PS2 for that matter, I'd never heard of it. Now, being an RPG from Square, there is a needlessly complicated story that is told with about 400 years worth of cutscenes, if you're into that sort of thing. But if you're not, the gist of it is that you're a woman who was meant to be dead, but you wake up in the body of a different woman, presumably something to do with the first game. But that person whose body you're in is also still in that body, and is also a princess. This is all no good, so you go on a quest to separate your bodies, all the while evil people are also up to no good and trying to start a war between the gods and Midgard. It's pretty heavy stuff, and like I said, that's not even scratching the surface. It's cool though. The game is split into 6 chapters, and being an RPG, they ain't short. I've only made it to the 2nd chapter so far, but according to howlongtobeat.com, the game should take around 40 hours to complete, which is pretty good value for money, eh? Interestingly, the game's hub and overworld sections all take place on a 2D plane, similar to Beautiful Joe. You can only move left and right, but can walk in and out of the scenery at fixed points to enter new areas. In these sections, you'll wander around towns where you'll need to talk to folk to get information on what's going on, as well as visit the various inns to heal, shops to buy stuff, and a few other places where you might get a side quest or two. You'll also explore the dungeon areas in this view, with each one being a bit of a maze. Thankfully, you do have a pretty good map, and this is very handy and easy to understand, so you know where you've been. In these sections, you'll find various chests containing treasure and items, and of course, you'll find the enemies to fight. Like a few RPGs where you can see the enemies before seeing if you want to attack, you don't really know what the enemy's going to be. It might just be a single skeleton, or it might be a whole pack of hellhounds. You won't know until you enter the fight. One of your abilities though is that you can shoot a beam thingy at the spirits of enemies before you fight them, and they'll turn to crystal. Then you can use them as a platform to jump on and get to a higher area, or you can shoot them again and switch places with them, which is an interesting way and often a required way for you to reach high up areas that you wouldn't normally get to. But often you won't have much space to muck around like this and will just need to fight. And the combat here, at least for me, is pretty confusing and complicated, but I still enjoyed it. You can have up to 4 characters in your party, and all the battles take place in 3D, where you're free to move around wherever you want. Each character is assigned to a button, and pressing that button makes them attack. You'll want to pick a good squad with a mix of melee, ranged, magic, healing and so on. So you've got all the bases covered. Then you run up to the various enemies and spam those buttons repeatedly until they either die or your turn is over, and it is sort of turn-based. You've got an attack power, and you can do as many attacks as possible before this runs out. If the enemy is still alive, it gets to attack you, then you repeat. What's cool though is that if you stand still, you can actually see the enemy's attack windows, and as you move around in a free 3D arena, you can try and do your best to avoid these and get the attacks in first. Enemies also don't move when you're not moving, which is nice of them. Now, for me, there was a lot more to the combat than this, and I didn't really understand a lot of what it was telling me to do, to be honest, but I'm sure a few smart people that know RPGs have probably seen this sort of thing before. Either way, I really did still enjoy playing it, and you do the usual thing of meeting new party members and leveling up as you progress. Sadly, being an RPG, I don't have the time to show you much variety. Graphically though, this game is bloody gorgeous. I really like the style here, and all the character models are fantastic, and the environments in particular look spectacular. Well, maybe not the boring caves you're looking at here, but the towns and the ones later in the game that I took a sneak peek at all looked really good. If you're into RPGs and games that you can sink a lot of time into, then this just might be for you. It's also not too expensive to buy if you want the physical copy, at least not here in the UK. Let's start with some racing this time round with Wacky Races starring Dastardly and Muttley, because apparently none of the other characters matter. This is a racing game based on the classic Hanna-Barbera cartoon that sees a bunch of wacky racers take part in some wacky races all over the world. It's basically a TV show that's destined to be made into video games. There's no real story, it's a racing game, but you do have a few game modes. You've got your standard race where you can choose to do single races, cups or time trials. Here you just need to choose your racer and the ones you want to do, and off you go. And I should really mention the racers. They're all from the TV show of course, but you will need to unlock some of them before you get to play as them. You've got Dick Dastardly, who is one of the Lock's characters, the Anthill Mob, Penelope Pitstop, the Gruesome Twosome, the Slag Brothers, and all the others. And yep, they each have their own stats when it comes to speed, handling and acceleration, so they do feel quite different to one another. Each racer also has their own set of weapons to use, which at the start of each race you can choose which buttons these are assigned to, which is pretty cool. You tend to get one offensive attack, basically a projectile, one defensive, so either something you drop behind you or maybe a shield, and a boost. These attacks each cost money to use, and the different ones cost different amounts, which is why you'll find loads of coins scattered around the racetrack that you'll need to collect. The courses themselves have a great variety. They're all sort of based on the various characters, and there is a surprising amount of them. You'll race on snow plains, haunted houses, Wild West canyons, shipyards and so on, and they're all fairly long courses, and some of them are actually quite simple, whereas others are damn tough with hairpin bends all over the place that you'll need to navigate. I will tell you now that you won't be winning consistently here without a bit of practice and learning some of the tracks. It is perfectly doable though. What's also cool is that there's an adventure mode. This is where you unlock most of the extra content. You've got a hub world that you can drive around and choose any of the tracks that you've unlocked, where you're given various tasks and objectives as well as the races themselves. Completing all these will earn you stars, and you need a certain amount of stars to unlock other challenges for the map you're on, as well as opening up new courses and, if you're lucky, new characters. The graphics here are really good, with awesome cel-shaded look to everything. All the characters are represented very well, and the animation is super smooth. The variety in stages is also very good, and you're never looking at the same thing for too long. The controls here are also surprisingly good. It's all very responsive, though you really will have to get used to drifting for a lot of the tracks if you want to get anywhere. But once you've learned a few of them, you'll be fine. Overall, I was actually very surprised at how much I enjoyed this game. I thought it'd be pretty janky, but it's a solid enough racer that would be great with friends. It's not going to topple the likes of Mario Kart of course, but it's still solid and a challenging entry into the kart racer genre.
Way of the Samurai from Spike is an interesting 3D action-adventure game. The plot is actually quite a deep one, but essentially you're a ronin guy who's wandering around and happens upon a remote village where you break up a fight. Turns out you've just stepped into the middle of a war between 3 rival clans. There's also several neutral civilians in the town just trying to survive. The story here really does play a huge part of the game though, as you'll meet quite a lot of characters and be involved in a lot of conversations. What's interesting though is that the conversations are actually very important here, and you can even talk to people during your fights, and you really need to keep an eye on what you say to people depending on what you want to do. As you play, you actually have the opportunity to join any of these 3 factions and become one of their soldiers, working your way up the ranks. Or you can choose to stay a neutral, where you can attempt to help solve the conflict peacefully or with your sword. The 3 factions each have their own various views and values and ways of doing things, so you might decide that you like one faction more and join their group. They aren't all just murderous bastards. You have a smallish open world that you can explore, which consists of a small town, a train station, an iron foundry, and the hideouts of the factions. You can explore freely, and you'll often come across the other people just having fights between themselves. It's up to you if you get involved most of the time, and if you haven't caused too much trouble, then generally people will just leave you alone. As you explore, you'll meet plenty of other people and you can choose how to respond to them, often basically deciding if you want to fight them or if they become your friend. You'll also meet some women that you might want to start a romance with. And you will of course need to do a fair bit of fighting, and I really like the combat here. It's your usual hack and slash affair with a weak and strong attack, but you can create your own combos which are then saved, which is something I really enjoyed, and it tells you when you've made a new one. You want to do a lot of blocking and parrying to take on tougher enemies, and there's bosses who are much tougher and sometimes bring a gun to a sword fight, but that's nothing you can't handle. Deciding on who to fight and who to leave alone can sometimes be tricky, as can the decisions you make, as you don't always get the outcome that you'd expect from your choices. But something that's really interesting is that you can choose to just bugger off and leave the town at any point, ending the game. Of course, you will get a few different endings depending on what you've done during your playtime. Sometimes absolutely nothing happens, but sometimes you might have caused innocent people to be killed because you were a dick to someone. It really is quite interesting, and it means you can literally finish the game in about 15 minutes if you want to, but then you will want to go back and see how all your other choices make a difference, and you can spend hours on a playthrough. It's a really interesting concept. It looks fine, the style reminds me of Shenmue, but a more budget one, and it does look like a budget game with simple locations and character models, but it's certainly not a bad looking game. I haven't really played anything like this before, and I have since found out that it has a few sequels that I'm definitely interested in checking out, and you should too. Fighting game time now with World Heroes Anthology, a collection of 4 World Heroes games. Now I will say this is a series that I've really never played, but I definitely had fun playing all the games here. It's a daft story where there's a time machine that's been made, and it's used to travel through time to find the strongest fighters from across the world through various different time periods, which is actually a pretty cool idea, but it's a fighting game so the story doesn't really matter. Depending on the game, you have between 8 and 18 characters to choose from, each from various times and locations with their own fighting styles and maybe even a weapon. You have sword-wielding knights, Attila the Hun-style warlords, mudmen people, who I'm sure is out of Metal Slug, and there's samurai, and even just your average kung fu people. But the roster is a good one, and every game has the usual new additions, which is always welcome. All the battles here are one-on-one, and you do have the option of playing through the arcade mode or deathmatch mode. Arcade is just that, you fight the roster of other characters in a series of best of 3 matches, except in the 4th game where you actually fight a team of opponents 1 round each. That's pretty cool. As it's an SNK game, the fighting is solid. You've got the usual weak, medium and strong attack buttons which do a variety of kicks and punches depending on what you're doing with the joystick at the time, and there are a load of special moves here for you to learn as well. Thankfully, you can check out a move list in the pause menu, and you really will want to do this as the computer isn't messing around here. These are ports of the arcade games and it shows. Even on the lowest difficulty, I was having real trouble and got my ass kicked a hell of a lot until I did learn a few moves with a couple of characters, as well as what the other characters did to attack. Some are quite aggressive, whereas others are more reactive to what you're doing, and each one has a certain way that you'll want to fight back. The deathmatch mode is still basically just your arcade mode, but here you have spiked walls at the end of each arena that you can hit your opponents into, meaning that the fights are more about attacking as you can't back away too much, or you'll get yourself stabbed. As with all these compilations, it's always fun to play them in order to see the changes that are made. Early games don't have super moves which are incorporated into later releases, and the graphics, while never getting a massive upgrade, are cleaned up a bit in each release. And speaking of the graphics, they're good. These are ports of old arcade games, keep in mind. It's all 2D sprites and they look great with some nice animation, but they're never exactly pushing the hardware, but they're definitely more 32-bit than 16-bit. And the controls here are just as good, they're very responsive and it's easy to pull off special moves consistently. As always, playing this with a friend would be great fun, and I'm glad I have had a proper go with the series now. I kind of always ignored it, thinking it was just a crappy Street Fighter clone, but that's not really the case. They are very solid fighting games that I do recommend trying out. Enough 2D nonsense, here is Whiplash, a 3D platform game from Crystal Dynamics. In this wacky platformer you play as two animals, Spanx the weasel and Redmond who is a rabbit. Both of you are animals that are trapped in a horrible animal testing lab where you've been mistreated and had all sorts of experiments done on you. What the gross humans didn't count on though is that their testing made you smart, strong, fast and almost invincible. Once you realise this, you escape, but as you are being tested on, you're both tethered together, meaning one can't go anywhere without the other. The aim of the game is to explore labs, rescue other animals, and cause as much destruction as you possibly can before you escape. It's a plot and premise that I can really get behind. The game is a 3D platformer, and you're given a variety of missions as you explore the levels. These vary from destroying certain things, needing to find a way to get into locked doors, finding items, rescuing animals, defeating bosses, and so on. There is a good amount in here, and it's all very well done. Having two characters also doesn't make controlling this one any harder. You actually only play as Spanx the weasel for the most part, and Redmond is attached to you with handcuffs, and is just sort of dragged around, which is actually very funny a lot of the time. But don't worry, it's established early on that he is invulnerable and he can't feel pain. This becomes a big part of the game actually, as to attack, you just swing him around like a mace, hitting enemies. You'll also use him where there are hazards like fire, electricity and so on, as he can be thrown into the hazards and come out without a scratch. Sadly, he's not very bright, so often needs Spanx to give him a hefty nudge. For example, if you need to stop a cog from turning to break a machine, you just have to shove Redmond in there. It's pretty fun. The game is broken into levels and you can pause the game to see your objectives as well as the items and animals that you need to rescue and collect. But you don't have to get them all, though part of you will kind of want to. What's cool is that usually when you do rescue the animals, they'll give you new abilities or teach you something related to their creature. For example, rescuing the owl lets you learn how to glide. Sometimes the animals actually help you, like early on you rescue a bunch of monkeys, and by doing this they start to attack all the guards, leaving you just to potter around and collect everything while they deal with the enemies. Breaking stuff is also a big part of the game. A lot of the objectives revolve around causing as much destruction as possible, and at the end of every level you're told how much you have cost the company. Almost everything you see is breakable as well. All the glass, some walls, toilets, things on tables, you'll want to try to smash everything you can, partly because it's just fun to do. In terms of enemies, you mainly have to deal with the complex security. These come in a few varieties, from standard guards to gun-wielding men that hunt you down. There's also a few different robots to smash up and it's fun to fight them, and your characters both level up as you play, opening up new attacks and special moves to clear out rooms. You never actually die though, instead you're just recaptured, but instead of having extra lives you find keys. The keys unlock the cage that you're shoved into when you lose all your health, so as long as you've got a key you can escape and carry on your adventure. Run out of keys and you're stuck for good. Thankfully there are also a good amount of checkpoints. Graphically, the game looks excellent. I really like the cartoon style and the characters and animation are all done very well. It runs super smooth, and while I would have liked a bit more variety in locations, it was always cool to see what was coming up, and it really has a great sense of humour. The sound is also excellent, and there's a narrator talking about what's going on and giving hints. There's also dialogue which actually made me chuckle a few times. The only problem I really had was the camera, which is fine for the most part, but can sometimes be hard to control and get to do what you want it to, and I did feel that it was a little too close to your characters quite a lot of the time. But it is perfectly manageable, and I had a really great time playing this one. I also have it on the original Xbox, but I haven't tried that version yet. Either way, this one is highly recommended. Another 3D platform game now with Woody Woodpecker Escape from Buzzard Park. This is a budget title that genuinely surprised me with how well it was made. You are Woody, and the evil Buzz Buzzard has decided to kidnap your niece and nephew and won't give them back unless you pay a crazy ransom. Woody does not negotiate with terrorists though, so heads to Buzz's amusement park where he lives and is holding the kids and explores the levels, pecking everyone inside to death until you get the kids back. You've got a few themed worlds to play through based on theme park sort of things. There's a space world, a pirate world, a horror world, and that's it. There's only 3 worlds, but each one does have a few levels within, and your aim really is just to get to the end, which opens up the next level. There are a few things to collect in each level, mainly little W icons. Collecting these gives you a health boost, and there's 200 to get in each level. You can also find extra lives here, and actually the game is pretty generous with them, and I didn't find too many times when I was running low. There are enemies everywhere as well, and while a lot of them do look different, you'll probably find that there's actually just a few basic reskins, and they have the same basic movement and attacks, but that's alright. To fight them, you use your deadly sharp beak, stabbing them to death. You can charge for a more powerful attack as well, and there's a special attack you can collect which makes you dive bomb into the ground, knocking everyone out nearby. The combat is a little tricky though, thanks to some dodgy collision detection and the fact that the enemies will hit you without warning when you're too close, so make sure you attack slightly before you think you need to, or even better, if you use the jump attack, this helps you avoid their attacks as well. You also have a few other moves. You can run, jump, and being a woodpecker, you can peck at certain surfaces which basically lets you climb them. This is easy to do and comes in handy quite often. There's also things you can do in levels, like interacting with cannons which will fire you out, and you can ride on the ball, just like Toby Von Doom. But unlike him, you have to jump off before it blows, otherwise you'll die. In fact, that's something that's a bit of a pain in this game. You do have a health bar, but there's also a whole load of instant deaths, like being hit with a cannon, or walking into electric fences, or touching water, and so on. In fact, it's most environmental hazards that kill you in one hit, but not all of them, and you won't know what will kill you, and sometimes even what will hurt you, until you find out the hard way. Oh well, at least there's plenty of lives. What's cool though is that the levels do offer different playstyles, often switching from a 3D platform game to a 2.5D one. These bits are good fun and a nice way to break up the levels, which can be quite long, taking between 10 and 20 minutes each to complete. Though the game overall isn't very long and can be beaten in about 3 hours. Another thing that surprised me is it looks pretty damn good. It's cel shaded, which always helps, but the animation and control here are both really smooth and responsive. Everything is bright and colourful, though a little basic, being a budget game. But really, it was way better than I expected. And as mentioned, their controls here are pretty good as well. They aren't perfect, but the game usually does what you want it to. The biggest issue though is the camera, which you can't even control directly. You have a button to centre it behind you, but you can't control it with the analog sticks at all, which is criminal really. But it's a small problem in what is really a fun platform game, with some good variety in levels, decent control and nice gameplay. There is a bit of jank, but nowhere near the level you'd expect from a game like this. Give it a go if you can. If you want a bit more violence, then maybe World War Z, Iron Storm 1916 to 1964 is what you're after. This is a first-person shooter from Rebellion, who actually makes some really great shooters, including Dread vs Death, Alien vs Predator 2000, and the Sniper Elite series, which is still going today. This game is set in an alternate timeline, 1964, where World War I is still raging and everyone involved is getting more and more advanced tech and weaponry for the battle. You play as a soldier who has to do soldier things. You've got a bunch of missions to play through that will see you make your way through trenches, fighting waves of enemy soldiers as you try to infiltrate enemy bases, destroy gun placements and take down their commanders and generals, secure safe houses and so on. While the setting and gameplay isn't exactly original, it is still done very well and is a solid shooter. At the start of each level you're told what you need to do and then you're basically left alone to do it. Though the game is fairly linear, it is reminiscent of games like GoldenEye on the N64, where you've got a few objectives to complete in some medium-sized sandbox levels, and as long as you get them done, you can pretty much explore freely. Of course, the meat of most FPS games are the weapons, and I'm happy to say you get a good selection here. There's pistols, shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, flamethrowers, rocket launchers, grenade launchers, and so on, and they're all good fun to use. The actual shooting is very well done, feeling responsive and chunky, if you know what I mean. The guns all pack a punch, and while this isn't a particularly gory game, you can feel it when you blast enemies with your guns. There aren't a whole load of enemy types, mostly just the same sort of soldiers but with various different weapons, but that makes sense in a war game really. Some are tougher than others though, and there is plenty of ammo all over the place, so you can blow them to bits. The actual level settings are cool, there's lots of bunkers early on, and you have to storm enemy bases, explore frozen battlefields, and make your way through abandoned towns, and then even more enemy bases. There's a lot of cramped corridors here, and it can be a little claustrophobic at times, but hey, that's what the shotgun is for. It can be challenging as well, with a fair few enemies on screen and you can't take too much of a beating, so make sure you stick near cover when you can so you can hide. Turns out being shot hurts. There are a good amount of checkpoints though, and none of the levels are too long that you'll be replaying for hours. In fact, the game on the whole is pretty short and you'll probably be able to get through it in just a couple of hours, but that's alright with me. I actually prefer shorter games these days. The controls did take a while to get used to for me. They're usually what you'd expect for the most part, but changing weapons is needlessly complicated with a combination of the D-pad and shoulder buttons needed. I would often try to switch weapons but just go back to the one I was already using. And also reloading is done with the R2 button, which just doesn't feel right. To be fair though, you might be able to change this, I forgot to check. It all looks good though, with some great details all over the place, like flags and things catching fire in the middle of gunfights. Also, you often have soldiers with you, so you get to see some cool battles and bodies flying all over the place. And you can ignore the dodgy white line on the screen, that's the emulation. Overall, this is a pretty solid first-person shooter that doesn't really do anything particularly groundbreaking, but it's very well made and worth playing through as it won't take up too much of your time. It's also very cheap.
Guess who's back? Back again. Billy's back. Tell the internet. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's... Well, you get the point. Worms. Ladies and gents, this is the game that you've been waiting for. Worms. Little pink things engaging in the fair of war. Hello Patreons, subscribers and those soon to be subscribers. It's me, Belt Buckle B, talking to you about Worms 3D. Worms 3D was released many years ago on the PlayStation 2 and probably other consoles and personal computers, and is a Worms game. If you haven't played Worms or don't know what it's about, here goes. Worms started out as a two-dimensional side-on turn-based shooter of sorts, as teams of worms armed to the teeth go about killing other teams of worms in cold-blooded warfare. You don't need to have played any of the previous iterations, our storyline isn't a thing, at least not in the games I've played, so feel free just to jump in with this one as your first attempt, although you should definitely play some of the other versions. Worms 3D, as the title should help to indicate, is Worms' foray into the third dimension, with varying success. The game is very much the same as its 2D variants, but you can now walk, jump, punch and shoot in all directions. I found it tricky at times, especially when trying to get close to the edge of the level you are travelling on to get a clear aim at an enemy, or the best chance of leaping to success. Some weapons are easy to handle, such as the fire punch, an uppercut, shotgun, dynamite and airstrikes, but others require a significant amount of trial and error, or skill, to ensure the correct power and trajectory, as some weapons are affected by wind and gravity. Depending on the weapons utilised, you'll not only take chunks out of your opponent, but also the landscape around it, which is very satisfying, especially if in doing so means the worm you hit then falls to the ground that once was below it and drowns, causing an instant KO. Replayability comes in the form of multiple game types, and almost infinite combinations of landscapes, enemies and weapon lists. You can play, and should play, the tutorials, a tiny bit dragged out but necessary to understand the full capability of your worm and the weapons and utilities to choose from. Next you can work your way through solo campaigns, as you have set tasks ahead of you, all of which involve worm warfare of course, but may involve differing missions such as collecting items. Then maybe try a splash of challenges, set scenarios testing how good, and mostly how quickly, you can kill worms, targets, and definitely other things. And then it's off to quick matches, 1 versus 1, human versus computer, or multiplayer matches where you can choose up to 3 opponents, human or AI, and kill the heckings out of each other. I love Worms. Worms 3D, for me, isn't as good as its two-dimensional cousins, but it's still lots of fun, and whilst playing on your own is limited, if you are lucky enough to have a bunch of chums, then grab some controllers, beverages and snacks and destroy each other. Thank you so much for listening to me waffle. Check out Belt Buckle Bill 333 for more Triple B gaming content, and now back to your regular programming.
Here's one I bet you haven't played. It's Super World Police from Jalico. This is one of those super budget games that is really basic but somehow really fun to play. The story here is that a new drug has been created and is being sold in Japan and America. You get to choose to play as either a Japanese police or the American police as you wage war on the criminals supplying the drug and try to get it off the streets. The entire thing is a driving game, and it really reminds me of an updated version of things like Road Blaster or Sister Go Heat. Gameplay is super simple. In every level you choose from any of the vehicles that you've unlocked, and then you've got a time limit to race on the highways, which the criminals are conveniently always using to catch up with them. Once you're close enough to the target, you have a couple of options depending on what the game wants you to do. You'll either have to just stay close to them and lure them to a roadblock, or you might have to ram them till they explode, or if they're particularly dangerous you can use the variety of guns you unlock to blow them to bits. What's cool is that as you play you unlock new vehicles to use as well as new team members and extra weapons. You can have up to 5 people on your team, and they each have different stats in terms of how aggressive they are, how much they work in a team, their speed, attack and so on, and this is on top of the various stats that each of the vehicles have as well. Your team is fully customizable, so you can choose who's in it as well as the vehicles they drive and the weapons equipped on their vehicles. This is all done through some pretty clunky menus, but it won't take too long to get used to how it all works. You can also select the formations that you use, so depending on the mission you might want everyone to be in a row or sometimes just in a V formation and so on. It's pretty cool. There's a fair amount of story here, with twists and turns happening in between the levels. These are great to watch, even though they're just still images, but thanks to the awful voice acting, they're kind of so bad they're good. The actual levels here, no matter if you're in Japan or America, are all basically playing the same. You just have to drive straight forward, avoiding any traffic or hazards on the road so you can reach the perp in time. The only things that change are the number of things on the road, which gets more and more as you play to make it harder. Also, the target vehicles do get much stronger, starting out unarmed, but by the end of the game they're throwing unlimited grenades at you. Thankfully you get a range of machine guns and rockets and things that you can unlock and equip to help you out. Some have unlimited ammo, but the really powerful ones have limited use and can't be refilled during a level, so make every shot count. The timer gets shorter and shorter each mission as well, really upping the difficulty. You can save between levels though, so you never have to go back too far. The game isn't really a looker either, and you can really tell it's a budget game with its basic car models and crazy amount of scenery pop-in. The controls are good though, you only have to move forward, so steering isn't really an issue, and the game runs at a smooth frame rate. This is one of those games that I really expected to be awful, but actually found quite fun and hard to put down. It is cheap though, and worth the low price for a bit of cheesy fun. Some more licensed fun now with Wallace & Gromit in Project Zoo, a 3D platform game based on the awesome Aardman animations. The evil penguin Feathers McGraw from the Wrong Trousers movie is back, and this time he's taken over a zoo and captured all of the animals within it. Though surely if they're in a zoo they're already captured. Oh well, let's not argue semantics. Some of the animals there are working for him, but not out of choice, and others are just put in small cages for some reason. Either way, Wallace and his trusty dog companion Gromit aren't standing for it and head to the zoo to rescue the animals and stop Feathers once and for all. Your adventure sees you going through all these zoo exhibitions and worlds like jungles, deserts, underground places and so on, basically your usual platform fare. Each world has a load of things for you to collect to open up the next one, as well as having a bunch of animals to rescue. You only actually control Gromit here, which is fine as he's always the sensible character anyway, while Wallace does his usual bumbling around and accidentally being useful. It's actually very funny. Gromit can run, jump, climb, swing from things and punch and kick to defeat enemies. Your main aim is to find tools and nuts and bolts which you'll give to Wallace so he can create inventions as well as fix the various broken machinery in the levels that you'll need to progress. This is a nice concept and actually something that fits really nicely into their world. Finding the nuts and bolts will let Wallace repair things in levels, so you can use things like buttons and levers to open doors or raise and lower bridges, that sort of thing. Finding the tools lets Wallace create new weapons, like a banana gun or jump boots and even a gyrocopter. There's also coins in each level which, if you collect them, will unlock bonuses. The levels are pretty large, and something I can't decide if it's a good thing or not is that you get very little in the way of hints and tips as to what you need to do and where you need to go, and you're mostly left to just explore and experiment to figure things out. This can mean that you get stuck a lot, but also when you do beat a puzzle you feel pretty good about yourself. Now there are hints which come in the form of information boxes in the zoo. Press one of these and it will give you a little clue, but you still have to explore to find them. But if you are someone who likes to explore, you'll love it. There's buttons and targets all over the place, and shooting or activating these will find hidden coins, and there's plenty of tricky platforming sections that lead to hidden paths and items. There actually really is quite a lot here, and the levels are massive and varied. There's enemies, mainly in the form of evil robots and contraptions that Feathers McGraw has made, and there's even boss fights, and the combat is fine. You just have to hammer the attack button and you'll do well enough. It's definitely not a main focus of the game though, that is all about exploration and puzzle solving. Graphically, I really like how it looks. They've absolutely nailed the look of the animation, and the game is packed with humour and character. Gromit even looks at the camera as he runs past it, something he often does in the animations. All the other animals look just like you'd expect from Aardman, and I think this is as close as they could probably get to the look of the series on this generation of console. And yes, they have Peter Sallis, the actual voice actor, portraying Wallace. Anything else probably wouldn't have been okay in my book, and he does a fantastic job as always, really making Wallace the lovable goof that he is. I originally bought this game on the GameCube, and I also have it for the Xbox. It's a very solid game, which I might be biased because I just love Wallace and Gromit, but it is good fun. The levels can be confusing and the camera can cause issues at times, and also the controls can be a bit slippery, but none of it is bad enough to really cause too much of an issue. You get unlimited lives and there's plenty of checkpoints, so you never go too far back. This really is another fun 3D platform game that I do recommend checking out, especially if you have even a passing interest in the cartoons. And finally for today, here is WALL-E, another licensed game based on the awesome Pixar movie. You are WALL-E, a robot made to pick up rubbish, or trash if that's what you want to call it. You're on Earth and you spend your time picking up crap, making it to nice neat cubes when suddenly a sexy robot girl appears. You follow her like any good creep does, and you get into all sorts of mischief. You'll eventually end up on a massive spaceship with big fat Earthlings on it, and even more mischief happens. The game is broken into a surprising amount of levels, each of which goes on for quite a while. It's basically a puzzle platform game, and it actually does it incredibly well. In fact, I should mention that Ms. Smith6967 mentioned this game in the comments of my last video, which is what made me check it out. See, I do listen. And I'm very glad that it was mentioned, as it's a really fun game. The levels just really need you to get to the end of them, but to do this you'll need to complete a lot of puzzles and objectives. Being a funky robot, you've got a few abilities. You can move around pretty fast and you have a little jump, which isn't the best, but that's because you're made of metal. You can pick up and throw trash cubes, which you'll need to do a lot to destroy obstacles, hit switches and do other such video game things. You also have your laser, which you can use to destroy certain things, activate other switches, and so on. Scattered around the levels you'll find a number of boxes of various colours. These contain vials that you need to collect. These are what restore some of your laser powers if they're red, and then there's the blue ones which are needed to activate certain doors or security panels. When you get to a door, it'll tell you how many vials you need, and often there's exactly that many in the location you're in, so you just need to explore and smash all the boxes in order to collect them and activate that panel. These panels are always little mini-games. Some are timing based where you have to press buttons in a rhythm, some are memory games like Simon Says, and some are just simple logic puzzles. They're never too tricky and the game is clearly aimed at a younger audience. There's a fair bit of platforming to do. Thankfully, WALL-E controls well and moves fast, though he can be a bit clunky. This could be a deliberate design as he is a robot rather than an athlete or fat plumber, and it does mean you can fall off ledges more than you'd like to, but it's rare that you don't get plenty of chances to try again. And the platforming bits can actually be fun, often with what is essentially a mini racetrack for you to navigate, needing to jump over obstacles or slide underneath them. I like these bits, and WALL-E does get some good speed. As you're a robot, you have a battery, which is essentially your health. This can drain slowly, but you have solar panels, so if you find a sunspot, just stay there for a few seconds and you'll recharge. You also have a radar thing that you can use to find hidden items in levels. These aren't compulsory, but are things like toys or silly household items, and you get a cool little cutscene when you find them, showing WALL-E playing with them. I really like these bits. Graphically, the game really is excellent. It's genuinely very impressive for the PS2. There's a ton of detail everywhere, and the animation is incredible, really nailing the look of the movie. There are cutscenes, but these use the in-game graphics and not movie clips, and they also look really good and are fun to watch, which is just as well as you can't skip any of them. This really is an impressive game. It's great fun, a good challenge, and it looks fantastic. It was also released on the next generation of consoles, and I think I'm actually going to pick this up on the Xbox 360 just because it will look even better. But if you can get the PS2 version, definitely don't pass it up. I bet it will surprise you. Here is X Squad. This is a very early third-person action game for the system. In fact, it was a launch game. You control Ash, the leader of X Squad, a team made up of elite soldier types. You're on high alert as W Squad have been killed, and a top scientist woman has been kidnapped and her experiments stolen. And if these get into the wrong hands, well, it would be slightly annoying. The game takes you and your squad through various locations which are exciting in the early 2000s, like underground bases, sewers, and even more bases. Yep, get ready for lots of grey and brown. Thankfully, the gameplay is actually pretty fun, if a little janky, but as it's a launch game, I'm sure we can forgive it. The missions are pretty linear, and you'll need to explore the environments that are packed with enemies, lifts, and locked doors. You'll need to kill the enemies, find keys and switches that will open the locked doors and activate the elevators to the next floor or level. Depending on the mission, you'll have up to 3 squad members with you as well, each of which have their own weapons and styles of fighting. You've got ones that prefer sneaking around, and the one with a big machine gun and muscles that just wants to kill everyone and spout one-liners. The combat here is pretty hectic and not always easy. You get a selection of weapons including pistols, machine guns, shotguns and so on, and what's cool is that any you unlock along the way can be selected before you start a new mission, and you can kit out your character as well as the computer controlled characters to make sure everyone has the best equipment and weapons for each mission. You do get a generous auto-aim, which I thought at first would make things too easy, but that's not the case. It's great when you only have a few enemies, but there's usually 5 or 6 on the screen at the time, and they're all quite accurate themselves. You can help your chances by crouching and hiding behind obstacles, and you do have the ability to lean out from cover, which comes in very handy. Levels do have a few checkpoints in them, and you never get too far back if you do die. You can give your teammates commands, which they follow pretty well, so they'll sneak around and be quiet, or go in guns blazing if you tell them to. You can even ask them to scout around and they'll let you know if there's any enemies or items that they find. I was actually surprised at how useful the other team members were and started using them quite a lot. The controls here can be a little confusing at times, and you can tell this was an early game where they hadn't quite figured out the best way to do things, but they certainly aren't bad. Same with the graphics. It's an early game, so nothing too special, but it does the job. I do quite like the water effects though. I also really love the voice acting. It's that terrible early 2000s voice acting that is somehow bad and great at the same time. It would have been nice if the missions had a bit more variety other than just getting to the end of the level, but when you get there you will always fight a boss, and some of these are pretty cool shootouts where you're constantly shouting at your team to either hide, attack or draw fire. Something that is also a real shame is that you can't actually play as any of the other characters, only Ash. This game is really bloody cheap though, and I enjoyed my time with it. I would recommend giving it a try if you can. Here is Cyanide Resurrection. This is the sequel to Cyanide, which was an Xbox exclusive, but this one wasn't released on Xbox, so if you want to play it there, you can just suck it. I haven't played the first one, but that doesn't really matter. From what I can tell, there's a spooky ethereal woman-girl thing, presumably the big bad from the previous game. She's stuck in a strange dimension, but is trying to bust out and no doubt be a right little prick. So you get in your spaceship and set out to stop her and her army of strange things that she seems to be sending through the portals. The game is an on-rail shooter, and what's interesting is that most of the levels seem to be FMV. It's 3D though, so you can fly your ship around to a certain degree, kinda like Star Fox, but there's times where you're on a fixed path and rather than move your actual ship, you're just rotating your guns. This means that sometimes you'll dodge enemy attacks by moving out of the way, but other times you'll need to shoot them down as you can't actually move your ship. It can be a little disorienting when there's no notification when it changes. Even when you can move your ship though, you still have to keep an eye on your radar for all the enemies that attack from every angle, and they can appear from anywhere and you need to look around you quite a lot. You've got a basic laser shot and a bomb attack to start with, and you can hold down the laser button to do a lock-on, which is very handy. But what's cool is that the enemies drop crystal things to collect. These are basically money, and you can use them between missions to buy shields, new weapons, lives, bombs and so on. A lot of these items are very useful too, so don't pass them up. You can only equip 4 things at a time though, so choose carefully. Something else I like is that you can choose your path between levels. Essentially this is just the difficulty. The levels themselves all have a bit of a strange feel to them, but in a deliberate way, and there's actually a pretty cool atmosphere to this game, with you exploring unknown dimensions where enemies come out of nowhere, and you even have to avoid debris and asteroids that appear from time to time. I have to say, I really do like the visuals here. There's some cool enemy designs that get stranger the further you get, with the usual spaceships to start with. But soon you fight demonic looking space heads and dragon looking things, all of which fire a ton of projectiles at your ass. You'll fly through solar systems, strange planets, deserted colonies and so on as you play, and while the FMV is a little grainy, I kinda like the way it looks. I feel like some people say it's just bad. Sorry, this is the internet. They'll say it's trash or garbage, but I think it has a cool style. It's a difficult game though, giving you just a few lives, but you are able to save, so you don't have to start from the beginning every time, and you do get a health bar. The music is also great. It's a techno drum and bass soundtrack that is very 2000s. If you like rail shooters or games that are pretty quirky, then this is one you should try out. Fighting game time now with X-Men Next Dimension. Yep, it's a one-on-one fighting game starring your favourite freaks, and some that I had never heard of, but I don't read the comics, so that's not surprising. There is a story here about a bloke called Bastion who got killed, and now Sentinels are coming to Earth to kill all mutants. On top of this, there are anti-mutant humans all over the place as well, so basically everyone's just kicking off and being angry. That means for some reason you need to have a bunch of one-on-one fights. There's two main game modes here: Arcade, where you just choose from a roster of heroes and villains and you fight through a series of battles until you've beaten everyone. Then there's the Story mode, which does the thing that I actually really like in fighting games, where you don't actually choose a character and it's all just dependent on the story, though at times you are given a choice from a small selection of characters depending on what's going on. I do always appreciate this, as I'm someone who likes to play as different characters and not stick to the same one every time. No matter who you play as though, you'll find a surprisingly decent fighting game here. Sure, it's no Street Fighter or Tekken, but it's still decent. Everyone you play as has their own fighting styles and special moves, and of course, as they are established characters, these are all relevant to them. So Cyclops is good from a distance with his eye beams, Wolverine is good up close with his sharp nails, and then you have people like Juggernaut, who's just a massive hulking brute that is so much fun to play as. I tried out most of the characters, and there really is a lot of difference, with some being much easier to learn and control than others. Forge and Gambit, for example, were both fun, but they had a lot more technical moves to them than the basic brawlers, so there should be someone here for everyone, and you will do well to learn a couple of the characters here. There are super moves as well. You can build a bar that has 4 notches on it, and the higher it is, the more powerful the move you can do. A single bar will do low damage, but if you pull off your most powerful move, you can do nearly half a health bar's worth of damage in one go. These are cool, but I do wish they were a bit more cinematic rather than just being long combos. Ah well. Graphically, it's not all that impressive to be honest. The animation is good and smooth, but the character models on some of the characters are just downright ugly and pretty wooden. The controls are good though, and the moves are easy to pull off, and thankfully you do get a move list in the pause menu. If you like X-Men and fighting, this is well worth a look. As always, it's a game that could be great with a few friends on game night. And yes, here we have another X-Men game with X-Men Legends. This is a top-down action RPG starring your favourite freaks. At the start of the game, Wolverine and Cyclops are tracking down Mystique and the Blob, who are hassling a teenage girl called Allison, as she's a mutant with volcano powers and they want to recruit her to the Brotherhood. You save her and take her back to the X-Men mansion, where you chat to a few other X-Men and find out that all sorts of sibling issues are happening. Cyclops' brother is being a twat, Colossus' brother has gone missing, and so on. So basically you go on missions through various locations around the world, and even not on the world, to fight evil and rescue people. You know, X-Men stuff. Throughout the game, you get 15 characters to take control of, and depending on the level, you can have up to 4 on screen at once. Characters include the usuals like Cyclops, Storm, Wolverine, Beast and Gambit, as well as some that I'm not too familiar with, like Emma Frost. You can even play as Professor X in some places, which is quite rare. Missions are all just a case of exploring what is essentially a big maze, though they're also quite linear, and never too hard. You run around looking for enemies to fight until you get to the boss. You'll need to find keys and beat enemies to break barriers and so on. The combat is easy. You've got a weak and strong attack, a throw button, and a special attack modifier. You can also jump and do air attacks. Hammering the weak and strong attack buttons does various combos, and defeating enemies will level you up. All characters level up independently, so be sure to swap them out often so they're all fairly strong, unless you just want to play as one person for the whole thing. When you level up, you can choose where your points go, whether it's health, attack, defense, or unlocking more of your mutant abilities, which are always specific to the character. To use your special moves, you hold R2, and then you press the corresponding button that pops up. They're easy to do, and all the mutant powers, which can also be upgraded, are fun to use, and you can even do combo attacks, mixing your attacks with some of the other characters. Dotted around the levels you'll find extraction points. You can use these to swap out characters during the levels. This can sometimes be important as some characters are better suited to some levels than others, and you will sometimes find places where you need a certain person's power to interact with it. For example, you might need to create a bridge out of ice, so you're going to need Iceman. Often these things aren't compulsory though, but you will save a lot of time and you won't need to take the long way round. Enemies come in a nice variety with plenty of robots and soldiers, but the standouts are really the bosses, which are all just evil characters from the comic books. They can be pretty damn tough, and you'll need to use the health and mutant power potions that you collect to stay alive. Graphically, I think it looks really good. The characters are cel shaded, so it looks decent, and the environments will have a good amount of detail. The only real issue with the game is that it is very repetitive, as are most games like this. You're really just doing the same thing over and over for every level while levelling up. Don't get me wrong though, it is still fun, and of course it's even better with 3 mates, each taking a character, but it's one of those games that, for me, is best played in short bursts, and it's quite a long game, taking well over 10 hours to play through. It is a must-have though, and it even has a sequel, Rise of Apocalypse. I have both of these on the GameCube, which is where I first played it, but actually I haven't played the second one yet. It is on my to-do list though. Right, the next two might be seen as cheating, but I don't care. This is XII Stag, or 12 Stag as it should be called. It's a vertically scrolling shooter from Taito. They didn't really bother with the story here, but I'm alright with that. All you need to know is that you control a spaceship that suits blue stuff, and you need to kill everything you see. The game is really presented as a score attack game. You do have lives, but you can continue as much as you like. However, you will lose your score if you do continue. To attack, you've got a rapid fire blue laser. It's pretty powerful, and killing enemies will sometimes make them drop blue orbs. Collecting these will either power up your shot or make you move slightly faster. You also have a side shot, which is one of the game's interesting mechanics. To do this, you have to tap away from the direction you want to shoot and then quickly press the direction you do want it to fire. So to shoot left, you tap right then left. This will fire a powerful projectile sideways that does more damage than your usual one, though it does have a much shorter range, requiring you to be very close to enemies, so of course it is dangerous to use. However, there are times where enemies will just stay next to you, so you've got no choice but to use it. You also have a backwards shot that automatically happens if an enemy is behind you and close enough. You've got a bomb attack, which is actually a shield. You fire out the bomb and then press the button again to detonate it. This opens up a shield. Any enemies or enemy bullets that touch it will just explode, but you can hide inside it for a few seconds if it's active, so you don't take damage. Enemies come in a few varieties, but they aren't particularly exciting. They're your usual spaceships and tanks that you see in a lot of games like this. The bosses as well are just massive mechanical things, and while they don't look bad, they certainly won't stick in your head like the bosses from R-Type or Darius. Though I will say the graphics here are very good. They're all pre-rendered and look decent with some smooth action, and I never saw any slowdown even with dozens of enemies and bullets on screen at once. And that's really all there is to say. It's a fairly standard shooter with a couple of cool mechanics, but it is one that I would recommend if you like this sort of thing. It looks good, the controls are solid, and it's a good challenge. And here is XIII. Okay, yeah, I know it's 13. Now, I nearly didn't include this one as it's not really a hidden gem, and I probably could have saved it for the numbers video, but everyone knows about it, it's awesome, so I did want to include it here anyway. 13 is a great first-person spy shooter based on a comic book series with an emphasis on its espionage story. After you wake up on a beach with no memory of who you are or what has happened, you're rescued by a sexy lifeguard who is quickly gunned down, and then you have to set off to uncover the truth about what's happened. Turns out you've been framed for the murder of the president, but did you really do it? Who knows? The game is incredibly ambitious, combining a mix of first-person shooting, stealth and story elements, and I do have to say, it actually holds up really well, and actually pulls most of them off. I remember this game got just about average reviews on its release, but I really can't see why, as it is just so much fun to play. Missions take place in a variety of locations across the world and are packed with enemies, weapons and items. Depending on the mission, there might be a load of civilians too, so you can't run around killing everyone, but if you can't kill them, you can usually knock them out without being penalised. To do this, or to knock out enemies for that matter, you tend to need one of the many items littered around the levels, like a chair, a broom, a bottle or something like that. You can find them and pick them up and use them to smash people over the head and knock them out in just one hit.
You see, stealth plays a big part, and it is possible to go through the majority of missions without being detected from the majority if you wanted to, but I do like shooting people, so that's what I did when I could. Thankfully, the shooting here is also very good. You get loads of different pistols, shotguns, rifles and sniper rifles to use, and they all feel really good. You also get gadgets like a grappling hook that you can use at certain places to help you get to new areas. You'll also find health packs that you can use whenever you need to, which is handy as it can be easy to die. Turns out being shot isn't good for you. As mentioned, the story here is a big part of the game and it's told really well. You can get cutscenes before and after each level and also during the levels. David Duchovny voices Jason Fly, the main character, and he does his usual half-bored sounding spiel, but I like it. 90s singer Eve plays Jones, your partner, and they both do a good job. But it's just the way that the game is presented that's so good. Comic book style panels will appear on the screen as you play to show you nearby enemies that you need to be aware of that are about to spot you, or maybe they're going to be setting off an alarm. Or if you do a particularly skillful kill, you get a triple replay in boxes that pop up as you carry on playing. It's really cool and something that should be used in a lot more games. Also, there's a lot of little touches here and there. For example, if you stand still and there's an enemy nearby, you can actually see their footsteps appearing on the screen just to let you know where they are. These are really cool touches. Obviously, one of the main things that people remember are the graphics. The cel shading here just looks amazing even to this day. Some of the animations are a little bit basic though, but all the characters and weapon models are great and the levels themselves are really cool. This is definitely a game to show off how good cel shading games can be. Now, you'll likely already know that the game got a remake in 2020, which was slammed for being a really crappy, cheap remake. And they even changed the graphic style so it wasn't cel shaded anymore, which was basically the main selling point for the game. Apparently the side effect of that was that people went out and bought the original instead, which is somehow still the better game, but I'm okay with that as it's a lot of fun. It does have a few janky things in it, like some dodgy stealth and escort parts, but overall it really is a fantastic game that's way better than even the reviews of the time would lead you to believe. I highly recommend playing this game through, especially as it's really cheap if you get it for one of the old consoles.
Xena Warrior Princess is a very budget game based on the awesome series starring the lovely Lucy Lawless. You are Xena, an ass-kicking warrior princess who's on a mission to save her friend Gabrielle, who's been captured and put in a torture chamber thing where she's chained up and the room is slowly filling with water. You have until she drowns to complete the game. It's a 3D platform adventure and you need to make your way through a large castle where Gabrielle is being held and get to her before she sleeps with the fishies. All the levels require you to do the same thing: explore the area, fight enemies and find switches which open the large doors that lead to the next level. Do this 5 or 6 times and you win. Xena has a few abilities. She can fight and you can use your fists or feet to punch and kick, though this is pretty weak, so you'll want to press the handy L1 button to get your sword out. This is much more powerful. You've got a few basic combos and enemies here are pretty stupid, so they don't put up much of a fight, but they can still kill you as they might decide to ignore your attacks. That's right, this game isn't the most polished one out there. You also have your chakram, which is like a frisbee boomerang thing. You can throw this at enemies to stun them for a bit, and you also need to use it to press certain switches. These will usually open doors, which then lead to more switches, and so on, until you find the ones that open the exit. There's also a lot of platforming you need to do, with blocks that need pushing and pulling around to make bridges or to press pressure plates. If you do die, don't worry too much, as you're just sent back to the most recent checkpoint. These look a bit odd and don't really fit with the game, but then again, this is one of those games that probably didn't start out as a Xena game, and they just threw the license on it last minute when they got it for cheap. You really can tell it's a budget game in just about every way. The graphics are very basic, the environments are very blocky, looking like upscale PS1 graphics, and the character models aren't much better. The controls are very slippery and the platforming is hard, mainly due to poor collision detection rather than a genuine challenge. But there is something kind of addictive about the game. It's short and easy, and you can beat the game in about an hour if you wanted to, especially if you've played it a couple of times before and know where you need to go. At any point you can pause the game and you can check on Gabrielle to see how far up the water is and how much time you have left roughly. You also find sand timers in the levels which will lower the water level, giving you more time, but there's never actually a timer that you can just check. So, should you play this game? Well, yeah, it's one of those sort of so bad it's kind of enjoyable games. If you do have the choice, you should definitely play the PS1 Xena game instead though, as that's an actual proper game and is genuinely very good, whereas this one is better just to kind of laugh at. Don't pay money for it though. XGRA, or Extreme G Racing Association, is the fourth game in the futuristic racing series. It's the future, so all the characters have 2000s future tude, looking like something out of either The Matrix or a dodgy anime. They each have their own futuristic motorcycles to race, and of course their own stats in terms of speed, acceleration, handling, weapons, and so on. You can compete in a bunch of different cups taking place across various planets, and your one and only goal is to do better than the others, and to have more points at the end of the racing series. Yep, it's a racing game. Being a future racing game, there's lots of neon stuff all over the place, and I actually really like these games and the design of everything, except one thing that I'll mention shortly. The different planets offer a great variety of styles, from snow, fire planets, industrial planets, and so on. The courses are all pretty long and have plenty of twists and turns, as well as boost pads on the floors and jumps. So what I don't like is the fact that this and many other future racing games seem to have really narrow tracks a lot of the time, meaning you spend a hell of a lot of the race just bouncing off the sides. At least at first you will, if you're shit like me. After a while though, you will get used to the handling and it becomes less annoying. To be fair though, there are actually a fair amount of pretty wide ones in this game. After some of the qualifying races, you get access to your weapons. The way these work is similar to games like Gradius. You have a standard laser weapon which you can always use, but this does run out of energy if you go too crazy, so you want to make every shot count. But you can also collect icons on the races which fill up your special weapon bar from left to right. You get energy drains, boosts, mines, rockets, and ammo refill. Once you've collected enough icons to highlight the bar to the item that you want to use, you press the circle button to select it. Then it's ready for you to use again, and you just press the circle button a second time when you actually want to use it. This works well, and there's often a bit of risk versus reward as you decide if you want to take the item that you're on and try and zap the other racers, or if you've got time to grab another icon or two for a more powerful one. And the racing here is fast and frantic. You don't often have too much time to think. The races are fast and the game moves at a great pace. Thankfully, the draw distance is excellent, so you can almost always see what's coming up, unless it's specifically designed not to let you. Couple this with a really cool techno soundtrack that every future racing game has to have according to law, and you've got an all-round fun package, just like Topia Von Doom. Completing the courses unlocks more tracks to race on, characters to race as, and bikes for you to choose from, and there's plenty of reasons to come back. And of course there's the multiplayer, which, if you have a few friends that like racing, will likely have a blast with this one. Definitely recommended.
All systems are okay. Go, go, go!
Another fighting game now with Shaolin Showdown, though this is more of a platform party fighter than a tournament fighter. There's a story here where an evil punk kid called Jack has an army of robots, so our 4 Shaolin ninja kids in training set out to stop him. The story mode here is a strange one and can be played with up to 4 players. It's a sort of co-op, sort of not game. In every level, Jack will set robots to attack you, and the 4 of you have to defeat these robots. You want to destroy as many as you can, but you also want to destroy more than the other characters, so you've got to fight them and stun them so they can't attack the robots. Every now and then items will appear, and again you want to collect more than the others, so you might need to fight them. Eventually a boss will appear and you'll need to work together to destroy it. It's chaotic and quite fun. Each of the characters plays the same but has the tropes of being slow and strong, fast and weak, and everything in between. You can choose from Woo powers, which are basically your magic attacks. These can be used by any character. There's an ice one that freezes nearby enemies and friends, a fire one that spits flames everywhere, a wind one that catches people in whirlwinds, and so on. As well as this, power-ups appear from time to time to give you power and speed boosts. If you're getting your ass kicked, you'll need health, and to replenish this, you actually need to fight the other characters, and they'll drop health orbs which will replenish yours. This is an interesting mechanic. In theory, you don't have to fight any other characters at any point and can just focus on the robots, but it is a good idea to give them a bit of a slap every now and then so they don't steal your shit. There's also coins that appear on levels. Collecting these lets you buy more of the magic powers, and you can equip a few at a time between levels and can switch between them during the fights. Also, at the end of every level you get a new power that appears, and then you have to play a minigame against all the other characters, with the winner being the one that actually gets to use it. It is a strange way to make you work together at times, but not at other times, and I actually think it's a cool idea that could really be more fleshed out. The main problem here though is that every level plays exactly the same, but with a slightly different layout.
Now you could argue that all fighting games are like that, but there's no combos or special moves to learn, it's just hammering the attack button or magic button. The levels do drag on for way too long, and this is clearly aimed at a younger audience, and the game stops to explain everything that's happening every time, even a few levels in. We get it, and you can't even skip these things. My advice though is to turn off the hints in the menu unless you want to be told how to double jump every 5 minutes. Hint hint, you press jump twice. Graphically, it's actually quite good. I feel like it looks like it's based on a cartoon or something, but I've never heard of it. Yeah, I could look it up, but then you guys wouldn't have a reason to comment and get me further up the algorithm. If you have a younger person to play with, I think they'll enjoy this. It's simple and repetitive, and a game that anyone can pick up and play. And finally for today, here is the X-Files, Resist or Serve. This is a really good survival horror game that takes more than a few bits of inspiration from Resident Evil series, but ties it into the X-Files world really well. You play through 3 episodes here, which are each connected to the next, where some strange goings on are happening and something is turning people into zombies. Yep, flesh-eating zombies. Of course, Mulder and Scully are on the case, with Mulder convinced it's probably something to do with either the government or aliens, or more likely both, whereas Scully thinks there has to be a more rational scientific explanation for everything that's happening. At the start of the game, you get to choose if you want to be Mulder or Scully, and while you play through the same stories, you do that thing where it's from their different perspectives, with each character sharing some of the same levels and scenes, but often having their own way to play through them. As with Resident Evil, it's a great way to play the stories and show more of what's going on. It's all done in classic survival horror style, with fixed camera angles and lots of dimly lit areas. There's enemies to fight, and while I'd say there is more here than your typical survival horror game, it's really the story and exploring and puzzle solving that's the focus. But the combat is pretty good here too. There's a few guns that you get throughout the game and a fair amount of ammo. You can aim and shoot, and you can even move a bit while aiming, but you won't want to use your guns too much because you can still run out. You also have a melee attack which comes in very handy, and you should try and use it as much as you can. Maybe fire a couple of shots to stun the enemy, then just go in and whack him in the face with the butt of your gun, or failing that, run away. You'll need to find clues and evidence, as well as plenty of keys and random items that look useless but can be used later in the game. And as you'd expect, you've got a limited inventory. So the main loop is solve the puzzles, kill the enemies and move on. They really nailed the atmosphere here, and they have David Duchovny and Gillian Anderson actually voicing their characters, which means David Duchovny features here twice, as he's also the voice of the main character in 13 as well. The graphics are good, but sometimes the character models can be a little dodgy, but really that's a product of most games that go for the realistic look from this era. All things considered, they did a good job. And if you're a fan of the show, like I am, then you'll really enjoy the story. It's genuinely really engrossing and very similar to those found in the series. The biggest problems that I had with the game is that sometimes the camera angles and dark levels make things quite hard to see, and I'd even get stuck on things that I couldn't make out in the dark. And sometimes the camera would switch angle, and that would mean the controls flip, and I'd just run between 2 screens. Also, some of the puzzles were a little too vague, and I'd be running around aimlessly for a lot longer than I would have liked. But that's alright, because we have the internet, and what I really like here is that there's an infinite ammo cheat for the game, always appreciated. Overall, this is one of those games that's way better than you'd think. It's definitely a must-play for fans of the series, and I'd say one for anyone that likes survival horror. Let's start with what is no doubt probably the most famous game here, but one that I didn't realise started on the PS2. It's Yakuza from Sega. You play as Kazuma, a hard-as-nails bloke who is part of a Yakuza family. You take the fall for the murder of one of the bosses in order to save your friend from being arrested and hated by the other people. You go to jail and come out 10 years later only to find that quite a lot has changed. Something that hasn't changed though is that you're still a double hard bastard, and you go around the streets of Tokyo where you'll make friends and enemies as you rise the ranks to become the head of your own Yakuza family. It's a cool story and actually told really well with interesting characters. Not long into the game it becomes an open world affair, though the world isn't particularly big. It's a pretty small area of a city pretty much, and you have to run between the various places in the city where you'll get more information about the other families, and people have been hassling you and your friends, and women that might like you, some that might not, and things like that. You'll need to speak to people to find information and track down the various gits that you want to punch, and then go and do said punching. And the combat is the main thing here, and it's essentially a 3D brawler, and the brawling is good.
You've got a good few attacks and combos you can do by hammering the buttons, and you can pretty much grab anything that you find laying around and use it as a weapon. You can smack people in the face with golf clubs, sticks, bins, bicycles and more, but they don't last too long, so you need to make each attack count. Fighting builds up your special bar, and you'll unlock a bunch of special attacks and combos for you to do massive damage. What I really like though are the environmental attacks. If you grab a stunned enemy and happen to be near something like a wall, desk or bench or something like that, you get a prompt to press triangle. Do this and you'll smash their face into it, doing massive damage. And it's great to see all these moves, and they never get old. Enemies can break out of your grip though, so don't take too long. You'll often be fighting multiple enemies at once, and the fights can get tricky. To heal, you'll need to eat food and things like that, which can be bought from the various shops around town and stored in your inventory. You'll also level up, which lets you increase your health and attack, etc. Sometimes you'll even have people helping you out in fights, and the computer actually does a pretty good job of helping you and doesn't get in your way. And thankfully you can't hurt each other, as at times it is hard to see who is who, and there's multiple enemies all wearing the similar suits. Graphically, the game does look good. It's not outstanding, but definitely a decent looking game for the system. The city looks excellent, and the cutscenes are well done, with loads of voice acting that isn't your usual awful voice acting from Sega, though the writing is questionable at times. Overall though, it's a really fun game that's packed with action and a good story. There's loads of nods to other Sega games, and even an arcade where you can find classic old ones. I couldn't figure out how to play any of them though that might just mean the later games. But still, this is well worth playing. Sticking with Yakuza, here is Yakuza Fury, and this game is not connected in any way to the game we just looked at, but I have a feeling it was meant to cash in. It's from 505 Games, a budget company that actually has a lot of games featured in this series. I might even get their own video at some point. Anyway, Yakuza Fury is another semi-open world game where you play as a chap in a funky white suit called Asuka. And yes, he wants to be the head of a Yakuza family, so sets out to the streets to beat everyone up and fulfill his dream. What a guy. The gameplay is simple. You roam the streets and enemies will appear. You beat them to a bloody pulp and explore some more. Eventually you'll come across a boss, and guess what? You beat them up as well. They'll usually then tell you about some crime mobster type person, and you'll set off to find them and beat them up. The combat here is pretty basic, but it's functional, which is really the best thing I can say about it. You've got a weak and strong attack, and you can do various button combos to do more powerful attacks, and you'll soon learn that the combo that kills most enemies in just one go, and stick with using that. The hit detection is fine though, and although it feels a little shallow, punching, kicking and throwing all works fine. You do also have special move that's basically a clear all. You build up a meter when you're fighting, and when it's full you just press triangle to send out a shockwave that hurts enemies. But again, you can actually update your character's abilities throughout the game to learn new special moves with different properties. You can also unlock new costumes and hairdos, so you can tailor your look to exactly how you want, and maybe even get a perk along the way. Something the game doesn't give you much help though with is what you actually need to be doing. Other than the cutscenes, there's really not much direction. You'll need to explore the 5 or 6 areas over and over again until you get to the right spot, and then a cutscene will trigger and progress the story. Though the gameplay never changes. You just need to run around, fight until a boss appears, beat them, get some story and repeat. It does get a bit repetitive, as with most games like this, and the fact that you can easily spend 20 minutes or so just running around not knowing what to do can be a little bit annoying. But that might be by design, as the game isn't particularly long anyway. It can be beaten in about 3 hours, and even less if you know where to go. It doesn't look too bad, all things considered. It is a budget game after all, but the character models and animations aren't bad at all, it's just a little basic. And the enemies seem to share the same animations, so knocking people down at the same time can be funny to see them all getting up in exactly the same way like a weird dance routine. But yeah, it's a budget game, so it's all kind of fine to be honest, and it will kill a few hours of your time. It's not going to blow you away, but you'll probably have fun with it. Fighting game time now with Yu Yu Hakusho Dark Tournament. This one-on-one fighting game is based on an anime that, you guessed it, I've never seen before, but that doesn't matter, it's a fighting game. There is a story where the main guy, Yasuke, is a demon protector, but that doesn't mean he's a bloke that protects demons. No, he's a bloke that protects Earth from demons. The sneaky bastards are always trying to get into our world, so you, along with some other odd characters, are here to stop them. Of course, there's evil bastards also that want nothing more than the demons to get into our realm, so you want to punch them as well.
It's a fighting game, so you already know what to expect for the most part. You choose your character, then take part in a series of fights. If you choose the story mode, you're given an extensive training on literally every command and move, from strafing to jumping, and this is actually kind of welcome as the controls are a little convoluted, sometimes too much for their own good. To jump, you have to press up and X. To crouch, you have to press down and X. This isn't really needed, but you get used to it. Most other buttons do attacks. You've got regular moves and special attacks and a block button. And yes, you do have your range of characters, each with their own movesets and specials. What's kind of handy is that most characters do play very similar to another, at least in terms of how you pull off their moves. Most specials are done the same way, but the actual moves can vary wildly, from laser beams from your hands to grapples or crazy over-the-top combos. It does take a while to get used to these controls, but once you do, the gameplay is pretty fun. If you don't want to do the story mode, there are a few other arcade and versus modes to play through, where you just choose from the decent roster of characters and fight through a tournament. But it's not easy though. The computer opponents won't go easy on you, and will kick the crap out of you even in the first few fights. This is a game I recommend dropping the difficulty of while you get used to it. The game looks decent enough, with a nice cel-shaded graphic style, which is always good for me, and the animation is decent enough. And what I quite like is that the arenas are often quite destructible, which look pretty cool as well. Overall, this is a game that you'll likely play a few times, maybe unlock the quite large number of hidden characters, but after that you probably won't bother going back too often. Though, as always, it's always fun for an evening with a few mates in multiplayer. And if you like your anime, then you might like Yu-Gi-Oh! The Duelists of the Roses, which is a game in contention for the stupidest name ever. As always, I have no idea about this or what Yu-Gi-Oh! Or any of its nonsense is going on about. I remember it being on the TV, but I just had no interest in it. And to be honest, I'm not a fan of card battle games anyway, so please take everything I say here with a pinch of salt. There is a long-ass story here that is really shoved down your throat. The game is set in a fictional version of real events, namely the War of the Roses, a bunch of civil wars fought here in jolly old England over who should have the throne in the late 1400s. So the story is basically that, there is a civil war. But here, most of the fights are done with monsters kept in magic cards and not by soldiers, and actually, I'm okay with that. What I'm not okay with though is the amount of unskippable dialogue which goes on for way too long for a game like this. I mean, who's the audience going to be this? Probably kids who will not want to read a pretty detailed story about civil war, they want to battle card monsters. Or maybe that's just me. Anyway, when you've finally gotten into some gameplay, it's actually not too bad, and dare I say, I actually did have a bit of fun here, even though I had no idea what I was doing, and I was too impatient to play through most of the 15 or so tutorials that are available to show you how it all works. Essentially though, you have to build a deck of cards. Your deck will include monsters that you can use to attack, spells you can use to do damage on opponents, and traps that you can lay, and so on. Of course, your opponents also have a deck of similar cards. Then you're presented with a game board, and you have a main boss monster thingy, as does your opponent. The board is divided into grids, and your mission is to get to your opponent's boss and defeat it before they do that to you. You take turns to place cards on the board, with each card having various attack, health, defense, and so on. These cards can then be moved a certain number of spaces on your turn, and eventually you'll meet in battle. Kind of like chess, but not quite. The battles take you to a 3D arena, which actually looks really cool, and I've got to say I really like the design of a lot of the monsters here. The battles are all predetermined though, based on your stats, so you don't control any of the action. You just watch your creatures getting killed, at least that's what I do. The thing I never understand with these games is that you're given a random selection of cards to choose from, and you don't know what your opponent has played until you battle, so it's just kind of blind luck if you have a better card than them. And even when you do know what they have, it's often hard to counter their card if you've got a crap hand. There were times when there was literally no way I could beat a monster because they were just way stronger than any of my cards, and I couldn't get an attack in. And this is where you have to take things with a pinch of salt, because I'm sure if I learned to play properly, it would make sense, but it's just not my thing. Though, as I said, there were times where I did enjoy my time, and I do like strategy games, just not really this sort. It does look good though, with cool graphics and monsters, and there's lots of still images for the dialogue between stages. If you're into this sort of thing, you'll probably like it, but if you're like me, maybe stay away from it. Here is Yanya Kabbalista City Skater. This is a crazy skateboarding game with an odd story. Alien ghosts have appeared in your city and are up to no good, but it turns out they sort of explode if they get too excited.
You and your skater buddies soon realise that what gets them more excited than anything, even boobs, are skateboarding tricks. That's handy, as you can then go around skating in the city where you need to find where the ghosts are and impress them with your skateboarding tricks so they explode and stop causing trouble. But of course, you've got to do it all within a time limit. And I will warn you now, don't expect Tony Hawk here. Now, if you are playing the game proper and have bought it complete, it actually comes with a little skateboard attachment that you can place over the buttons of your controller, letting you play your PS2 kind of like those fingerboard things that cool people that get all the girls have. This is clearly how the game was meant to be played and would probably be pretty fun to try. But if you're a scumbag like me, you don't have that, and you just have to play normally. Thankfully, if you go to the options screen, they have a mode that uses normal controls. Once you've done the pretty extensive training, you can then head to the various city missions where you need to start getting rid of the bloody ghost bastards. You've got a few characters to choose from, each with the stat differences that you'd expect in terms of speed, tricks, spins, etc. And there's a few characters and more levels to unlock as you play. The levels are fairly large and littered with ramps to jump from, rails to grind, and various other things to jump off and do tricks from. As you explore, you find coins for points and extra time, but more importantly, you'll find the alien ghost thingies. They always have a little border thing spinning around them, and what you need to do is pull off a big trick as big as possible and land it within their radius. Doing this will essentially damage them, and when you've done enough tricks, it'll disappear. Each level is split into a few areas, and you need to get rid of the aliens in each area to unlock the next section. But as you can imagine, they aren't always easy to find, or even get to. You'll need to explore a lot and do a ton of grinding, jumping up on ledges, and so on to reach a lot of the aliens. Also, as you play, they get harder to impress, needing much larger combos. Also, there are different coloured aliens, and each colour represents a different fetish. Red ones like spin tricks, white ones like any trick, green ones like grab tricks, blue like rail tricks, and so on. So you really have to tailor your combos to what the ghosts like. Get rid of all the little ghosts and a big one will appear. These have a much larger life bar, and unlike the regular aliens, they aren't stationary, so landing in their area can be tricky. Also, they've got attacks that will take away time if they hit you, lose all your time, and it's back to the start you go. The game does look great though, with an excellent cel-shaded style. But the controls here are really what will drive people away. They are quite sluggish and unresponsive. Often doing tricks doesn't seem to work, and you really do need to learn when to time your button commands. It's not at all like Tony Hawk, which isn't always a bad thing, it just takes a lot of time to get used to this and can be very frustrating when you start. Also, you don't just move forward smoothly, you do a strange push thing with your foot, which I guess makes sense as you're on a skateboard, but it just doesn't really feel natural. Having said that though, I actually really like the concept of this game, having to do tricks and impressing alien ghosts. If only they'd made a sequel that just had controls like Tony Hawk, I think people would have loved it. But you can try it if you think it looks good, just be prepared to get used to some pretty tough control. Here is Yokushin Giga Wing Generation, and yeah, I cheated a little bit here as it's just called Giga Wing Generation outside of Japan, but I'll get over it. This is a fun vertically scrolling shooter that definitely dabbles with the whole bullet hell genre. It's a shooter, so the story isn't really important, and in fact it doesn't even give you any, but again, that doesn't matter. Here you have the choice of a handful of ships, each with their own weapons and speed. This does actually make quite a big difference to the game, making things easier or harder. You've got the all-round ship that's pretty fast and has medium-powered shot that has a bit of a spread. Then there's a slower one with more powerful shot, but that basically just goes straight ahead, so it's harder to hit enemies with. And then there's one that homes, and everything in between. It's fun to try them all out, and they do control well, and are worth all checking out. But really for me it was the all-round bloke that I liked the best. Then you get to choose from a whopping 2 starting levels, either a forest or fire stage. After that you don't get to choose. Then you fly up the screen shooting the hundreds of enemies that come at you while avoiding their bullets. You just need to hold down your attack button here and you'll fire a crazy barrage of shots. There's a ton of enemies, but none are too exciting, it's just your standard robot ship things that are sometimes resemble wildlife, but are usually just tanks or planes. But that's alright, they do the job. Interestingly, every time you shoot an enemy, even if they don't die, they drop gold nuggets for you to collect. This means the screen gets pretty busy pretty fast. Collecting these gives you points, but defeating enemies also makes them drop power-ups to make your weapons more powerful, and your weapons will end up taking over about half the screen. You also get a bomb attack that does massive damage, taking out small enemies immediately, and is very good against bosses. These are limited though of course, but you can get extras by killing enemies. The bad guys will also shoot a ton of bullets at you, and needless to say, this is where the challenge comes in. There's often a crazy amount on screen at once, coupled with the gold things that they drop as well as your bullets. The biggest challenge here is trying to see what the hell is going on and figure out what will kill you and what you can collect. There's definitely times where I died and I had no idea why. But actually that doesn't really matter, because you do get an unlimited amount of continues, so beating the game is actually never a problem, unless you want to challenge yourself and only use a limited number of lives and continues, of course. Graphics wise, it's what you expect from a shooter, so it's decent and it all runs super smooth, which is probably the most important thing. And it also plays really well. Since doing these videos, I've played way more shooters than I probably ever did before, and I really enjoy them more now than ever, and this one is just very fun to play. Well worth checking out, I'd say. Time for a visual novel now with Eumeria. This is another game where I have to say that I'm not a fan of the genre at all, but that doesn't mean that you won't enjoy it. There's not really a whole lot to say about this one, as it's a visual novel and it's all in Japanese, but hey, it starts with the letter Y. As far as I can piece together from the story, you're a bloke who is out and about and happens to see a battle in the sky that takes place between what looks like a tiny planet and a space woman that has a massive laser gun. She gets hurt by the planet thing and you take her back to your house. From here, your creepily attractive mother and you look after the girl, and she has to be taught how to live like a human, so you take her to school and that sort of thing. At various points you meet other girls, and presumably they all become love interests. As it's a visual novel, there's a lot of reading and not really anything else. And yes, it's all in Japanese, so unless you know the language, there's not really a lot for you here, unless you can have fun making up your own story. You press the circle button a lot to progress the story, and every now and then you're presented with a few choices. I don't really know what these choices are, but even choosing random ones never seemed to be too much of an issue, and I ended up with some girl sleeping on my bedroom floor, presumably because she was jealous of the blue-haired space woman. The story goes on and eventually other people start getting these Space Ranger powers and there's more battles, but for me, the real battle was staying interested, which lasted about 20 minutes. I have to say though, the graphics here are excellent, the character models are great and some of the cutscenes are really good, but it's a visual novel, so there's only really so much enjoyment someone like me can get out of it. But if you can read Japanese and you like this sort of thing, you might want to check it out. Here's a wacky one I'd never heard of. It's called, and apologies for anyone that speaks Japanese, Yoaki no Mariko. This is a very unique rhythm game where instead of pressing buttons along to music, you take the role of various actors starring in a variety of films, and your button presses have to be done in time to make sure you hit your cue and also act well. And interestingly, if you have a microphone, you can actually use that to play the game instead of pressing buttons. It's a very unique concept and I really like it. There's a bunch of wacky actors to choose from, though you only get to select one of two per film. Depending on who you choose, you play out their role in the movie. This gives the game some nice replay value as you'll see things slightly differently with the other character. There's a few genres of movie that you'll be starring in and you don't get to choose, you just play through them all. There's western, horror, comedy, sci-fi and so on, and essentially all you need to do is watch the scene that you're in, and then you have a bar that appears. It always ends with the pressing of square or X, but you might sometimes get other buttons in the bar, like up, up, down or something like that. Then as long as you press all of these directions before the bar gets to the square or X button, you're good to go. It also doesn't really matter what order you press the buttons in, as long as you end with the X or square button. By timing it right, you'll hit all your cues and act really well, meaning the scenes look great. If you're crap, you'll ruin the movie and be kicked off of it. It starts off quite easy, but does get pretty tricky after a few films. Especially as you'll be wanting to watch the action as much as paying attention to the commands, as the movies themselves are really well done. They are funny, and even though they're all in Japanese, it's easy to tell what's going on. Some of them might be a little controversial, but mainly down to the racial stereotyping of the characters, though there are also some scenes with some big bouncy boobs in here as well. Once you've completed a movie, you can move on to the next one, where you choose which actor you want to control and repeat the process. The gameplay doesn't ever get more involved, but the fact that the movies are so well done really makes you want to carry on and see what they all have in store. I love horror, so I had to keep playing until at least that film, and it didn't disappoint. I mean, it's not scary, but it suits the game to a T.
The graphics here are really excellent with some fantastic character models and animations. These actually do change depending on how you perform, so if you mess up you won't do certain actions, like instead of jumping on a horse you'll just go and stand next to it, but in the next scene you'll be on the horse, whereas if you do hit all your cues then you'll see yourself running and jumping onto the horse like an action hero. It's pretty cool. It's a shame that there isn't an English version, but I can kind of see why with some of the material here, but still I had a blast playing through this and seeing what all the movies were. I do want to go back to it as there's other characters I haven't played as yet, and I also found out that there's a sequel, so I have to give that a go. And you should too. All this action and acting has probably given you one hell of an appetite, so you better fire up Yoshinoya. This is a fast food based game and is actually based on a fast food brand that is apparently huge in Japan, selling delicious noodles, and I'm okay with that. The story here is that you take control of a new employee, and there's a few to choose from, with more to unlock as you play. Your goal is to serve customers well and progress up the ranks until you're the best noodle server in the land. Simple. And it is a simple game, but also really damn fun, and I genuinely had a blast playing this one. Gameplay takes a few seconds to learn. You're manning the counter of a restaurant, and customers will enter the joint and go sit at a space. You then have to walk to the customer and have to press the correct button that pops up in order to give them the food that they order. It couldn't be simpler, and that's basically how the entire game works. But you do have quite a strict time limit, and you'll need to feed a certain number of customers within that time limit. Your restaurant starts off pretty small with a steady stream of quite patient customers. On the right hand side of the screen there's a bar showing you how happy they are. Of course you want to get all the orders right and have everything at the top of the bar. But if you mess up orders or take too long to serve people, they'll storm out and you'll get a crappy rating and be fired. But by doing well, you get promoted to the larger stores which have more counter space and therefore a lot more customers, some of which aren't as patient, giving you just a few seconds to run to them and get their order right. The restaurants also have more paths for you to run around, and you want to make sure you don't go the wrong way. At times it gets pretty hectic, but in a good way. What's cool is that if there's multiple customers next to each other that are all eating the same thing, you only need to press the button once and you get a big combo with them all getting their food at the same time. You do have to be careful though, as a lot of the spaces are very close to one another and it can be easy to press the button too early or too late and you end up giving the food to the wrong person and they'll leave you a bad review. Eventually, a boss character comes in. These customers are really damn fussy and have very specific orders. This is where the game changes slightly, as you'll have to make their food from scratch, following their orders, so you can make it just how they like it. This is done through a series of quick time events like button presses, having to time movements on the sticks or buttons, and so on. They are fun and actually harder than you'd think. Make this customer happy and you'll get a promotion. And that's basically the whole game. It is super simple but really damn fun, more fun than it probably should be. It looks good with cel shaded graphics and the comedy style of everything is pretty good. You can see why this never left Japan, but it really was a good time and I highly recommend giving it a go. There's a lot of text here, but you don't really need to know the language to play this one. The menus are all self-explanatory and the gameplay is easy to learn. Definitely check it out. And finally for the letter Y, here is Yoshitsune Key, another Japan-only game that's filled with all sorts of 3D hacking and slashing. Now, I'm not entirely sure what the story is here as it's all in Japanese, but it does have your standard feudal sort of style with various characters and monsters. So I'm guessing you're a double-R samurai person, monsters are attacking the land and you go out to stop them. And really, what more do you need to know? It's a 3D action hack and slash game and you play as a girl who is good with a sword. You need to explore some maze-like environments and defeat any enemies that you meet to move on. The enemies are pretty cool here, being a variety of evil soldier types with swords, spears and so on. As well as that, there's demon enemies that look very Japanese folklore. Strange creatures that look like children, birdmen, flying blob things and all sorts. I like the variety, though I do wish there was a bit more. But the important thing is that you kill everything you see. And the combat here is fun. You've got your usual combos that you can do by pressing various button combinations, and the fighting is fast and responsive. Enemies all have life bars, which is always appreciated. In the bottom right of the screen you've got a map. This will let you know where you need to go, and it pays to explore the whole map if you can, as you level up during gameplay, so you'll want to find and fight as many enemies as you can, and they may well drop money and items that you'll need. There's the usual array of items, ones that heal you, ones that boost stats, and ones that do things like cure poison. To use an item you need to pause the game and use it from the menu. This is a little annoying but not too bad, but it can break the flow of the game.
Leveling up also gives you access to various different attacks and special magic moves that do devastating damage to bad guys. Between levels you'll go back to a town where you can talk to people about things that I don't understand because it's in Japanese, though I am quite stupid, so I probably wouldn't understand even if it was in English. There's also a shop where you can buy and sell items before heading back into the haunted forest to fight more monsters. I did have a little bit of trouble with the language here, as the game often tells you where to go and what to do, but I didn't know this, so I would wander around for ages and couldn't figure out where the next level was. Eventually I learned to just speak to every character a couple of times, and then eventually you can finally get to the next stage. As you play, you also meet other characters who will join you on your journey. These are always pretty helpful, doing well in the fights and also levelling up themselves, though you do have to be careful as you're in charge of healing them and making sure they don't die. You can even give them basic commands and ask them to come help you, or go fight other enemies and things like that, and it works much better than I expected. And actually, although it's pretty simple, it is a fun game with a good combat and a few things to learn. The language barrier isn't really a problem. It looks good enough too. The graphics are very PS2, and by now you must know what I mean by that, but it's good enough and I have no real complaints. It's a fun game that's easy to pick up and play, and other than getting lost a few times, it is easy to play even if you don't know the language. Another one that's worth a few minutes of your time if you like hacking and slashing. First up is Zapper, a 3D platform game that has a lot in common with arcade classic Frogger. You are Zapper, one wicked cricket. Your brother, a grub, has been taken away by a bird, which is quite annoying. The bird accidentally leaves behind an egg though, so you set out across 20 levels or so following the trail of eggs that's been left behind, until you find your brother. And of course, you need to crush all the eggs that you do find because you're an evil bastard. So the game is a 3D platform one, but it plays more like an arcade game. The camera is fixed and the levels are essentially made up of squares. Zapper will move one square at a time, and knowing this, you'll need to explore each level to destroy the 6 eggs hidden in each one. Doing this will end the level. But there's plenty more to do. As you can imagine, the levels are full of obstacles and enemies. Normally you can hop one square at a time, so if a gap is larger than that, you'll need to jump and hover with the X button. This lets you cover 2 squares. You also have to look out for what you're jumping on, as a lot of the scenery can disappear, move or crush you if you're not careful, and the game is purely one-hit deaths. You need to plan ahead, and you really need to keep an eye on what you're doing. There are enemies, which come in the form of a range of other animals and insects and even robots. None of them really chase you or anything like that, instead they have patterns that they follow. There's no timer on the level, so it's a good idea to take it slow the first few times you play so you can see what's coming up and to check the routes that enemies take so you can avoid them. You do have an attack, you can zap things with your antenna, but this doesn't kill most things, only stuns them. You can also use the zap to destroy the various boxes around the levels. These contain power-ups and extra lives as well as fireflies. There's 100 fireflies on each level to collect. But also, they help with power-ups. There's certain boxes that contain more powerful attacks to destroy, but to use the more powerful attacks, you need to have collected a certain number of fireflies on that level. It is an incentive to get them all, and it always tells you how many fireflies you need. They are generally pretty easy to find though. There's also lots of hidden areas in the levels. These are normally in doorways or passages that can be easy to miss and contain more lives and fireflies generally. The levels do get a lot more complex as you play, with moving platforms all over the place and different maze-like paths to take, and the variety is pretty decent. Looks wise it is pretty standard for a game like this, but I do like the cartoony graphics and it's pretty sharp. The controls are decent and responsive, though it did take me a while to get used to moving square by square rather than just like a 3D platform game. You also need to use the shoulder buttons to turn left and right on the spot, as pressing the D-pad or analog in a direction makes you jump one square in that direction. It doesn't take too long to get used to though. While it can get a little repetitive, this is a fun little platform game that is basically Frogger but with a different character, though that's not a bad thing. Zathura is an action-adventure game based on the movie, which is a sequel to the original Jumanji, and I actually quite like that movie. Thankfully, the game is also pretty fun. It roughly follows the plot of the film, where 2 brothers are at home with their sister in their new house. The youngest one goes to the basement exploring and finds a board game, starts to play it, and whatever happens in the game happens in real life. This one, rather than being a jungle though, is set in space, so your house is set into space, and evil robots and alien reptilian things are all over the place trying to kill you. You've got to survive it all and end the game so you can get back home. The game is a 3D platformer where you take control of a few different characters, mainly the brothers Danny and Walter. These do your usual action platform stuff like running, jumping, climbing and so on. Depending on who you are, you've got different attacks. Danny's got a laser gun that you can get various types of ammo for to take out the enemies, as well as shoot the boxes that contain power-ups. Walter starts out with no weapons, but soon finds a massive wrench that he uses to smash enemies to pieces. Levels all play similarly. You're one of the boys, and you don't get to choose which one. You have to explore parts of your house, which is now a massive spaceship. You basically just need to follow the fairly linear path into each room, which will then of course lock you in and have some sort of platforming puzzle or buttons to press or enemies to destroy so you can escape and make it to the next room. Eventually you'll fight a boss, which is often a big robot thing, and you'll make it to the next stage. There's a lot of enemies in the game, and the combat is fairly easy. You can lock onto bad guys, and this makes Danny's sections nice and simple, as it's easy to circle strafe and you've got a dodge button as well. Walter can be trickier as he's melee based, but you can actually hit enemy lasers back at them with a well-timed attack, which is actually pretty effective and a good way to deal with them. The actual platforming here can be tricky though, mainly due to a very erratic camera that moves all over the place, and can often be too close or too far away from you to be much use. You do get unlimited lives though, and you're never sent too far back if you do die. Most of my deaths were due to falling into bottomless pits rather than enemies killing me. Later in the game, you also get to play as one of the evil robots that you manage to reprogram to be on your side. This is cool, and the game basically then plays as a shooter. It doesn't look bad for a licensed game. There's not a whole lot of variety in terms of design and look. Everything is basically grey or brown, but the animation is good and there's some decent cutscenes. I had a little look at reviews, and this got absolutely panned by critics, but I have to say I think that's a little undeserved. Sure, it's not the best game ever made, but it's a fine, average action-adventure that you can beat in a couple of hours, and I think it's fun enough while it lasts. It's also bloody cheap these days too, so well worth a couple of quid that you can get it for. Fighting game time now with Zatch Bell Mamondo Fury. This is a 3D fighter of sorts, based on an anime which I once again have never seen or really heard of. There is a daft plot where every 1,000 years Mamodo children are sent to Earth along with a magic spellbook each, but don't ask me what a Mamodo child is. Each of the punk kids then seems to follow around whoever picks up their associated book, and they each have magical properties. For whatever reason, this means you have to go around fighting all the other people that have the book so you can have the best Mamodo person. It's a strange premise, but actually the game turned out to be one that I had to keep coming back to. You have a few game modes. There's story mode, arcade mode and multiplayer modes. As well as this, you can unlock mini-games that you can play throughout the story. You'll want to start with the story mode though, as pretty much all the characters and arenas to fight in are locked until you've done their respective levels. These battles are pretty fun though. You play as Zatch in story mode, and you've just found your book. You'll need to run around a 3D arena where your little punk mate will follow you around. You only have to worry about a few buttons, and there's no complicated fighting mechanics or combos here. Instead, everything is done with your magic book. You press square to do a magic attack, you start out with just one basic blast, and you need to attack your opponent's Mamodo, not the human character. Levels are filled with obstacles and things to hide behind to block enemy attacks, and so on. There's even things that you can interact with later in the game. As you fight opponents, all of which have their own set of spells, you get stronger. You earn points depending on how well you battle, and these can be used between fights to upgrade your Mamodo, to make their spells more powerful, or make your little mate faster or more aggressive, and that sort of thing. It's pretty cool, and I found that I actually did care about how I powered up to best match my playstyle. You also learn a few new spells as you play. These are done just by pressing square, but basically when you press it, an indicator appears on screen and builds up a bar. Then you have to let go when it reaches the level of the spell you want to use. This works fine for the most part, but it can make it easy to use the wrong spell a lot of the time. You also have limited energy, so if you spam your magic, then you'll have to wait for it to recharge. And of course the more powerful attacks use more energy, so you can't just use them over and over in quick succession. The spells are often where abilities and the scenery come in. For example, there's a magnet spell that lets you stick enemies to the nearest piece of metal, but if you're in the forest for example, there's not much metal around, so it's pretty useless. This actually adds a bit of strategy to the fights. Also, what I really like is that your opponent always has a human character with a book as well. You can see them in the levels, and you can just run up to them and punch them in the face a few times and they'll drop their book. When they do this, they can't actually attack you at all. You can't pick up their book unfortunately, but you can keep on top of it and try to prevent them from getting it back, knocking it further and further away from them. Each level also gives you a random objective, like having to defeat an enemy, survive a time limit, knock a book out of someone's hand and that sort of thing. It's not always just a case of fighting. The game looks decent enough with some nice cartoony graphics. I thought it would be cel shaded, but it's not really, though it still looks decent enough with good animation. It's a very simple game with just a few buttons to worry about, and I can see that some people are put off by the lack of depth, but for me it was a cool little unique game that was different to other things that I've played, so if it looks good to you, then give it a try. Let's get racy now with 04 Champ Series Drift Champ. What a catchy name. This is a Japan-only racing game that features a few game modes, including a pretty in-depth story mode, as well as your classic arcade, time trials and verses. If you choose the story mode, you get to wade through a hell of a lot of Japanese text, and there is quite a language barrier, so beware. No surprises, but you are a fledgling racer and you start out with a kinda crappy car. You talk to a bunch of people about a bunch of stuff, make a few decisions and take parts in races across Japan. Then there's a lot more story to keep it all going, getting you access to more cars, customising the ones you have, and so on. It is a basic car racing RPG, which is pretty cool, but it would be better if I knew what the hell was going on. Not to worry though, as there's the arcade mode, where you choose from cars that you've unlocked to take part in a series of races against other opponents, which of course you want to win. Though interestingly, there's not actually positions in these races. It's all done on time, and I was never penalised for being absolutely shite. You get a variety of licensed cars to choose from, including the likes of Nissan and Subaru, and plenty more that I'm sure people who care about cars will get excited about. Once you've chosen your car, then you can customise it, not just the colour but also how it's tuned up, so you can adjust the tyres, suspension and all that stuff. I don't know anything about tuning cars, and not to mention it's all in Japanese anyway, so I just stuck with the defaults and I did alright. If you're doing the arcade mode, you just take on a series of races across various cities and tracks. These range from massive wide tracks that can take a few minutes per lap to shorter narrow ones that are over before you know it. I actually quite like the variety here. You get a number of opponents, but these are more obstacles than anything, as it doesn't really matter if you come in before or after them most of the time, which is kind of strange, and I'm sure there's a proper reason for it that I just don't understand. As the name of the game alludes to, the main thing you need to learn here is the drifting, and it's a pretty fun mechanic, but it can take a while to get used to. When you're turning a corner, the drift automatically kicks in. Normally you'd expect to tap a button or something, but that's not needed here. Instead you just start turning and you'll suddenly drift to the corner if it needs it. This can be quite jarring at first, but when you get used to it, which will take a bit of time, it is quite fun and you'll be able to do some pretty sweet turns. Though I still can't figure out how you do this on really tight corners, as braking here is really tricky, but that's probably because I haven't tuned the car up properly. After I did a few races though, I did find that I wanted to check out all the tracks, and it is always fun in games like this to unlock the new cars and courses. The game doesn't look particularly impressive, the car models are fine and the scenery looks very 2000s arcades with a surprising amount of pop-in, but it does run smoothly, which is the main thing. And it does play fine. It would be good fun against another player if you like racing games, that's for sure. Now, it definitely isn't a game that's worth importing, as there are much better games out there, but for what it is, it's pretty fun. Here is Zoid's Legacy. Zoids is a great franchise that I used to have a few toys of back in the early 90s, I'm sure, and I even had a Commodore 64 game based on it, but I had no idea what I was doing on that game. Anyway, this one here on the PS2 is a 3D arena battle game that I believe was only released in Japan. In case you don't know, Zoids are basically animal robots armed to the teeth with lasers and rockets, so of course the best thing to do is battle them. Here you get a story mode, arcade mode and some multiplayer options. No matter the mode, the gameplay is basically the same. You choose from a decent roster of Zoids with a few more that can be unlocked. You have a saber-toothed tiger Zoid, gorilla Zoid, lion Zoid, wolf Zoid, Jesus, it's hard to say Zoid, and there's even dinosaur ones like a T-Rex. Each Zoid has various stats in terms of speed, attack, defense and so on. There's the usual mix of slow and strong, fast and weak and everything in between. Each Zoid also has its own weapons. You get ranged and melee. There's rockets, lasers, machine guns, grenades and more. And you've got plenty of ammo for all your weapons, and some are even unlimited. But each weapon does have a cooldown, so you can't just spam them over and over for the most part. If you're close enough to an enemy, you will automatically do melee rather than use your ranged weapons. These attacks are very powerful, but harder to connect with as your opponent won't be hanging around for long. As you can see, it's all a 3D arena, very similar to games like Sega's Virtual On, and it works really well. The battles are always the best of 3, and they start off pretty easy, but definitely get tricky as you play, with a few boss fights in that will kick your ass.
Each of your weapons is mapped to a different shoulder button, and you can use the analog, D-pad or even face buttons to control and move around. It can take a bit of while getting used to the strafing and things here, which is quite slow, but what do you expect? You're a giant massive robot. Also, as you battle, you earn points. These can be used in between fights to upgrade your robots, buy new parts and so on. It's easy to keep track of what's going on here thanks to the HUD, and there's plenty of Japanese text and voices to let you know what's going on between fights and for the story, if that's any use to you. I believe the game is based on the cartoon version, so I'm sure the characters will be familiar if you've seen any of that. The game looks good as well, with some really cool looking robot designs, and the animation is excellent. I really do like this sort of game and its smooth looks. The gameplay here isn't particularly deep though, with just basic attacks and no real bells and whistles, but it's still a very fun arena fighter with some awesome animal mechs that I'd recommend giving a go if you like some robot on robot action. Right, let's get our zombie on with the imaginatively named Zombie Attack from Budget Kings 505 Games. In fact, the next few games are all from them, I think. Fun. Zombie Attack takes place during a zombie attack, believe it or not, and you play as Fu Yu, a monster hunter, and in this particular scenario you've got the job of making your way up a high-rise building, floor by floor, killing all the zombies and other monsters you find while rescuing any civilians along the way. The gameplay is very simple. You explore each floor one by one. You meet a ton of zombies along the way and you'll need to dispose of them. You've got 3 weapons at your command. You've got a sword, which is what you'll mostly be using. You've got a basic combo with this that you do by hammering the square button. This does decent enough damage and is pretty effective. You can also hold down the attack button to do a more powerful charge combo, but the risk here is that you can't move while it's charging, so you leave yourself open to attack. And at times there can be quite a few enemies around you, so be careful. Though if you do pull it off, you often get a cool little cutscene of you slicing and dicing. You also have a gun. This is quite weak, but it's good from a distance. You can't move and shoot, and once again you have to charge for a more powerful shot that does good damage and knocks anyone it hits down to the ground. And finally you've got your magic rice. Fair enough. This is basically rice that you throw above your head and it does a little damage to everyone around you. It's good if you're surrounded and it makes enemies stagger back. Something that's kind of cool here is that enemies are technically invincible. No matter how much you attack them, they will keep getting back up, but after enough of a beating, they'll get this weird purple mist around them. This means that they're weak enough for you to use your magic cards and throw one at an enemy and they'll be banished to some other realm. This is really cool, and in case you didn't know, it's basically a thing in Japanese folklore, I believe. I've seen it in a few movies, anime series, and actually a couple of games. Using your weapons levels them up as well, with each attack giving you some XP. You can also find power-ups in the levels that do the same, giving your weapons more power permanently. You also need to rescue survivors. There's multiple ones on each floor, and you're told how many you need to get to complete the level. These have to be found and led to an exit. Thankfully, you never have to rescue all of them, as some will probably die as they're pretty stupid and will just run into bad guys. You can tell them to wait for you though while you go and fight, and you can even just decide to leave them alone if you want to. Get enough survivors to the exit though, and you move up a floor with harder enemies and more obstacles in the way. It looks as you'd expect a budget game too, with basic graphics that aren't great, but they're fine. The levels are all grey and brown as you'd expect with most games of the era and style, but it's alright. The controls are also a little janky. They do work fine for the most part, but it's all a little stiff. Nothing you won't get used to after a few minutes though. Overall, it's a very budget game, but it's still pretty fun. It's got a certain addictive quality to it that makes you want to keep going, and you get new enemies introduced every few levels, which also helps. It's actually worth a look if you can find it. Next is Zombie Virus, another budget game about zombies, and I genuinely really like this one. You play as one of a handful of survivors in a city, and you've got an ambulance. Zombies are everywhere, but you're determined to get out there and save everyone you can. You set out in your ambulance from your hideout, where you just have to drive around the small open world and pick up survivors. It's kind of like a cross between Carmageddon and Crazy Taxi. You have a radar, so you have a little help when you're close to a survivor, and you're always told how many there are in the part of town that you're in. Once you pick one up though, you've got a limited amount of time to get them back to your base, which is the hospital, before they turn into a zombie. Get them back there so they're cured, and then they hang out in your base. And the thing I love is that the more people that rescue, the more things open up for you. For example, you can rescue mechanics, who are probably the most important people, as the more of these you have, the more vehicles they can fix up for you to drive, as well as providing upgrades to your engines, tyres, lights, and even offensive things like adding spikes to vehicles.
When you've rescued enough mechanics, these options become available, but to actually unlock them, you'll then need to go out into the city and kill zombies. So for example, to unlock a new motor, you might need to rescue 10 mechanics and then go out and kill 150 zombies, return to your base, and they will have made it. I don't know how this works, but who cares? You kill zombies by running them over, unsurprisingly, and there's an unlimited amount in the city, so it's never too hard to do. But you will take damage as you drive around, so you'll need to be careful that you return to your base every now and then to get your vehicle fixed back up. Unlocking new vehicles is also important, as they can carry more survivors. When you start, you can only take one person at a time, but you'll soon get vehicles that you carry 2 or 3 or more, and of course they've got a variety of speed, handling and armour stats. There's also politicians to rescue. Now, normally I'd say leave them to the zombies, but here they give you access to new areas in the city, so you will want to rescue them. This lets you visit new places with more survivors, but be careful as these places are far away and you still need to get all the way back to the hospital without your survivors dying. Now, there are pickups that randomly appear and they can repair your vehicle or heal people, essentially giving you more time while you're out driving, but these are hard to find and they won't appear on the radar, but get yourself an upgraded vehicle and some boosts and you'll probably be alright. Killing zombies is very easy, you just run them over, but it does do a little damage to you, and some will end up on your roof, so you'll need to shake both analog sticks to get them off. There's even bosses in the game, and you'll need to figure out how to expose their weak spot so you can ram into them with your car to kill them. I don't know what it is, but I just find this whole thing so damn fun and addictive. It doesn't look great, but it's a budget game so can be forgiven, but the controls are decent enough, and the upgrades you unlock really make a difference. This really is a game that I highly recommend trying out. I really did have fun with it and plan on going back to finish it. Booby time now with Zombie Zone 2, sometimes known as Wanchanbara. This is a series of games that's still being made to this day, and you can see why. Here you get to take control of one of 2 bikini samurai zombie hunters, and the story is nothing really more complex than there are zombies and monsters being brought to life, so you've got to go out and kill them all. It doesn't really matter which character you choose, as they basically play the same, but what I do like is that you can change characters between levels, so you're not stuck with the same one for the whole game. Gameplay is simple. You're in a fairly large maze-like level that's packed with enemies, and often a bunch of locked doors. You just have to fight your way through the level until you get to the boss and defeat it. There's always dozens of enemies on screen for you to take out, but thankfully you don't always have to kill them all, and often there's not really much benefit in doing so, as you don't level up or anything. But if there's a locked door or magic barrier you can't get past, then chances are you just need to kill everything you can find to proceed, or at least until you kill the enemy that's carrying the key or whatever it is that you need, though they're never highlighted. Doing the killing is of course your main thing, and you've got a few combos that you can do, and you'll always have a sword. It's mostly just a case of button mashing, and the sword will chop enemies into pieces with a nice amount of blood splattering all over the place. You've also got a kick button. This is quite weak, but it pushes enemies backwards, so it's actually pretty handy. If there's a large group of enemies, you want to probably start with a running kick as it sends them flying, and will let you focus on 1 or 2 at a time. You can block and also lock onto a single enemy if you need to be focused, but I didn't really bother too much with that. There are a few strange things that happen in the game though that can take a minute to get used to. Firstly, your sword has a blood meter showing how much blood is on it. If it gets too high, you'll do less damage and it'll become blunt basically. Thankfully, you've got a button that lets you get the blood off the sword, so you just need to press that every couple of minutes to make sure you're doing maximum damage. While that's about as complex as the gameplay gets, it is still fun to run around killing stuff. I will say that the levels do drag on a bit longer than they need to, with you needing to go back and forth between the same few rooms over and over. Some took me nearly an hour to complete, even though they were just small levels. And yes, this is very similar to the first game which I covered in the O letter, and the eagle-eared of you might have noticed that this review is also very similar to that review. That wasn't an accident. But it looks decent enough, and they've clearly focused on the right assets here, and if you're a fan of hack and slash gameplay and knockers, then this might just be the game for you. Next up is yet another budget title, Zoo Cube. This is a puzzle game which has a weird story about a mad scientist who's made a bunch of animals across the world all misshapen and trapped them in various locations. So you hop in your flying ark and go around the world where you have to rescue animals with the Zoo Cube. It's kind of nonsense. It's a puzzle game, so it's pretty simple in terms of gameplay, but challenging when you actually play it. Basically, you control the cube in the middle of the screen, and you can turn it in any direction. Animal pieces will fall towards the cube, and your job is to match 2 of the same pieces to make the animal normal again. Do this enough and you'll move to the next level. Now, the actual animals don't make any difference. The only thing you have to do is match them, but it's easier said than done. You can rotate the cube in increments in any direction, but honestly the control is sometimes confusing and I wasn't sure which way I had to press on the D-pad to rotate in the direction that I wanted, which meant I would end up with a piece in a place I didn't want it to be. But to be fair, I fully accept that this is mainly a me problem and smarter people probably won't have this issue. If 2 pieces of animal that don't match touch, they will stick together, creating a long line. You need to make sure you don't keep adding to this, as if you get too many bits that don't match, it's game over, and the longer lines give you much less time to position the cube where you need it. It can be very hard to fix mistakes. You also get bonus points by balancing the cube. This is done by having the right animals on the right coloured dots on the centre of the cube, or by having 1 of each animal and no more on the cube. There's a few game modes here, like story, arcade, puzzle and so on, but they all basically play the same. Just keep matching animals until you're told to stop, or you get a game over. As with all puzzle games, it is simple and actually pretty fun, and it's definitely a lot more challenging than a lot of the puzzle games and will take a while to get used to. Also, each level sees more animal types being introduced and the speed increasing, further making things tricky. It doesn't look particularly impressive, it's from Midas, who are a budget label. The backgrounds are pretty crappy looking JPEGs and the animal models are very basic, but they do the job, which is kind of what I say about every puzzle game really. But the gameplay is fun. I don't think it's one that you'll be rushing back to every day, but it is fun enough for a few hours and you'll do worse than putting this on every couple of months. And finally for today, another zoo-based puzzle game with Zoo Puzzle. This is a match 3 game featuring zoo animals. When I fired it up, I had a memory unlocked. I'm sure I used to have this on the Nintendo DS. Anyway, Zoo Puzzle is simple. You've got to match 3 or more animals to clear them, and that is literally all there is to the gameplay. There's a bunch of game modes though. You've got a quest mode where you play through various different levels. The game keeps track of how many of each animal you've cleared, and depending on the level, you might have to focus on a certain animal type, needing to clear 100 elephants for example, to proceed. Other times you just need to clear a total number of animals and so on. It's never overly complicated, but it's really damn addictive. There's also a few other game modes like a time attack where you've got to make a certain number of matches in a time limit, whole hog mode where you level up by catching 100 of the same animal, score attack and so on. But again, the gameplay never changes. You constantly have a timer at the bottom of the screen and this is filled a little every time you make a match, and the more animals per match or combo you do, the more time you get back. And as you level up, the timer gets faster, really upping the challenge. The graphics are very basic, just 2D sprites, but I really like how it looks. It's very colourful and the animal designs are actually pretty cool, but it's certainly not going to make your jaw drop. And honestly, that's all there is to say about this one. It's a match 3 game. There's not really any bells or whistles, but it's just damn addictive, and I ended up playing for nearly 2 hours just to get the footage for this video. I would recommend grabbing a copy of this one if you find it. I can't imagine it's all that common though, but from what I see online, it's pretty damn cheap, so worth a look as it is bloody addictive. First up, here is 18 Wheeler from Sega. This is a conversion of an arcade game that I actually used to play quite a lot in the arcade at my local bowling alley, and it's very much a guilty pleasure. It's a very simple racing game, and it's more of a time trial really. Basically, you pick from a selection of truckers who each have their own trucks and stats with speed, toughness and torque, and the torque determines how well you control in off-road situations, by the way. Once you've done that, you go through a series of time trial races against another trucker. Your objective is simply to deliver your goods around America within the time limit and hopefully faster than they do. And boy, you must have some impatient customers because the time limits here are extremely tight, even on the easiest difficulty. You've got about a minute or so to make each of the checkpoints on any given stage, and for most of them that means you pretty much have to do a perfect run every time to get through the level. As you're driving on big highways, there are a ton of other cars on the road that you need to avoid. Hit 2 or 3 of them and it's likely that you won't make it. There is a lot of memorization that needs to be done here. On top of that, there's other hazards like trees, lampposts, rocks, and even things like hurricanes, bad weather, and so on. I didn't beat a single level on my first try, and it honestly took me nearly 15 tries to beat the first stage. Now, there are certain vehicles on the tracks that you can crash into that will give you a few extra seconds. These always appear in the same place, so replaying levels does give you an advantage as you can learn where they are. As well as that, you've got a rival trucker that you're racing. These guys and girls are really fast and relentless, ramming you out of the way and causing all sorts of mayhem on the roads. Thankfully, you don't actually have to beat them to progress, you just get more points if you do. Every few stages you get parking tests where you've got to navigate narrow corridors and park your truck in a designated spot. I really like these parts of the game and found them a fun challenge. When you are driving, you have to manually control your gears. There's only 3 to look out for though, low, high and reverse, but you'll want to make sure you're in the right one depending on the surface you're driving on, as well as any hills or obstacles that are present, as this will really affect your timing. There's not a lot to learn, but definitely a skill to it, that it is pretty addictive to learn. The graphics are decent here, it's got the classic Sega arcade look to it that I really like, and there's a good variety in locations and places you drive around in. The actual gameplay is quite limited and there's not a ton of variety, but it's a good game to play in short bursts that I would recommend giving a go if you like a challenge.
Take it nice and easy and get there in one piece.
10,000 Bullets is a fun action game made by the people that must have really liked The Matrix. You play as Crow, the stupidly named person who's born with special blood that makes him really good at killing people. Thankfully, he's a good guy. Unfortunately, he's not the only guy with magic blood, and basically everyone that does have magic blood wants his magic blood so they can make themselves stronger. So you spend the game fighting the magic blood people and their hundreds of henchmen so you can be the last magic blood person alive and finally get some rest and not have to kill people all the time. It's a ridiculous premise, but most video game stories are, and this one really doesn't take itself all that seriously, which is good. Though there is a lot of story. You spend more time than I probably would have liked in a map screen where you go between various locations and talk with a bunch of people. They'll give you exposition and story bits, often telling you which location the bad guy is currently waiting for you at. These bits are fine, but a bit needless. It could have just been done in a cutscene and skipped the whole bit of making you choose where you want to go. And often you'll need to go to the same places 2 or 3 times before the bad guy even appears. It just seems like a lot of waste of time, unless you're really into the story, I suppose. But once all that nonsense is out of the way, you get to the action, which is very actiony. The game is pretty arcade-like in terms of how it works. Basically, each level is split into 2 parts. The first part sees you in a filled area, often with hundreds of enemies that come at you in waves. Once you've killed them all, the boss will make an appearance and you'll have to fight him or her. Then you go back to the map screen and repeat the process. But the combat is quite unique and fun. You've got pistols with unlimited ammo, and as it's an early 2000s game, there's a lot of jumping, flipping and bullet timing that you can do, and if you don't, you're going to die pretty quickly. Enemies swarm at you from all angles. You can lock onto them with the shoulder buttons, and you can hammer the shoot button until they die, but doing this isn't very accurate. When you're locked on, what you want to do is wait for a little bit and your reticle will get smaller and then start to flash. This is a guaranteed critical hit and will kill most enemies in just 1 or 2 shots. If you just keep spamming shoot, your bullets will go all over the place and you'll barely hit anything. It probably took me longer than it should have done to realise this and made the game a hell of a lot easier when I did. But as well as this, you also have a ton of abilities that you can unlock and upgrade to help you in battles. You have a move that can blind enemies for a few seconds so you won't get hit for a while. There's a kick move you can use when you're close to enemies which will send them into the air for some cool air shots. And you've got a slow-mo dodge that avoids all attacks. And you have a move that guarantees an instant kill, just to name a few. But more importantly, you have your bullet time. Pressing triangle slows everything down and lets you dodge enemies and get more shots off before they get the chance to. Thankfully, you can use it pretty much constantly. It does have a timer but recharges quickly and even faster when you kill enemies. Combining this with your other moves is key to surviving, and between missions you can unlock new abilities and upgrade your existing ones to make them more effective. You can only take a few abilities at a time into battle though, so you want to pick a loadout that works for you. When you're used to it, you'll be dodging bullets, double jumping and shooting enemies all over the place, and it gets quite fun and addictive. The bosses are all pretty unique and have special abilities. One can split into multiple versions of himself, one is super fast, one can shoot lightning, and so on. They all have special patterns and weaknesses that you'll need to learn if you want to beat them all, and they're actually really fun. Thankfully, you get an unlimited number of continues and can save between levels, making the challenge pretty fair. It all looks okay, it's pretty standard for PS2, especially as this seems to be like a mid-budget kind of game. I have said it a few times in this series, but it looks very PS2, if you know what I mean by that. but it is a fun time. It's pretty unique, and when I started getting better at it, I found myself wanting more and more enemies to appear so I could practice my acrobatics. I don't think it's a very common game though, as it is a fair bit of money to buy, and it's definitely not worth what it's going for. But if you have other ways to play it, I do recommend giving it a go. Fighting game time now with 3D Fighter Maker 2, a game that was only released in Japan. And it is just that. It's a fighting game that lets you create your very own 3D fighting character, and then you take on a bunch of other generic 3D fighters on what is actually a surprisingly good little fighting game. Just don't expect something like the big boy fighting games, okay? Creating a character is quite in-depth, which was kind of annoying for me as it's all in Japanese and I had to use my Translate app to go through all the menus, which takes forever. But if you have the patience or can read Japanese, there is a lot here to do. You can choose your character's gender, outfit, fighting style, of which there are a few. There's karate, wrestling, kung fu, and so on. You choose your moves, your looks, and so on. It's pretty cool. Then if you press the correct button, you save your character and take them into the tournament mode to fight a bunch of other fighters, including any others that you've created. Or if you're like me, you choose the wrong option and exit back to the main menu without saving your character, wasting nearly 40 minutes of time. Oh well. But even the pre-made characters are actually quite fun to fight with. They do a good job of showing a range of styles and fighting moves that are available, and actually the fighting and combos you can do are pretty good. You got 2 punch and 2 kick buttons, as well as a throw and a block button. As you'd expect, doing various combinations of all these things will let you pull off different combos and attacks, and I had fun finding out combos and special moves, which can be done by double tapping directions or doing basic inputs. I'm sure the moves are explained in the character creation mode, but I couldn't read them, but they were easy to figure out. The graphics aren't particularly great, they're very basic, with simple character models available, but the animation is smooth enough, and I was surprised that the controls and hit detection were actually as solid as they were. If you want to make you and your friends to fight with, then this is well worth a look, and it would be a fun games night with a few buddies. Let's check out some licensed games now. Here is 24 the game. Now keep in mind I've never seen a single episode of the show, so this is all I have to go off. And actually it's a pretty cool game. It's a PS2 exclusive and you play as Jack Bauer, a super tough guy, who has 24 hours to stop terrorists from being terrorists. The game is deliberately very cinematic and I'm assuming follows a lot of the cool tropes the series does, like dividing the screen into multiple sections with different things happening on each screen showing you what's happening at the same time in different places, if you know what I mean. The game itself is a third-person action game and you do spend most of your time running around shooting bad guys in the face, and the game does that pretty well. There's a decent cover mechanic in here. You can cover most surfaces by pressing X. Then you can lock onto enemies and shoot with the shoulder buttons. Aiming is easy and you get a large reticle when you're locked on. This lets you aim for the head for an easy kill, or you can try and shoot their weapons out of their hands so they surrender and you can arrest them. But on all the missions I played, it didn't matter if you killed people or arrested them, so I rarely bothered with that. Each mission gives you a number of objectives which you can review by pressing select. These are often things that include finding various items, destroying things, or of course killing anyone that's in your way, but it is well done. There's a good variety of weapons here, and you also get health kits and other key cards as you play. Switching between them all and using them is very quick and easy, and the game really does feel like it had actual effort and thought put into it. You get to control a few other characters too, depending on the level, and sometimes you're undercover, which is fun, but you basically still just need to shoot everyone in the face. There's even driving sections here to break things up, and you even get little mini-games for things like defusing bombs and so on. These are all pretty fun, and I especially like defusing the bombs. That was really cool. The story plays a large part here, as you'd expect, and there's a ton of really well done cutscenes. I believe they all have the proper actors too. They use the in-game graphics, which are actually really good for the PS2. There's a ton of detail, and although there is a bit of the uncanny valley, on the whole it looks very good and is quite gritty. None of the cutscenes are skippable, but you can pause them. In fact, this is the only game I know of that lets you pause these splash screens at the start of the game, rather than skip them, which made me chuckle. If you're a fan of the show, this is definitely one you want to take a look at, and honestly, even if you've never seen it like me, it's still a really fun, solid action game that I would absolutely recommend.
Just doing my job, boy.
If policemen aren't tough enough for you, then you'll want to turn to the world's toughest people, rappers. You thought that all that childish tough guy stuff they talk about in their music was all just talk. Well, you're an idiot, because here is 50 Cent Bulletproof, a game that shows you that they can back up all that gat talk. You play as Fiddy, who, along with his rapping crew that I know all the names of, there's Snuffles, Cake Licker, Bicycle Brad and Tim. You go on missions of vengeance after a friend of yours is murdered. And of course the only thing to do when someone murders is murder them back. Gangsters. But pointless plot aside, this is actually a pretty fun third-person action game, with lots of over-the-top shooting, killing and swearing, and I actually have a load of fun playing this. The majority of the game sees you exploring in industrial-style environments with your crew until a bunch of enemies spawn in. Kill them all and move on. Often there's other things you need to be doing in the meantime as well. You'll need to find items, keys or switches that do various things in the environment to proceed. Sometimes the enemies won't stop spawning until you've done whatever it is the game requires of you. Thankfully, the combat here is pretty well done, if a little twitchy. Fiddy can carry a few guns at a time and it's easy to switch between them with the R2 button. There's no precise aiming or anything required here, you just shoot from the hip. But you can run, jump and dive around to avoid enemy bullets. You can also snap to cover if you need to. If you get close to enemies, you have two options. You can either grab them and use them as a human shield, which is pretty effective, or you can use a counter-attack where you'll kill them up close and personal with your knife. These are pretty satisfying. A lot of the time you have your mates with you, and they're actually quite handy. They'll fight enemies and do a decent job of killing people most of the time. They're also used to pick locks or even plant bombs to open new areas. You might need to defend them for a while they do this. You even run into Eminem and Dr. Dre later in the game, which is always a good thing. The enemies come in a few varieties. You get standard thugs, but there's also massive hulking ones that take a ton of hits. A lot of the enemies are bullet sponges here, but you get plenty of ammo. The larger enemies can't be grabbed or counter-attacked either a lot of the time. And that's all there really is to the gameplay. It's not particularly complicated, but it's well made and feels like a solid shooter. It also looks really good. The graphics here are excellent, with very detailed characters and animations. The environments are pretty drab, but it is set in the real world, so what do you expect? And yes, the music is pretty decent too. Believe it or not, I actually really like this kind of hippity-hoppity music. I just can't take it too seriously, but I do listen to it a fair bit. And so the soundtrack here was really great for me as I was playing, and there's even exclusive 50 Cent tracks that you won't hear anywhere else. Overall, this game might seem like a bit of a joke at first, but when you start playing, you soon find that it's actually a pretty good game and well worth a look. I do also have the sequel, which was released on the Xbox 360, and that's another game I'd recommend. Don't overlook this one. Time for a pirate party with One Piece Pirate Carnival. This is a cool party game featuring all your favourite One Piece characters. At least I assume they're your favourite. I've never seen this show, so I have no idea who they are. But actually, after playing this, I do kind of want to check out the show. The game doesn't really have a story, it's just a party game similar to Mario Party, so it's mainly a compilation of minigames. But I really like how this one works. You choose from a decent selection of characters, but it doesn't matter who, they all appear to be exactly the same. Then you choose a board that is made up of squares. The game works slightly differently to the traditional board game style that this sort of thing normally goes for. Instead, how it works is that each of the 4 characters, and there's always 4, starts in a corner of the board. On your turn, you pick a square and something will happen. Most of the time you get a minigame to play, but sometimes you might just find some treasure, or you might get the chance to swap a piece on the board, and so on. Once the event has completed, and assuming you win the minigame that plays, the square will turn to your colour and you'll earn some more berries, which is the currency in the world. At the end of the game, whoever has the most berries and squares in their colour is the winner. It's simple but very fun. But of course the main attraction here are the mini-games, and the dozen or so that I've played so far, I've got to say they're all quite unique and actually very fun to play. There are simple races, there's ladder battles where you have to be the last one not to fall over, there's shooting galleries to get the most points, there's mazes to navigate, and sometimes you just have a punch-up. I only played the same minigame twice in a few hours, which was quite surprising. Often you get to choose from a selection of games as well. What's cool is that depending on the game, sometimes you're split into teams, sometimes it's all against all, sometimes it's even 3 versus 1, where sometimes the person on their own has an advantage and other times they don't. I really enjoyed seeing what the game was going to do next. As you play, you unlock new boards to play on and presumably more games, though it didn't seem like the games are specific to any board. I do know that there are 30 in total, which is more than enough.
The games can take a while to get through though, with a single board taking more than an hour to play, and that's the smallest one. The later boards are larger with different layouts. As you'd expect, you can play this with up to 4 players, and I would definitely say that that's the way to go. I was having fun playing with myself, I'll grow up, but I can imagine this is even better with friends. And it looks good as well, with some nice cel-shaded graphics. The characters have a chibi style to them, but it suits the game well, and I like the bright colours of everything. The controls were also great, and I've never felt I lost due to bad control, only incompetence. I actually thought this was going to be pretty crappy, but it's actually a really fun party game that is well worth a go. The last licensed game we're going to look at actually has a license to kill, and that is 007 James Bond Agent Under Fire. There's a good few Bond games for the PS2, and actually they're all pretty damn good. This here is your standard James Bond plot, but I don't mean that in a bad way. Sexy spy woman Zoe Nightshade has been doing some undercover work, and has been found out, so Bond is sent in to rescue her and presumably end up with some under the covers work of his own. Turns out an evil corporation owner, Nigel Bloch, is an absolute bastard and is harbouring a chemical weapon that will do all sorts of nasty business if Bond and Zoe don't have sex and stop him, specifically in that order. So, as with all good Bond outings, you set off across the world through a number of exotic locations, as well as enemy bases, big cities, embassies, and so on, where you've got a number of objectives on each level and you'll need to complete them to take the evil bastard down. And the objectives here are pretty fun and varied. You'll be rescuing hostages, hacking computer terminals, finding evidence, planting bombs, dealing with satellites, shooting people in the face and gonads, and more. The majority of the game is a first-person shooter, and it does play well. The controls and gameplay are all very smooth and fast-paced. I do recommend going to the options before you start though to change the control scheme. This game was before twin stick was the norm, so the default setting is really weird. Thankfully there's plenty of options to change to one that suits for you. Bond gets a decent array of weapons. There's plenty of pistols, shotguns, machine guns, stun guns, rockets, grenades and so on that you can use to blow people away. What is a little strange though is that you can see all the bullets you fire, and they're kinda slow. For real weapons they're pretty useless and they have to travel to enemies to kill them. This means it can be easy for them to get out of the way. Also there's little to no indication when you actually hit an enemy until they die. But really that doesn't matter, just keep shooting and they'll leave you alone eventually. You also have a few gadgets that you'll need to use in levels. There's a laser watch which can melt locks or metal panels, there's a grappling hook which is super handy and lets you zip around specific surfaces, you've got a hacking device that opens doors and things, and so on. What is a bit of a shame is that the levels are very linear, which can make you feel like you don't really discover much of your own. Instead, you're just going through the motions. But what I do really like are there are 007 moments hidden in levels. These are easy to miss points where you can shoot or interact with something that does something different and cool and gives you plenty of bonus points for unlocking new weapons, characters and levels for single and multiplayer modes. For example, if there's a group of enemies, instead of shooting them all in the face, just be on the lookout for something explosive that can kill them all in one go. Or sometimes you will see a shelf or something above an enemy, shoot that instead so everything falls down on the bad guy. These are fun to find and often only available for a short time, so you really have to be on the lookout for them and channel your inner Bond to find them all. As well as the first-person levels, you also get on-rail sections where you're a gunner or something shooting down various enemies. These are fun, and you have unlimited ammo, so can go crazy on their ass. And there's even driving sections where you're in control of the car or other vehicles. These are really fun and good to control. The game does a very good job of mixing things up in gameplay styles and the objectives, so it doesn't really get boring. It is pretty short though. I managed to play through the whole thing in less than 3 hours. Of course I am a pro gamer, but still, you can up the difficulty for more of a challenge and to unlock even more stuff, so there is an incentive to go back. And though I didn't play it this time, I did used to play the multiplayer on here all the time on the GameCube back in the day, and I had a blast. The graphics here are fine, but nothing majorly special. Bond isn't based on any of the real ones, but he's pretty decent, and the weapons and environments are all fine, but won't blow you away. It does mean that it runs super smooth though. The game got a couple of sequels which are also excellent, so really you can't go wrong with any Bond game on the PS2 if you ask me.
Let's get saucy now with Seven Sins, a strange simulation game that's all about trying to get laid. You play as Generic Manson, a generic man who works in a salesman in a department store, but you have big dreams of making it rich and banging as many women as possible, so a lot of us can relate, I suppose. The aim of the game is basically just that, to make loads of money and seduce all the women you can. It's split into various gameplay styles in what are essentially levels. As you get more and more money, seduce more and more women, and you change roles and kit out your apartment to make yourself more attractive to women. The main bulk of the game is seduction. You walk around your workplace, which is basically populated by women, and you talk to them to get to know them and flirt. Each woman has their own tastes, likes and dislikes, and you need to figure out the best way to talk to them to make them like you. Some prefer a more sensitive man, some like someone that listens, some like smart men, and others like to be treated a bit mean. So you're given a bunch of dialogue options on what to say to the women, which will build or lower your relationship with them, and the higher it is, the better it is, for two reasons. Firstly, you're a salesman and you want to make a good rapport with customers, as it means you can sell them more expensive items and make good money. And of course, if they really like you, you can get them to take their clothes off and you have a bit of naughty fun with them, either back at your place or somewhere secluded where you're working. But don't get too excited, you don't see any of the good stuff, only underwear. You do have to be careful though, as Generic Man, you only have 3 emotions: horny, angry and sad. Depending on what happens in the game and your discussions with these women, your meters will fill up. If any of them get to the top, you'll go mad and have to restart the level. For example, if you're getting particularly flirty with a woman, you'll become too horny. If you talk to a customer you don't like, you'll get too angry. Or if you get rejected too often, you'll get too sad. But you can combat these things by letting off some steam. Littered around the environments, there are various things you can interact with, and depending on what you do, you can reduce these various meters. If you're angry, you can go to the shop window and swear at passers-by, for example, or you can piss in your boss's office. These help to calm you down. If you're feeling sad, you can shout at your boss to make yourself feel better. If you're too horny, you can be a creep and watch the women getting changed and relieve yourself. All of these activities have little mini-games attached to them, and you'll need to do things like pee on targets or do a rhythm game timing button presses, or you might just need to move a cursor around to focus on certain areas, and you know what areas I'm talking about. You also have to be careful that you're not spotted. If you're doing these things while your boss is watching, you'll get fired and it's game over. Also, you get 7 sins. Basically, you can act badly 7 times before it's game over. This means you can just grab a woman's tits if you want to, or say something particularly rude to them, or it might be something like stealing money to boost your funds. Any more than 7 times though and you're done. You can actually do good deeds to reduce your 7, like doing your job actually properly, or talking to women like they're human beings, but doing these things often makes you sad or angry. Once you've got enough money, you can move to new areas of the city with more women and things to buy, but again, you still don't see any naughty stuff. In terms of gameplay, it's pretty shallow, and I don't think you're really made to take it seriously. The graphics are alright, but nothing special. The sexy animations are usually more funny than arousing. I feel like this is a game that some people will enjoy for its cheeky creepery, but if you're someone that gets offended by pretend things, then it's probably one you'll want to avoid. 22 Party is in fact a party game. I have no idea why it's called 22 Party though. And yep, it's a pretty simple game. It's a Mario Party style party one. I've said party too much, haven't I? Anyway, it feels more like it should have been a PS1 game, though that's not a bad thing. For some reason, it's all set underwater, and you pick from one of 4 characters that are all the same apart from looks. Once you've done that, you're set out to the bottom of the sea. You're presented with a large board filled with hundreds of spaces. A medal is randomly placed on the board, and you can take it in turns to spin the move wheel to see how far you get to move. You move that many spaces, and you've got to be the first to grab a medal. Then a new one is placed on the board. Repeat until you've run out of turns. But yes, as expected, each of these spaces on the board does do something different. There's plenty of mini-games to take part in, and I really enjoyed most of the ones I played. There's races, ones where you avoid sharks, platforming games, fishing games, and more. The variety is quite good, and the only thing that's a bit of a shame is that you don't take part in most of them, really. It's all done on proximity, so as long as you're close to an opponent or two, then you will battle them. If you're not close, then you just have to wait till your turn while they have all the fun. Winning a game gets you a treasure, which is then counted up at the end of the game. The other spaces also give you various things, so you can find good or bad treasure. The good treasure adds to your score and the bad takes away from it. You might also find cards. These are basically power-ups like being able to move more spaces, having an extra turn, making an opponent skip a turn, and so on. You get a few choices from where you move, and it's often a good idea to plan your route beforehand. Something else you can do is return to your ship and exchange your treasure and junk for money. This is worth doing if you can, because at the end of the game you get bonus medals for who has the most treasure or who has made the most money and so on. Also, opponents can steal your treasure during the game, so returning it to the ship means they can't steal it from you, which is handy. And once all your turns are done and the medals are dished out, a winner is crowned. And that's about it. You can just play again if you want to. It does take a while to get through. It's just a shame there's not a bit more variety, as it is quite fun, though very random. It clearly is a budget game, you can tell from the graphics, sound and overall presentation, but it's my boys at D3, and they're probably one of the best budget publishers around, or they were at the time. I really would say that this is worth playing with 3 mates. It can be a good laugh, but chances are you'll probably only play it a couple of times at most. And finally for this video, and the entire series, here is 7 Samurai 20XX. This is a retelling of the classic 7 Samurai story, which yes has been done to death, but this one is set in the future. It follows 7 samurai, who have reluctantly agreed to battle an evil force and protect the innocent. Will they make it out alive? As this is the future, all the stuff that you have to fight are robots, androids and mutant things. You do only get to control one of these 7 though, Nato. He's pretty handy with a sword or two and has your standard anime protagonist Tude, so he's edgy like a Satsuma. He appears in the town that is overrun with the humanoid stuff and goes about getting rid of it all, and soon all the townsfolk have heralded you as their hero. Gameplay here is all hack and slash. You basically run from area to area, where at some point magic barriers will appear and stay there until you defeat every enemy. Then you move on and do the same until you find the boss at the end of that level. I have to say the fights can go on for quite a while. In fact, there were times where I thought I was meant to be doing something else and that the game had glitched, as they seemed to go on forever. But eventually they did end and I got to progress. And the game is basically all combat, so we should mention that. It's fine, though not as good as it could be. You've got swords, obviously. At first I was just hammering the attack button, which gives you a basic combo, but it does have terrible reach. For a samurai, this guy's got pretty crap technique. But then I went to the options to mess around with some things, and I found out that basically I was playing the game wrong. The combat is done with a combination of directional inputs as well as button presses. This opens up a load more moves and lets you do many more combos, some of which are pretty cool. You'll want to waggle the analog sticks while pressing square to really do damage. You've got a few defensive options too. Pressing triangle lets you parry and do counter attacks, and your timing has to be pretty good, so be careful. You'll want to learn when to use it properly. This is very handy against tougher enemies. You can also dodge by pressing X. You can do this at any point to dodge around enemies, or if you do time it right you can teleport and evade enemy attacks and do some decent damage yourself. These are fun to use and worth getting used to early on. You can also build up a power meter, and when it's full, pressing L and R together will enter your powered up mode, which makes you take out a second sword for even more combos and damage. The bosses here are good fun. They're always massive brutes, and of course they've got patterns that you need to learn. It does get repetitive though, as a lot of this sort of game do, and I have to say the controls did leave a bit to be desired. There's no lock-on, which would really be helpful, and it's one of those games where you've got to wait for all your animations to finish before you can do anything else. Couple that with a pretty unhelpful camera, and there really were times where this was frustrating. But it is a game you can play in short bursts and do a few stages at a time. I do like how it looks. The character and enemy designs are pretty cool, if generic. But I generally like this sort of game, and I had a bit of fun with it. It is worth picking up if you can find it for a few quid. So there you go, 10 games for the PS2 that start with a number that you might not have played before. Which one is your favourite, and what other games could I have included? As always, let me know in the comments below. On screen now you can see where you can follow me, and I'd like to say a big thank you to my sexy patron Baked Buckle Bill. Don't forget you can be one too for even more exciting content. And I would like to say a huge sincere thank you to everyone who's been watching this series and any of my videos really. I couldn't have done it without your suggestions and feedback. It really is appreciated, and I'm sure there'll be a new series soon enough. though they are a lot of work, so it might be a little while just to warn you. And now, all that's left for me to say is thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time.